chasing the light. Shiny spirit burning bright. A legacy forged in speed and might. Tires spin on the asphalt floor. Every turn leaves them begging for more. Racing dreams through the open door. Shenington's name forever soars. Racing heartbeat, feel it pound. Kings of the track, we're crown bound. Shannon's fire won't slow down. Legends rise, we wear the crown. In the summer air, adrenaline rush beyond compare. Caught in souls, a daring affair. Shen's blood runs everywhere. Neon lights and the crowds alive. Speed demons in overdrive. Through the curves, we survive. Shenington's pride will never die. One more lap, one more chance. We dance with fate in this trance. Hands up.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to Shenington Kart Club for what for many will be round 7 of the Shenington Kart Club Championship. But we all know what we're here for. This is the 2026 Shenington SuperPrix, the 25th running of this annual event that does encompass part of the club championship but does also attract a much wider audience, including the British Historic Kart Club as well. We'll have some historic demonstrations at lunchtime. We've got a few videos as well where we walked around the historic paddock yesterday. We had some qualifying yesterday. We had 12 heats as well yesterday afternoon before racing ceased just before 6 o'clock. We're back today with heats 13 through to 29 across a multitude of classes. And then we have our finals after our historic demonstration, which should take place at around about 12:30. Finals then will commence with 4 B finals from both junior and senior Rotax, junior and senior X30 as well, that have drawn in huge grids, 62 entries in junior Rotax and a similar amount in junior X30 as well. We'll see us have some B finals. Juniors going across 2 heats split, so they'll only race against effectively 2/3 of each field. whereas our Junior X30s are racing in A versus B, B versus C, C versus A, so they'll race in a 2/3 format. We start this morning, you can see down there gridded up. It's groups A versus C for Junior Rotax. So as we look back at the Stratford hairpin, which will be effectively today using both variants, as we've got our 250 Supers and our 210 National using the gearbox circuit. Juniors, though, will use the shorter variant at around about 1,000 metres. Noah Moulton will start on pole position. He'll have Louis Marshall alongside him, who we've just seen on the screen. Jensen Hookey and Stanley Williams with Miles Cleworth and Liam Dooling on row number 3. Row 4 will see Teddy Cooper and Harrison Bishop, with Noah Clare and Luca Machecchia completing a top 10. Harry Harvey and Jensen Powers will go from row number 6. Row 7, Karthik Kamutta with Esme Rosie, Lily Shaw and Ethan Guest. Then your highest placed novice runner from qualifying, Ashay Nagara in P17. He's alongside Toby Wortley on row number 9. Row 10, Layla Bell and Ben Morgan with Max Douthwaite and Oscar Doliniak. Reo Komatsu and then Frankie Jones are on row number 12. Row 13, Jay Singh, Archie Thomond Evans, Alexander Lizecki with Finley Cass, Hugh Phillips and Harvey Everett on row number 15. Jack Wykes will start in P31. They're your runners for the first race of the day, and right on cue, the green flag from the grid marshal will send our junior Rotax runners out onto circuit. We've got one off there in the 123. Ashley Nagara will be able, hopefully, to retake position by the time they get round. But Noah Moulton has gone out of the gate very, very quickly. We are using the full circuit for roll rounds. I've been here before when we've gone through the cut through and straight towards the Bruno chicane, but Moulton going off very, very fast and then slowing it down now and working those front tyres whilst the sun has been up for most of the morning. It still is only 9 AM, so the circuit will still hold a little bit of coldness from the overnight before the sun really gets into the tarmac and will increase the grip levels for our drivers. Round Wilkins they go, side by side. The outside train trying to push on. They want to get this going. Moulton, though, off the inside will dictate the pace. And race number 1 of Sunday here at the SuperPrix is underway as they head up towards Cafe Corner, the first major pinch point of this circuit. Looks like a few have come into harm a little bit further down the order, but the leaders are through as they head up, hugging the white line to not open the door. Jensen Hookey from the second row up into second place. He went well yesterday but fell foul of a technical infringement, so I would potentially go out of the B final later on, but he's down the inside of Moulton into the Bruno chicane. A change for the lead early on as we head up towards Wilkins, and Hookey has already managed to pull a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field. A great start by Jensen Hookey, potentially suggests slightly higher tyre pressures for the early race leader. We'll see whether he can maintain it through the remaining 7 minutes. Hookey then leads from Moulton, Cleworth, Williams, Cooper with a good start up to P5. Liam Dooling, Harrison Bishop, Louis Marshall off the front row has gone all the way down to P8. Harry Harvey and Jensen Powers complete your top 10 at the end of lap number 1 in front of Noah Clare and Luca Machecchia. But out at the front, it's Jensen Hookey who crossed the line, having started in 3rd place with a gap of nearly half a second. Tight into the hairpin down there at Wilkins. The gap down at the end of lap number 2 as Noah Moulton gets himself into the groove, with having Won a heat yesterday. Stanley Williams, the other driver to win a heat, is up into third place. So we go 3 wide up towards the Stratford hairpin. Leaders as you were in the top 7 down to Harrison Bishop have managed to break away. Then there's this gap back to the next train of 6, which goes from Harry down to Lily Shaw in P13. Nose down the inside there by Miles Clearwith, but he was too far back. Good start in the opening couple of laps for Karthik Kometa, who's made up 4 places to run now inside the top 10 in P9. So early contact warning for Layla Bell. She tries to come through from P19. Just dropped down the order on the opening couple of laps, and we've got 3 drivers off on the outside of the Wilkins hairpin. Keeping an eye out. We've gone slow boards, 4 minutes and 55 on the clock, and we're going to go to slow boards. We had 2 drivers side by side as they saw the slow board up on the left hand side as they flicked through at Pitts Bend, where the new grandstand is here at Shenington. So the race neutralised early on in this race. 4 laps completed. Huckey, Moulton, Williams, Cooper, Cleworth, Dooling, Bishop, Harvey, Kometa, Powers, your top 10. It's been a good start as well by Lily Shaw, up to P11 from P15, but the field's slow. And Jensen Huckey doing exactly what he should be, just getting the field slowed down and backed up, allowing the marshals to clear the circuit down at Wilkins. Hopefully we can get going with the earliest possible opportunity. We don't want drivers with plugs oiling up. Luca Machecchia is one of the drivers, but that's not the incident down at Wilkins. That's the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. So Machecchia is out of this race. 41 is Ethan Guest. He's getting back in, and we can see if we can get that kart going for Ethan Guest. The frustration of the driver suggests it's a fairly a hard no by the kart. Does not want to comply. It looks like we've got Esme Rosie, Alexander Luzecki and Oscar Dolinek are the drivers that have been involved down that incident. We're definitely not going to get this going this time round. And we've got the pace going as slow as we can, that marshals are going to have to wait for the whole train to come through. Powered down now, but it's not happening this time round, so time continues to elapse in the top left hand corner of the screen. So Guest now dropping down the order as we'd expected, as is Machecchia. There is Ethan Guest. New suit for Ethan this weekend. Unfortunately not quite getting the outing he'd have hoped for, but as we all know, a new suit in karting is worth at least a tenth. So plenty of opportunities for him to bounce back and use the additional pace that that suit will provide. Morning to those that have joined us very, very early in the live chat. Go Karting 44 joining us to say hello. Darren George as well. Max Edits and a few others. Ethan Windsor in the live chat joining us for the annual Shenington SuperPrix. Speaking to the club secretary Graham yesterday, with handing out in the region of £14,000 worth of prizes today to your winners in all of our classes. think we'll be going racing this time. Clean-up was going well down the far end. Jensen Hookie, though, with 1:10 on the clock. May only have 2 laps here to hold on from Noah Moulton and Stanley Williams. I think Moulton would be content with a 2nd place. I say that knowing full well that every driver pops a helmet on, the visor goes down, they want to win every corner. But points-wise towards this final, Moulton and Williams both with a win yesterday would mean that Moulton will almost certainly be on pole position for the final later on, given a 2nd place and the issues that Jensen Hookie had yesterday. We are green and are racing again with 24 seconds, 2 laps to go. And Jensen Hookie and Noah Moulton will lead us up towards the right-hander of Cafe Corner, past the new grandstand on the left at Pitts Bend and up towards the Stratford hairpin. Hookie will hold the white line. Round the outside will try and go Moulton, hope for a switch back as they run up towards the Bruno chicane, but at the moment tucking into the wheel tracks and seems fairly content doing just that. Mindful that behind him Stanley Williams, who also had the heat win yesterday, will be hoping that something happens between the 2 of them, because that will put him on the inside then for the final if he can effectively pick up a 1st and a 2nd here. Looked like Moulton was going to dip out and go down the inside onto the final lap. Jensen Hookie still continuing to lead, having made his way to the head of the field on the opening lap, having started on the inside of the 2nd row. It's going to be Williams who's going to try and go high and wide, trying to get the switch back, and he may well have got the switch back. Oh, Noah Moulton slots back in. Thought he'd got a decent run there. Moulton then fending off the dive down the inside to the left part of the Bruno chicane. That's hampered his exit ever so slightly. He's not going to be close enough here, I don't think, to go at Jensen Hookie. And in a race of 2 halves, Jensen Hookie did the hard yards early on, and Jensen Hookie will win the first junior road tax race of the SuperPrix Sunday from Noah Moulton and Stanley Williams, Teddy Cooper, Liam Dooling, Miles Cleworth, Harrison Bishop, Carmith Cometa, Jensen Powers, Noah Clare are your top 10, with Harry Harvey, Lily Shaw, Ashay Nagara, Louis Marshall having started on the front row down in P14, Max Douthwaite and Ben Morgan finished 15 and 16 respectively. Top 20 completed by Archie Evans, Toby Wortley, Frankie Jones and Finley Cass. A troubled race for many of our drivers. 6 retirees. We had 1 pull in just after the race went green once again. That was Hugh Phillips in P24. He'll be classified. Guess Machechia, Rosie Lijecki and Dolignac, all retirees during the race, as well as Jensen Hookie pushes the number 33 machine onto the weigh scales. Makes his way through. Well, if one instalment of Junior Road Tax wasn't enough, we're going to have another one as we head towards the second of our Junior Road Tax heats for this morning. It's Group B versus D. We've just seen 29 drivers do battle. Let's see what we can do this time. The circuit is green, but we're waiting for confirmation that they can leave the holding area. Oscar Keane will start alongside Ryan Rapini on the front row. Benjamin Lorne will start P3 alongside a very impressive Charlie White, a Honda Cadet graduate of last year, straight into Junior Max and straight onto the second row for this second heat of juniors. He starts in P4. Cash Harris and JJ Plowman are on row number 3. Oliver Barton starts alongside Hayden Adams, with Alex Shepherd and Jacob Underhill completing the top 10. Daniel Vizenas and Zane Perry will go off row number 6. Toby Dukes and Charlie Quine, Cooper Campbell Lees and Harry Meyer Waldron, with Lewis Gilbert and Kian Hundle on row 9. Adam Giardoustis and Jack Corser, Odeus Hole and Jack Bowie are in front of Christian Kateov and Ollie Healy on row number 12. Hakeem Batt starts P25 alongside Iris Crease, Ava Crawford and Elijah Lewis, with Alfie Skitt and Rebecca Restle completing your 30 runners in Group B versus D of Junior Rotax. AFF Motorsport joining us from Bathurst as always. 6:15 over there. Very early start here as the green is lifted at the front and the field make their way out onto circuit. Very similar methodology to the first race. Out early, get some pace in the kart, work it hard and then slow it down. So let's see who's got the pressures right this time. Heat number 1, it was Jensen Hookie. Oscar Keane will lead us through then on the right hand side of the screen. And we are away and racing as Ryan Rapini. Oh, we've got a few going on. That Jacob Underhill on the right-hand side. A couple of the ST Racing drivers. The 111 of JJ Plowman goes round as well. Looks like we had Toby Dukes there in the 39. A few others as well. Out at the front though, Oscar Keane leads us down the runway straight towards the Bruno chicane. Door was open there, but not quite close enough for Benjamin Lawn, who's up into second place, to come down the inside. So Cooper Campbell leads there in the 121, trying to go round the outside and try and hold off Daniel Wisniewskis. It's down the inside. We have got Benjamin Lawn taking the lead now from Oscar Keane. Ryan Rapini in the white kart in third place, just taking a watching brief early on here. Gap back then to Cash Harris, and it was Cooper Campbell leads in 5th place, but he's been shuffled back. I think he'll come out of this in P7 as they cross the timing line in the Kato Motorsport colours. Indeed he does. Wisniewskis and Gilbert through. Benjamin Lawn at the front is pulling a little bit of a gap, and that's because Oscar Keane is under pressure here from Ryan Rapini. Rapini's alongside. Wasn't entirely sure he was far enough alongside there to get through, but he kept his foot in held position, and it's going to allow Cash Harris through, I think, as well, who takes full advantage. And at the moment, Oscar Keane's getting shuffled back here as we've got a slow-moving Hakeem Batt. He rejoins. That looks like it was on the exit of the Bruno chicane as the leaders flash back into shot, and Benjamin Lawn with a gap of 1.1 seconds at the end of lap number 3. Warning for Wisniewskis. Fallen back, I think, behind Cooper Campbell-Lees, as Campbell-Lees is going to do two into Wilkins. And I'm 100% sure he didn't mean that. I think he went for one and was carrying that much speed that he had to go for the overtake down the inside. But Cooper Campbell-Lees, with one to remember down at Wilkins, moves himself back up inside the top five. He's up into P4 and will now be taking a slightly defensive line. Lewis Gilbert isn't particularly thrilled by that. He'd quite like to see if they can catch that train in front, and immediately goes back down the inside after Campbell-Lees defended on the run up towards the Stratford hairpin, and again implores the 121 to go forwards. Cooper Campbell-Lees again trying to dive down the inside. We do seem to be content there, at least for those two to, well, they're not content, but they're battling it out over P4. Campbell-Lees immediately, but I can see why he wants to get back through, because he's vulnerable in that position in the middle of a pack. You always are. You'd rather be leading it in control or at the back, and then you can take full advantage as then down the inside. A little bit further down, that looks like it was Charlie White and Adam Giordausis changing positions over P7. Gap continuing to go out for Benjamin Lawn at the front. 1.5 seconds now as Ryan Rapini and Cash Harris will do battle over second place. Good move down the inside by Wisniewski on Adam Giordausis for 6th place. Charlie White, Hayden Adams just behind. Oscar Keane's been shuffled back from pole position all the way down to P10 now. Mechanical flag for Alex Shepherd in the 85. He'll be closer to me than racing action in about 30 seconds. We've got a yellow flag, albeit a stationary one, on the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. There's again, that's Cooper Campbell-Lees, and that is why it's Elijah Lewis out of the race. Flag is still there. You can see it on the new digital boards that have been introduced by SKRC in the last couple of months, which is why we're not seeing any drivers taking defensive lines in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Oh, they've got a tank slapper going on in the background. That looked like it could well have been Charlie White. No, there's Charlie White. It's just behind. It's Adam Giordausis in the 48 who got out onto the curb on the outside. So Cash Harris introduces his front bumper to the rear of Ryan Rapini. No harm done in the grand scheme of things, but they are backing themselves up into Cooper Campbell-Lees, Lewis Gilbert, and this will be vindication somewhat for Lewis Gilbert, who earlier on was imploring them in this battle for what was 4th place at the time to stop squabbling and to potentially try and catch the duo in front. At the time, it did look unlikely. The gap was out to well over a second between Ryan Rapini and Cash Harris and the train behind, but now they've had a little bit of a squabble and a change round for second place. There is our rear bumper is hanging off for Alex Shepherd, making it particularly difficult for the mechanic to lift that kart up. Contact warning for Cooper Campbell-Lees. He's right now up on the back of the 87 of Cash Harris, and I wonder how much Harris knows about the imminent arrival of the train behind. Ryan Rapini going defensive on the exit of the Stratford hairpin. Benjamin Lawn, all being well, has got this one in the bag. Cooper Campbell-Lees has joined the train, what was a longer train, but now Lewis Gilbert is defending hard for 5th place. Wisniewski, White, Giordausis, Adams, all on the back of that. There's a gap back then to JJ Plowman, who, after that opening lap excursion at Park Bend, has pumped in the fastest lap and has worked his way back inside the top 10. The Manxman going well. Keane, Hole, Perry, Bowie, Underhill complete the top 15. Kateoff with a contact warning as well. Time will elapse down to 0. The leader heading already round Wilkins and may well get round before the time gets down to 0. He will not, and we will commence the final lap of racing here with Benjamin Lorne leading by nearly 3 seconds from this battle behind of Ryan Rapini, Cash Harris, Cooper Campbell leads the battle for 5th place. Goes all the way down then to well now outside the top 10. It's got Oscar Keane there as down the inside in a defensive role goes Cash Harris, and that's going to leave him vulnerable in the run up towards the Bruno chicane, and Cooper Campbell Lees has got the job done before the right-hander will pick up the battle behind ever so shortly. That goes all the way down to, I think, a Deus hole for Dave Edwards Racing in P13. Out at the front, a serene Sunday morning drive for Benjamin Lorne sees him take the checkered flag from Ryan Rapini and Cooper Campbell Lees. Cash Harris, Lewis Gilbert falling down the order. There he is on the left-hand side of the screen, and that Nassau panel on the front has taken a bit of a beating by the look of things. Can have a quick look out of the window, but he's crossed the line in P16. There's your race leader, Benjamin Lorne. Oliver Barton's Nassau looks all over the shop. Something's been up on top of the front end of Lewis Gilbert, that's for sure. His Nassau panel is behind the nose. So he's been in the wars down there. Benjamin Lorne, though, with a victory. The gap 3 seconds back to Ryan Rapini, Cooper Campbell Lees, who got the move done on the final lap to take 3rd place from Cash Harris. P5, Daniel Wisniauskas with Charlie White, Hayden Adams, Adam Giordausis, Oscar Keane, Zane Perry, JJ Plowman, Odeus Hole with Jacob Underhill, Oliver Barton, Harry Myatt Waldron, the unfortunate Lewis Gilbert, who ran so well in that one, is in P16. Jack Bowie, Toby Dukes, Ollie Healy, Charlie Quine, Jack Corser, Christian Kateoff, Iris Crease, Alfie Skip, Rebecca Restel and Ava Crawford in front of Hakim Bat, Alex Shepherd and Elijah Lewis, the final few retirees. So we move on to something pretty spectacular. It's time for 250 Super 4s. If you've not seen these before, I will give you one word: rapid. Tim Wood starts on pole position. He's got Ryan Lawson alongside Chris Lawson and Jack Bliss, with Adam Brooks and Harry Morris on row number 3. Row 4, Matt Allnut and Jack Rolfe, with Don Brown and Nathan Caddick in front of Justin Parker and Aaron Powell on row number 6. Charlie Cole, who won the final yesterday, starts P13. Dan Brown, Martin Smith with Marcus Hudson and Kieran Metzen. Then we've got Matthew Duncan on the outside of row number 9. Dan Rawdon will start P19. Reese Woods in P20 with Sam Harrison and David Goody going off P22 on row number 11. We've got a late joining Charlie Cole, who's only going to get one of the 2 rolling up laps that our Super 4 250 Supercarts get. Now, if you're wondering why they're getting 2 rolling up laps, that is because we don't do a rolling start with these. We go off a standing start. It is pretty spectacular. Chris Lawson is beached at the moment. I mean, the sun is out. It is beach weather, but that is not the beach he was hoping for. Can he get it restarted? He may to hold fire on the start line, but as it stands, there's going to be a gap on the 2nd row. Chris Lawson will be started in 3rd place. Now that kart is being pushed and bump started, and indeed has. Now whether he can take that grid position remains to be seen. He may well have to pull up onto the back of the grid here. We may well be formed up by the time we get there. So grid marshal into position. Tim Woods on the right, Ryan Lawson on the left, and Chris Lawson will indeed have to relinquish third place. Thumb up from the back of the grid. Engine notes rise. Oh, we've got a stationary 38. Everybody splits and misses. Adam Brooks is stationary. Heart in mouth moment for those watching, but everybody managed to go round the outside. Clear. That kart will hopefully be able to rejoin, but will be cleared nonetheless by the time as we head all the way now through what would have been the first part of the Stratford hairpin as we go all the way to the far end of the gearbox loop and back down already into the Bruno chicane. It's Jack Bliss, who is the early pace setter at the front. Started in fourth place, but will lead us over the line at the end of lap number 1 from the pole man Tim Wood. A good start by Matt Allnutt from 7th up into 3rd. Ryan Lawson, Jack Rolfe, Harry Morris with Don Brown, Aaron Powell, Charlie Cole, 13th to 9th. Plenty of work for him to do if he's going to repeat what happened in yesterday's final. Right, left, right. Drivers. You see how hard they're working. When you look at effectively the Rotax classes, that right-hander, the first right-hander as they head up towards, it looks effectively on the track map as just a single right-hander for Hanger, but it's not, as in comes Adam Brooks after that heart in mouth start for the 38. But they're struggling to hold on round that right-hander if they are trying to take it flat as wide onto the outside, onto the old runway here at the former RAF Edge Hill. Jack Rolfe in the 24 trying to pump down the 7 of Kieran Metzen. And they crossed the line last time round. They were 6th and 10th, so it looks like Rolfe dropped down, as indeed as Ryan Lawson, who's going all the way down the order to P11. Dan Brown falling down a few places as well, loses 2 to go down to P14 on that previous lap. Charlie Cole is up into 5th place. Looks like we may well have had another retiree. Can hear Matthew Duncan peeling in. Whilst these bits of kit are very, very quick, and we've got a further retiree down at Wilkins. They are, as you'd expect from highly strung machinery, very, very temperamental. Harry Morris, the latest driver to come to a halt down at the far end, and that has allowed everybody outside the top 4 to move up, as Morris was running high up the order. At the front though, Jack Bliss with 3:30 on the clock has a gap of a second back to Tim Woods and another 2.5 back to Matt Allnutt. Kart's just being recovered there through the exit gate down at the far end, so we'll be covered under a yellow flag down the far end for a local, and then we go green everywhere else. And the line these drivers take, see, they're not going all the way out to the outside because they want to maximise the run round Pitts Bend at Marshall Post 3 in front of the new Shenington grandstand to get the run up the straight. So you'll notice all of our junior runners down the inside goes Charlie Cole on Matt Allnutt. He's up into 3rd place now. Not sure he's going to have enough time to close in on Tim Woods, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Was a second quicker on the previous lap than Allnut in front, who was just caught and passed. And with that overtake, was still a little bit quicker than Tim Woods, but not enough that I think he's about to close in 3 seconds in 2 minutes. This long run all the way up to the far end of the Stratford, second of the 2 Stratford hairpins, all the way up there at the far end, and then working their way back down. Aaron Powell, Kieran Metzen going at it here for 5th place. Metzen very late on the brakes, closing up that gap, but Powell able to get on the power a little bit earlier and escape. So that's a tight line there into Cafe Corner, and that may well give Metzen the opportunity. Did have a little think about it round Pitts Bend, but will be potentially close enough as they run all the way up towards Stratford at the far end. Looks like Powell might have enough at the top end. Gearing down the straight to escape. Does seem to pull the gap, particularly in that middle sector. Where it's all about power, and then in the twistier bits, you can see they're trying to get the power down. Kieran Metzen, the rear end dancing on the limit. Does get a good run out of there, and then benefits a little bit from the slipstream, but by the time they get up to the far end of the circuit, and that exit, there's the start now, I think, making their way through some traffic, and I think Charlie Cole has managed to catch in there and find a way through, has he, on Tim Woods? And if it has, that's a monumental effort to reel in 3 seconds. Indeed he has. Tim Woods, I think, has got to have had a little bit of a problem or a scruffy lap. He did have a 45.7, which is well over a second off where he has been earlier on in this race. And now the question remains as to whether Charlie Cole can do the same again, as we just catch the back there of Jack Rolfe making his way through. So it will be the final lap when the leader comes through, as we've got Don Brown trying to find a way through on Jack Rolfe, and indeed does. Don't think we're going to have many arguments over which is the best coloured kart in this race. And he appears to have gone full coal trickle. Oh, and round goes Don Brown. And that's caused a few of other drivers to concertina up. Gearbox, of course, on these karts, 6 speed, so not expecting some of them drivers to have to go all the way down the box down there at Wilkins. Tripped a few up onto the final lap, though. Jack Bliss clearing the final corner. Heads up towards the timing line and will win in Super 4 Super Karts. The 250s from the charging Charlie Cole, who, starting the final later on from a much more advantageous position than his qualifying berth, has got to be the favourite for the final for me. 13th to first yesterday, 13th to second today for Charlie Cole. He finishes in front of Tim Woods, with Matt Allnut and Aaron Powell completing your top 5. Don Brown falling down the order, of course, on the final lap after that spin. Kieran Metzen, Jack Rolfe, Ryan Lawson and Reese Woods, with Martin Smith, Dan Brown P11, Chris Lawson, who had to come from the back, having been unable to take his qualifying position on the grid, finishes P12, with Sam Harrison, Don Brown, and then your drivers that did not see the checkered flag on the lead lap. David Goody in P15, and then drivers that have retired earlier on, with Marcus Hudson, Dan Rawdon, Harry Morris, Matthew Duncan and Adam Brooks, who peeled in at the end of lap number 1. We're going to Bring it down a notch, although don't tell the drivers that, because don't trust me, it's still going to be special. It's time for senior overtakes. So it looks like that's Adam White with a problem in the 13, and we've got another driver that's had a bit of an excursion on the opening lap. So we'll try and get a grid up, but we may well not get this race going at the first time of asking, depending on how quickly the marshals can work. It will be William Webb and Joshua Smith, Ethan Martin, Noosh Shaffer Leathers with Dylan Brearley and Scott Hayward on row number 3. Row 4, Tobias Alvarez and Bertie Wellesley with Ethan Griffins and Jarek Metters in front of Tom Nottingham and Abby Sanders on row number 6. Row 7, Matthew So, Oliver Bamford Sr., Max Chow, Kian Eastick, Declan Luff and Christopher Hughes on row number 9. Row 10, Marissa Teague, George Cole, Ethan Hetgrave, and we are away and racing, so we'll cut away from that. It's okay, we are good to go. First time of asking, we've got a few drivers up and over. Via Maru is one on the right-hand side. There's the kart of Adam White, and we've got the 82 pulling off just near it. Zizi Lim is out of the race as well by the look of things. We run up towards the Bruno chicane for the first time, and that looks like it could well be Joshua Smith at the head of this field. Confirm as they head up towards Wilkins at the end of lap number 1. Up and over the timing line we go then. It's still William Webb at the front, and the pressure from Joshua Smith, Ethan Martin with Noosh Shaffer Leathers, Tobias Alvarez and Jarek Metters, Ethan Griffith, Bertie Wellesley, Dylan Brearley, Abby Sanders, your top 10. Good start by Max Chow. 16th up into P11 at the end of lap number 1. Yesterday we ran 1 heat, so we've got 3 heats of senior road tax here this weekend, split over 3 groups. So all of our drivers will take part in 2 of the 3 heats. Juniors, it's 2 of 4 heats. You set your points for the A final and then the B finals as well. They'll be the first races after lunchtime. As down the inside, that was a good move there by Ethan Martin, who set the fastest lap on the previous to move up into second place. Joshua Smith down into third. Tobias Alvarez up now into 4th place after a move on Noosh Shaffer Leathers on the previous lap. That will be out slightly for William Webb, but that's only because Ethan Martin has made that overtake mid-lap on Joshua Smith. Ethan Griffin still P7. He's in the middle of that train behind with Bertie Wellesley pushing along as well. We are group of 3 at the front, the duo of Alvarez and Noosh Shaffer Leathers in 4th and 5th. Jarek Metters then leads the rest of the train in the Tom Day Racing colours just behind in 6th place, having worked his way up in the opening couple of laps from 11th place. Still pretty much as you were at the front. Gap remains consistent at 0.3 of a second between Webb and Martin. So yesterday's final was won by Joshua Turnbull. He's not in this one. That's Bertie Wellesley down the inside of Jarek Metters. Looks like we may well have a battle on as well for 4th place as Alvarez and Leathers go side by side in the run up to the Bruno. That is a late dive down the inside by Joshua Smith, who uses all of the circuit on the outside to make sure he returns to 2nd place. Ethan Martin, I imagine, won't be particularly thrilled to hand that one over. particularly because I don't think he saw the move coming. It was opportunistic by Joshua Smith. Sather Leathers is back up into 4th place. Alvarez in that red and black car is now then down into P5. Griffin, Wellesley, Metters, Brearley, Chow, your top 10. Some moves further down. Sanders and So are still in that mix as well. And there's a few changes further down the order. Indeed there is, as Matthew So moves up into 11th place. Wellesley now with the fastest lap in P7, benefiting a little bit from the slipstream of the karts in front of him, and he's in that second train, and now looks like we've got Metters, I think, potentially back up to 7th there in the yellow, but he's had a big train of karts behind him. Webb then with 3 minutes to go. This front battle of 7. And then we're going to pick up this battle now for 8th place with Metters, Brearley, So, and that's 45 going all the way around the outside of Abby Sanders. There's an opportunity there at this circuit to try and hold that line around the outside of the first corner and then dive down the inside into Cafe Corner. Jarek Metters is parking the bus, to use a football analogy, if anybody watched that frustrating performance of what England could do if they played well last night. Amazing what you can do when you don't have 6 defenders on the pitch. Oh, they come together at the front. That's a hard one for the Jack Dex Racing Karts as he's gone straight up and through the tyre wall. In fact, he's closer to the Bruno chicane. Metters was involved as well. There he is. Dylan Brearley was the driver behind in the 29. We're going to go slow boards, I think. We are down to a waved yellow. It just say yellow on the board, but we've got a slow board out, so we are down to a neutralised race with 1:40 on the clock for a couple of reasons. The first one being that the tyre wall has been absolutely mullered on the outside of the first corner. The second one being is that the driver involved is in a little bit of discomfort, and therefore we will neutralise accordingly. And I do believe that slow board will now become a red flag and the field will be stopped at the start line. It's a really good call to go slow board before the red flag. It does slow the field down, and then we can stop them in a nice controlled manner on the start line. 1:10 on the clock means that the officials will now decide whether we will recommence racing or whether this will be the race will be declared. Now, the reason they've been stopped at the start line is because the medical team enter the circuit near the pit lane entrance, on the entrance towards the second corner at Cafe Corner. So they are out on the circuit now, hence why we didn't want a train of karts blocking their way through. So mechanics are making their way out for recovery of a number of karts.
And I would be dead. 1 meter on my side.
Adam White's kart from the start that didn't take part, the 82 of ZZ Lim, that only made it round the first corner. So ambulance is moving again, which may well mean that be going sooner than expected. So I think it was Matthew So that is the driver that had gone through the tyre wall and up and over, involved in that incident with Jarek Metters, and what we believe was Dylan Brearley. And with that comes the end of Senior Max Heat number 2, I believe. We've got 1:12 on the clock, which means we're well over the 75% of race distance mark. And with the red flag, probably means we're going to go back a lap as well to the previously completed full lap, which may well mean that that incident at that first corner that did trigger the red flag may well not be too much of a detriment to the drivers that were involved. William Webb, though, I think will take the victory from Joshua Smith, Ethan Martin. Just waiting for formal confirmation that the field will be directed towards pit lane rather than resuming this race. So I'm just figuring out here, we may well be rolling round. Let's see whether we're going to resume or roll into pit lane here. And it is pit lane as expected. Wasn't really expecting anything less, but occasionally it does take you a little bit by surprise. Alex Owen joins us from Tunisia. He's on his honeymoon. Congratulations once again to your recent nuptials. The AF Motorsport saying that was a big one. Yes, it was. It looks like all the drivers are okay, though. Matthew So still being attended to by the medics, but the ambulance is off track, and fairly sure it wouldn't have been extracted unless we were all okay. So we will move on then to our next race. Again, it's a class that you may not see a huge amount of here at Shenington Kart Club, but one that is always takes part in the SuperPrix. It's time for 210 National. Again, we will be using the full gearbox circuit for these highly strung 210 National karts. Russell Hopes will go off pole position. He's got Neil Hancock alongside on the front row, Thomas Stone and John Hutton on row number 2 with Harry Morris and David Smith. Then we've got David Scull with Oliver Selly, Tony Burry and Dan Burry sharing all Burry 5th row, and with Anthony Cox and Lionel Sifleet on row number 6. Row 7, Paul Fowler and Ray Sloan, Stuart Henry, and then Michael Miles and Ian Taylor completing row number 9. All the way up there then on the long circuit. It's fairly lonely all the way up there. Not much going on. Only used for the gearbox karts. Not a huge amount of runoff either at the far end if things don't quite go to plan. Again, we'll get 2 rolling up laps for our 210 Nationals. And apologies for the quiet there. They were just coming past the commentary position, so I went a little bit silent so I could just hear the engine noise, and got the window open as well, so just taking in the aromas of 210 National. A standing start once again. Field just making their way round. What I do like about these classes, and to a large extent the 250 Super 4s, is just the array of different machinery. You've got modern bodywork, you've got classic bodywork, you've got bodywork that you don't really see in any other class than these 250 and 210s. So again, it'll be an offset grid, so 2 to one side, and that does sort of help if we do have problems like we had in the previous race. Final few runners then into position before we get this race underway. Potentially got a problem there at the back, or just a driver that wants to hold away, but we are away in racing. Driver at the tail end of the field does get going eventually as well. There's 210 National leaders up then round Cafe Corner with 7 minutes on the clock. There is the 82 going slowly, but they already indicated that they were pulling in, so not a surprise there for Ray Sloan. Harry Morris then off the second row, third row in fact, started P5 did Harry Morris, will lead us down towards the Bruno chicane for the first time. What will be an absolutely massive gap. There is Ray Sloan, didn't get going for him on this occasion. Hopes there off pole position, struggling a little bit in the opening couple of laps to get that kart turned in. Lionel Sifley coming through the field now, from starting 12th up into 4th place. These drivers in a class that is racing for the E plate for the English Championship here at this meeting. Going through all the classes that will be racing for the E plate today, but it's still one going slowly in the background, looking down to his left-hand side. As in pulls Michael Miles in the number 11 machine, so we're 2 down already. Ray Sloan not taking the start. Michael Miles off into retirement as well. Started with 16. Thomas Stone in second place is under pressure from Lionel Sifley and Dan Burry. Sifley looks like he's got to the front of that train of 3. Indeed he has, in front of Stone. Good run by Burry out of the Bruno chicane, and will look to switch to the inside. That door will be firmly closed by Thomas Stone. Not for too long. Burry makes the move. Gap at the front though is nearly 7 seconds. Harry Morris is down the road. Not even in the same camera shot at the moment for Harry Morris. In fact, he's already gone through this camera shot, so he's got the entire length of the elongated Stratford Straight to start, and then runway straight on the way back down. Pretty much I'd expect that gap to be well over 10 seconds at the end of the race, although Sifleet now through traffic and up into that second place should be able to have a much more representative lap time of where he's at performance-wise, and indeed does set a personal best on that previous lap of 52.27. Still though, some 0.8 of a second off the best set, off the previous lap of Harry Morris, and not his best either. He did a 50.99, his best, which is 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else out there on circuit for Harry Morris. Time elapses down to 2:45. Morris, Sifleet, Berry, Stone, the top four, as we've got a slow-moving Russell Hopes with his arm up. Not sure whether that's just to let the faster runners through there, or whether that's because he's got a problem. I'll let you know in about 30 seconds if he peels off into the pit lane. The field have also made their way up past Ian Taylor in the number 28 machine. And it is indeed a retirement for Russell Hopes as he comes around the first. No, he's not. He's carrying on. His arm was up. I thought he was peeling off, but may well just be letting most of the field through. Oh, he was peeling off into the pit lane. Whatever it is, he's not got the same sort of pace that he had earlier on. His previous lap was a 1:19. Paul Fowler in the green. Currently running in P7. May well have found a way past David Smith. Indeed he has. There we go. Up into P6 then for Paul Fowler. David Smith down into 7. There's a big gap back then to Oliver Shelley in P8 at around about 6 seconds. He'll cross the timing line now. That gap has gone out a little bit further as well. Still the slow-moving Russell Hopes in that number 7 machine is still circulating. We're potentially seeing him peel off into the pit lane this time round. He's looking over the shoulder. Nope, carrying on again. Just enjoying himself, although the pace is not where he was earlier on. Another 1:19 this time round. He was in the 57s earlier on. We have had a mechanical flag though for Lionel Sifleet, who is in second place in this race. Battling it out with Dan Burry. Now we'll try and pick out what that is. And not peeled off into the pit lane just yet. Currently still in second place as they be heading towards the Bruno chicane and up towards the final complex of corners very shortly. There's your race leader, 7 seconds remaining, so 2 laps to go for Harry Morris. 11 seconds is the lead. Again, drivers not running too wide out of Cafe Corner, which is where all the other classes will go. They'll go wide and then so they can carry the speed then around the left-hander without scrubbing too much of it off. In pulls Lionel Sifleet, so he has seen the mechanical flag. Can't quite see anything detrimentally hanging off that thing. But he's peeled in under what is now a black flag, having ignored 2 mechanicals. So what would have been points for Lionel Sifleet now may well mean that he doesn't pick any up under a black flag rather than coming under a mechanical where he cleared half race distance, so should well have picked up points. As now the leader, Harry Morris, again starting to work his way through some traffic, gap nearly 13 seconds as he starts his final lap. There he is, just in front of the development 32 of John Hutton. Makes his way past number 7 of Russell Hopes once again, up towards the hairpin down at Wilkins for Harry Morris. He comes through to take the victory from, it will be Dan Burry, but the gap will be somewhere in the region of about 18 seconds. John Hutton, Oliver Shelley, with Russell Hopes, they've all taken the checkered flag. Tony Burry, Anthony Cox as well. Lionel Siffley won't get to see it. There's his number 1 kart on the left-hand side, in with a mechanical issue with a few laps to go. Dan Burry crosses the line, 17 seconds off the lead, but in second place. Thomas Stone in third. Stuart Henry, Paul Fowler, David Smith and John Hutton in front of Oliver Shelley. Tony Burry, Anthony Cox complete your top 10. And it's going to be Hancock, Siffley, Taylor, Hopes, then Miles and Sloan. 15th and 16th, though neither managed to complete the opening lap here of Shenington. We move on to a race that is going to be difficult to track because we've got 2 classes in it for the heats. They will be split for the finals though, which is good for the viewers at home, so we'll get to put the focus onto both of our classes. So it's time to move on to IARMI, Water Swift Restricted and Honda Cadet. Henry Hales, who starts on pole position and won the heat yesterday, but lost his glove. So if anybody finds a blue race glove, it belongs to Henry Hales. Please take it to reception if you find one of them. We've got Arlo Porter Goody stopped on the exit of the dummy grid, but it's going to be Henry Hales and Louis Wilson, Logan Hodgetts and Max St Hilaire with Darcy Durnford and Freddie Dye on row number 3. Harry Murphy and Freddie Purnell row 4. Arlo Porter Goody, if he can get going, will start on P9 with Charlie Kitchen, Henry Wills and Jennifer Banks on row number 6. Charlotte Hall starts on P13, James Ferguson, Kimberly Banks, and then the first of our Hondas, Mason Becker on pole position with Archie Cannon, Nico Veselovsky, Cooper, Drury, Bailey, Henderson, Ratton, Knox. The rest of your runners and a few others as well, as IARMI Water Swift Restricted head towards the timing line, and we are away and racing, and that looks like it's a 57 going slowly in IARMI Water Swift Restricted, and that's your pole man Henry Hales. Not the start he'd have wanted. He's all the way down the order with loads of work to do. Logan Hodgetts, though, will lead us up towards the first corner with Darcy Durnford in close company as well. We'll keep an eye out on Honda when they get going in a few moments' time. They'll be heading up towards the timing line. Then there we are away and racing in Honda, and it looks like it's been a good start by the 52 of Mason Becker. All the way around the outside goes the 77 of Nico Veselovsky, and he's up into second place. Archie Cannon in P3. Porter Goody did get going, but got going behind the Hondas. So I wonder how that's going to play out in his race, and also how that may well affect the Hondas. Hodgetts leads us through then from Louis Wilson, who finished second yesterday by 100th of a second behind Henry Hales as they cross the timing line pretty much side by side. Durnford in that pink helmet in third place. Murphy, Dye, Purnell. Then it's going to be Max St Hilaire, Charlie Kitchen, Henry Hales up into 9th place already, but work to do for the current Shenington Kart Club Championship leader. Ben Bowers in 28 going all the way around the outside. The black helmeted Freddie Drury going well as well in Honda, currently in P6. Top 3 though on a bit of a breakaway at the moment, with Becker, Veselovsky and Archie Cannon all trying to work away Ollie Knox is up into 4th place in Honda, the number 82 machine. And pushed along by Sawyer Henderson, who at the moment is level on points at the top of the British Championship. And this is Honda racing, nose to tail pretty much all the way down the field as Cian Doherty tries to go down the inside of the 81 of Joshua Bailey. They're also being pursued by, I think it's Benjamin Bowers as well. He is in the 28, he's one to the 22 of Oliver Ratton. Wilson now leads at the front of I-Army from Logan Hodgetts. They've got a big gap back though to Murphy, Durnford, Dye. Hale's already up into 6th place, but I think 3rd is about as far as he can go in this race. Honda still being led by Becker, Veselovsky, Cannon, Knox, Henderson, Cooper, Drury. Fall down the order, Joshua Bailey on the previous lap eventually did succumb to the challenge of Cian Doherty and allowed Ben Bowers through as well. Louis Wilson for Tim Wilson Motorsport leads us up round the left-hander of Park Bend. Hodgetts pushing away with him. There is Henry Hales now up into 5th place in front of Darcy Durnford. And wouldn't be surprised to see him move up to at least 4th place on this lap. So I think the move there is already coming for Henry Hales. He tries to nose down the inside of Murphy, indeed does, and nearly got the overspeed, I think, there to get past Freddie Dye. I don't think he's going to get it done on exit. Just the 1 place this lap for the Welshman. As we were at the front in Honda, with the exception, I think, now of Marcus Cooper has moved up a couple of places on that lap, up into 4th place in Honda, 17th overall on this split grid. They'll get their own final, which I am very much looking forward to, because now they're going to start catching the back of the I-Army Water Swift restricted runners, and this may well have a big say in the outcome of this race, as Cannon has to go round the outside, and that looked like it was Marcus Cooper struggling to navigate some of the traffic. Won't be particularly thrilled by that, but having said that, it does teach our drivers that you know, to anticipate what may well be in front of them, maybe brake a little bit earlier to then get on the power a little bit earlier on the exit of the corner and either make the overtake on the run out rather than the way in. But at the moment we are to the lead at the moment. We're going to have a change for 3rd place in Honda, as down the inside goes Marcus Cooper on Archie Cannon. Sawyer Henderson there as well. The field has been fully fragmented in this last couple of laps, although we were 2 for the lead prior to them catching the lap traffic. Benjamin Bowers is up into 6th, best of the rest. We've got a driver for Charlotte Hall going all the way down the order, but that's not in Honda. But it has looked to promote all the Honda runners up the order, but that's because they're now coming through our Army Watersmith restrictors runners rather than one of the Honda runners retiring in front. Support coming in for Mason Becker from Nutella Adventures. One thing that I do, I'm a big fan of Honda Cadet. I make no apologies for that. It was the route that my son came through in Honda Cadet, having raced various championships. It's a class that is very, very close to my heart. And I do just love the fact that on any given day, you could look at an entry list like we have today, throw 10 drivers' names on the floor, and you could not pick a winner in Honda Cadet. It's so evenly matched, and the quality of driver, particularly at the front, is very, very strong. 46 seconds on the clock overall. Hales is now up into that third place and is indeed closing in on Logan Hodgetts. Was half a second or so faster previously. Good move down the inside then down there at Wilkins. And that's as we see Darcy Durnford, Max St. Hilaire, who has a problem, I'm fairly sure of it. That car going very, very slowly. It's falling away off the back. I think he's going to try and nurse it round to the checkered flag, but Max St. Hilaire with frustration and a slow lap time on the previous lap. Falling away off the back as Cannon and Becker, and that's going to allow Sawyer Henderson to go down the inside as well. On Marcus Cooper. Mason Becker leads then from Nico Veselovsky as they continue to push away at the front. Becker, though, now defending from Veselovsky, and these are two drivers that are at the different end of their Honda Cadet journey. Cooper has been in this class, sorry, Becker's been in this class for a couple of years now. Veselovsky in his maiden Honda Cadet year, and already running towards the front of this class. Don't want to apply too much pressure on the youngsters' shoulders, but we could well be potentially looking for as in comes Mason Becker, and that is a lap early. He's coming a lap early. I don't think he's got a problem. I think he thinks he's won it, and he hasn't. He's in the pits. The checker's out for Henry Hales, who is showing us to having won IARMY Water Swift Restricted. Now, I don't know whether the checker's come out and for the Hondas, or whether it's come out early slightly and it's for the IARMY Water Swift, but Becker's in the pits. Which could well mean that Nico Veselovsky is going to take the win. Didn't know if we saw a checker there. Veselovsky's happy because he's just took the win from Marcus Cooper, Archie Cannon and Sawyer Henderson. That is one to digest post-race for either Becker or the officials, and I don't know which way. We'll give you the results then as they are on timing. Henry Hales from Louis Wilson with Freddie Dye, Logan Hodgetts and Harry Murphy are your top 5 in IARMY Water Swift Restricted. Honda Cadet, Nico Veselovsky, Marcus Cooper, Archie Cannon, Sawyer Henderson and Kian Doherty are your top 5 in Honda Cadet. And already heading out onto circuit, so there's no time for me to digest it, is Formula Libre. So Formula Libre then making their way around. On pole position it will be Liv Jakins, she will have Matthew Swanston alongside Lewis Payton and Guy Tolley, with Matt Venn and James Ogden on row number 3. Piers Armstrong and Rhys Baines with Ashley White and Oliven, with Hugo Haynes and Jack Stewart on row number 6. Row 7, Harpal Baines and Jack Crisp, with Mark Armstrong, Andrew Silvers and Richard Mallinson. Oliver Bourne, Ian Williams, Ian Davis and Stuart Brearley, or 20 runners in Formula Libre. So they make their way up towards the timing line. And we are away and racing in Formula Libre with the white numbered backgrounds with the black number over the top of it. It's effectively a X30 Senior, albeit with a few changes. So depending on weight limit, we've got 2 different weight limits, so you can run a effectively. Oh, we've got drivers up and round at the back of the field, and we've got a very, very frustrated what appears to be Hugo Haynes in the red and white. Richard Mallinson involved as well, and we've got 2 drivers round as well. Richard Baines is one of them, and Reece Baines is one in 13. The field head up and out of Wilkins then for the first time, and it will be pole sitter Liv Jenkins who will lead us over. Matthew Swanston with Matt Venn, Lewis Payne, Guy Tolley, James Ogden, Pierce Armstrong, Jack Crisp, Ollie Venn, Jack Stewart, your top 5. So top 10, Liv Jenkins on a breakaway at the front. So Formula Libre with 2 different weight classes running different restrictors, which allows drivers to be competitive depending on where you are on the weight scale. And in comes the 15 of Hugo Haynes, his race a very, very short one, and the right hand side of that Birrell ART looking a little bit worse for wear. So tyres provided by the club in Formula Libre to keep the costs down. Not allowed to run new tyres, so tyres that have already done a race meeting in other classes are purchased by the club and then sold to the drivers to keep costs down. 5 sets per season at £30 a set, and you can do a full season of tyres in Formula Libre for the cost of 1 new set of tyres in other classes, which is seeing this class grow in popularity here at Shenington. So it's a feature of their club meeting, as that looked like it was James Ogden down the inside of Matt Venn. Pierce Armstrong sets the fastest lap of the race at the front. Swanston is trying to close in on Liv Jenkins, who went off pole position yesterday but didn't have the cleanest of races and fell down the order somewhat. It was James Ogden who took the victory yesterday in the first heat for our Formula Libre runners in this class, which is sponsored by John Mills Engineering. Highest placed runner, hopefully the winner, but the highest placed runner over the age of 30 in this class will get a ticket to the Army Warrior 26 finals. For the Masters class, a few other Army Warrior final tickets and also a full ticket as well in a couple of our classes. We'll run you through those, but it's X30 classes that, for our Army Warrior finals. And we have tickets on offer to get you to the end of year World Showpiece. Jenkins now under pressure as we've got a move down the inside by Pierce Armstrong for 6th place. He gets past Guy Tolley. Top 7 split by 1.4 seconds. Heading towards half race distance, Jenkins so far has led from lights to this point. Into the right-hander at Wilkins. Ogden now is up into 2nd place. And one does get the feeling now he's moved through into the lead. As I said, I don't think he can be sitting there for too long. The 2 karts not too different in livery from a fixed camera position. James Ogden then leads from Liv Jenkins. Matthew Swanston is a few tenths back, and Jenkins go with Ogden, who started this race in P6. Not the qualifying he'd have really hoped for James Ogden, but at the moment he's working his way through the field nicely in both of the two heats, and he's starting to pull away from Liv Jenkins, but at the same time he's actually taken Jenkins away from Matthew Swanston in third place. This battle going all the way down to P7. Support coming in from Laura York for Cian Delaney, Sawyer Henderson and Cian Doherty, all in Honda Cadet. Tarot Vision just asking regarding what the cost of a road tax is in the UK. If you're looking to buy brand new, you're probably looking at around about 4.5 for a rolling chassis, and if you want a good engine, probably around about 5. So you're not getting a lot of change if you bolted your first set of tyres and your rims on out of about 10,000. Doesn't have to be that case, as we're in. You can pick up on fairly regular occurrences chassis that have done 3 to 6 months worth of action, probably half the cost that they are brand new. Engines can also be picked up for a couple of thousand used. You don't have to go and spend the King's ransom all the time to go racing. As long as you go and find a field that you can play on, then that's okay. As we're proving here with Formula Libre, whilst this isn't a predominantly road tax class, you generally see most of the runners will run the iArmy variant, the X30, but you can go racing for a much smaller amount. So I wonder how to go round just on the exit of turn 3. Skittled the barrier a little bit, but the barrier is we're okay with that for the time being, with 30 seconds on the clock. We'll pick out who it is. I think it would potentially be Jack Crisp. Ollie Venn dropping down the order as well in the 66. They've both had tough laps, and Chris goes up a few. So it was Ollie Venn in the 66. And it looks like the 11 of Mark Armstrong as well has had a troublesome lap. 2 to go, lap and a half really, as they're already out on towards the Hanger Straight. Paying homage to the history of this circuit. Head down the start straight. It was a runway done about 65 years ago. James Ogden then onto the final lap has a comfortable gap back to Liv Jenkins, who has almost the exact same gap back to Matthew Swanston in third place. We are fairly equidistant between all of our top 7 as they make their way up towards the final corner. Round Wilkins they go. Up and over the timing line. See the checkered flag, and James Ogden takes the victory from Liv Jenkins with Matthew Swanston. We're side by side further down the order as Oliver Forge comes through to take Jack Stewart on the final lap to move himself up inside the top 10. Ogden, Jenkins, Swanston, Venn, Armstrong, Payton, Tolley, Davies, Bain and Bourne. Your top 10 then. There is your race winner once again, adding to his success in heat number 1 yesterday. James Ogden makes it 2 from 2 here at the SuperPrix. So we're going to move on to the class that are queuing up just behind the iArmy and road tax banners on the right hand side. It's time for Groups A versus C, heat number 2 for Junior X30. Good morning to Mr. Karting armchair expert himself, Gary Pickard, who joins us in the live chat. It's going to be Archie Rogers-Tyler on pole position, Alfie Taylor alongside. Yesterday's opening heat winner, Jake Flewitt, will go off the inside of the second row. Orion Meta alongside with Katie Donaldson and Jack Wish on row number 3. Row 4, driver that we normally see in Rotax, but he's gone IARMY this weekend. It's Zach Turner. He's alongside Adam Bourne with Louis Barker and James Backwith. Completing your top 10, Sam Mott and Lucas Murray on row number 6. Millen Tomlinson starts 13, Katie Clark alongside Ayrton Lima Evans and Henry Duncan with Molly Mizzen and Connor Large on row number 9. Logan Lauder starts P19, he's got Harrison Maxwell for company, Tom Fox and Ethan Windsor in front of Exton Cook and Josh Bundock in P24. Logan Baker, Harry Watson complete the 26 kart second heat in Junior X30. Keep an eye out on the yellow and black machine, number 36 of Jake Flewitt. Won the only race for this class yesterday. As they head up towards the timing line, it's a fast start and we are away and racing with the front row leading us through up towards the first corner of Cafe. And looks like we've got 2 or 3 in the background. We're all stacking up. That is not a comfortable crash for a few of them. We had one driver almost up and over the top of the others. I'm not sure whether we're clear. We've got a very, very stationary couple of karts, a few entwined together. We've only got around about 5 or 6 seconds, I think, to get them karts clear before we have to make a decision on slow boards. We are indeed clear and we're away. Bent rear axle, though, for Ethan Windsor. He's out of the race, as is the 23 of Exton Cook for M Sport. And we have gone slow boards because we've still got marshals working at this end of the circuit. And we are going to slow it down a little bit. Archie Rogers-Tyler then will lead us through as Molly Mizzen and Logan Lauder fall down the order as well. Flewitt, Donaldson, Wish. Taylor off the front row is down P5. Orion Meta in front of Adam Bourne. Millen Tomlinson, James Backwith, Ayrton Lima Evans are your top 10. Exton Cook, Logan Baker and Ethan Windsor all appear to be out on the opening lap, although we'll have to get all 3 parked on the inside of Cafe Corner, having a little bit of a debrief. Molly Mizzen and Logan Lauder down from 17th and 19th to 22nd and 23rd respectively. Do expect us to get going at the end of this lap. Rogers-Tyler will take us down the hanger straight. When will Rogers-Tyler power down? We will go racing this time. Expect it to be around about now, and Flewitt's seen it coming. As they move out up towards the first corner, it looks like Flewitt is down the inside already. Great move by Jake Flewitt. Great anticipation of when Archie Rogers-Tyler was going to get going out of that final corner. And Jake Flewitt is back to the head of the field once again. Donaldson in 3rd place, in front of Jack Wish. And it's going to be the 42 of Alfie Taylor, the 2 Birrell ART coloured machines. Orion Meta, a little bit of a gap back then to Adam Bourne as they concertina together. Good move down the inside, looks like that could well have been Millen Tomlinson for 7th place. Nose down the inside by Alfie Taylor, gets chopped off. Duo at the front are going to go here because they're getting behind, they're all stacking up. It's like just that defensive line up towards Stratford that the leader of the train has to take, because if not, there's a train of karts coming down the inside. You can see the leaders, though, have much more of an opportunity to take what is the faster, wider line into corners. Fluid won't have to defend in the run up towards the first corner. Alfie Taylor's getting shuffled all the way back there now, down into 10th place in front of Connor Large. Donaldson does not take the defensive line. Seems content that Jack Wish is just going to be compliant at the moment. Turner there in the green helmet and shuffled down to P9, having started in 7th place. The contact warning out for the 88 of Katie Clark, and we've had a mechanical flag as well for Molly Mizzen, who may well be in the pit lane already. And indeed is. Oh, we've got the 77 of Donaldson round, collected by the 12 of Jack Wish. That's 3rd and 4th place. And Jack Wish's Nassau panel at the front is looking, well, I wouldn't even say that's second hand. That is ready for the bin if somebody could open the lid down near their awning. That has got no resale value at all. Fluid under pressure from Archie Rogers-Tyler here. Did expect that Fluid would move away at the front. It's going to be all changed then for 3rd place, as now we've got Tomlinson moving up. Meta back with Turner, Large, Board, Taylor, Mott. Completed top 10 in front of Katie Clark and Louis Barker, sorry. Fluid continuing to lead here then. Still under pressure by Rogers-Tyler. I just think Fluid can be a little bit later on the brakes, though. He's going to have to be careful leaving that door open. Whilst I don't doubt he's got the confidence on the brake to get it stopped and get it turned in down that far end of the circuit. Does require the driver to be largely compliant. Behind that looked like we had Zach Turner going down the inside of Millen Tomlinson, and we've got the driver on the outside going wide. I think that was a little bit further down, but Turner's up into 3rd place. Bearing in mind that he crossed the line in P9 about 4 or 5 laps ago, did take full advantage of the Donaldson and Wish incident on the opening part of a lap a few laps ago. As down the inside goes Connor Large as well. So Turner up into 2nd place. Tomlinson was the driver on the outside who ended up over the top of the curb and near the scenery. There's a good move down the inside there by Adam Bourne on Sam Mott for what would have been 7th place. Back with Large, Orion Meta. Large is in 5th place and now has this train of karts behind. Again, we've got drivers getting shuffled back mid-corner. Still going to run 2 or 3 wide up towards the pinch point of the Bruno chicane. Turner and Backwith have escaped, and we've had a change for the leaders. Rogers-Tyler's gone down the inside of Jake Fluid. 2 laps to go. Rogers-Tyler leads then. Fluid with Turner, Backwith. Orion Meta's picked up a contact warning. He's in P6 at the moment on the back of Connor Large in that big train of karts that goes outside of the top 10. Fluid back down the inside, and now will almost certainly be parking that kart on apexes, and indeed does run the kart a little bit tighter, and then will look to come to the inside, I think, here as Rogers-Tyler points forward, but they've got a gap of well over 2 seconds. Don't think they're going to be working together. It's been a scruffy run around the final corner a little bit there by Rogers-Tyler, and that's opened the gap up, giving Jake Fluid a little bit of respite and doesn't have to defend in the run up towards the first corner of Park Bend. Does defend the run up towards Stratford though, and will immediately, I think, migrate a little bit towards the inside. Doesn't want to open the door. Turner in third, comfortable. Backlid likewise. Behind there's a battle going on then from Large down to at least Sam Mott, and I think a little bit deeper as well, just outside the top 10. Or then Millen Tomlinson and Louis Barker have fallen a little bit further away. Flewitt's managed to park the kart nicely this time and will hook the inside as they run up towards the checkered flag line. And it will be Jake Flewitt who takes his second win, and that will put him, I think, on pole position for the final. Rogers, Tyler, Turner, Backward, Large, Meta, Bourne, Clark, Mott and Taylor complete your top 10. That run from Large down to Taylor, 5th down to 6th, with a little over a second splitting 6 karts. Millen Tomlinson, Louis Barker and Tom Fox, Logan Lauder, Harrison Maxwell, and then Harry Watson with Henry Duncan, Josh Bundock and Ayrton Lima Evans P19. Katie Donaldson and Jack Wish, neither driver seeing the checkered flag. There is Donaldson in the 77, rolled to a halt with a lap to go. Jack Wish with that damaged front end peeled in pretty much as soon as that incident took place. There's your race winner then for the second time this weekend, the 36 of Jake Flewitt. And that should be, obviously, results provisional until post-race checks have taken place, but that should put Jake Flewitt on pole position for the Junior X30 Showpiece final at the end of the day here at the Shenington SuperPrix. Next up then, we're staying with X30, we're going senior. It's time for heat number 2, A versus C. Nat Johnston will start this one from pole position, having won the first heat yesterday. He's got Sam Lewis alongside him on the front row, Bailey Brooker and James Pashley in front of Theo Robinson and Oliver Meek on row 3. Row 4, Ryan Gill and Joey Brown, with Alfie Gallagher and Petr Jurovic on row number 5. Katie Ashman, the current club championship leader, starts P11. Brandon Williams alongside in P12 with Lucy Lovell and Joshua McLean. Lewis Bird starts P15. Ben Cowley alongside with Charlie King and Dylan Masters on route number 9. Zeph Nürnberger, Lauren Dunlevy with Lucas Armstrong and Yasmin Taylor are on row 11. John O'Donnell and William Omar, row 12. Matt Cardwell starts P25. Daniel Sammer with Andrew Platt and Reese Masters. John Luke Bobby and Reese Barber are on P31. And then we've got Kieran Barber bringing the field as out goes late the 66 of Charlie King. So, struggle to get round to get onto the back of this field because Nat Johnston started backing them up till the final corner, so they've had some good pace all the way around to this point. They need to get that tidied up a little bit further down from mid-pack onwards. And, Johnston brings them up towards the timing line in the number 77 machine. And we are away and racing at the first time of asking in Senior X30. 8 minutes plus 1 on the clock. As we've got a spin in the mid-pack all the way through. All the way through, managing to not hit anything miraculously. Here's the current championship leader, Katie Ashman. Another driver going off on the outside there. Didn't quite pick the number out, but it's white and blue, so they'll be falling down. We'll try and pick it out. We're not going to make some guesses from that sort of distance. So we've got further contact, and we've got a Nassau panel fully off the karters. The driver in the yellow was Peter Jurovic. So Johnston leads from Lewis, Brooker, Robinson, Pashley, Meek, Brown, Williams, Gill and Gallagher. Joshua McLean, we've got slow boards out because we've got a kart off on the run up towards the Bruno chicane. It's inside the new Tech Pro barriers. Could well be John O'Donnell. So he hasn't tripped the timing line at the end of lap number 1. Tough opening lap for Joshua McLean. Katie Ashman, who we saw on the opening corner. Peter Jurovic, who we saw off on the right-hand side. That's Lucas Armstrong. When I said there was a Nassau missing, that's where it's from. And Dylan Masters as well. Down the order, having started P18, cross the line P30. John O'Donnell is the driver that's off in the Tech Pro barrier on the right-hand side. The barrier's been put back into place by the Marshall's team. The cart's already been moved to safety. Driver is probably saying hello to our camera op. I think he's pretty much just stood next to him at the moment. Up on the bank behind the Bruno chicane. We'll get going this time round, I think. Looks like we are clear in this camera position. And we'll get going with what will be around about 5 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. So can Sam Lewis repeat what Jake Blewett did on the previous slowboard restart in juniors and get them going? And if we do go green, and Johnston's held them a little bit longer this time and has managed to hold on to the lead as well as they run it towards the first corner. Into that right-hand bend they go. The rest of the field looks like everybody is through nicely. This time round, Cafe Corner as Nat Johnston in the 77 for Mick Barrett Racing will lead the premium karting Sam Lewis down the back straight. TWR duo behind in third and fourth, Brooker and Robinson. Under pressure then from the E-plate of James Pashley. Would quite like to hold on to that plate. It may well, at the end of this weekend, have to hand it over. And at the moment, all the big money is on handing it over to Nat Johnston. Although down the inside with a double move there. Goes the 47 of Joey Brown. Started the lap in P6 and will most likely end this one in third place. Again, another move down the inside where I'm sure he went for one overtake and I'm not going to say accidentally took two, but the opportunity arose and Joey Brown moved himself up into third place. Johnston still under pressure from Sam Lewis, who a few laps ago set the fastest lap. All of the exit curve on run out of the Stratford hairpin. Pashley down the inside of Leo Robinson for fourth place. Robinson's going to come straight back down the inside of Pashley. Pashley will run all the way around the outside of Park Bend. Does just that, puts the kart back onto the racing line just in front of Leo Robinson. Robinson though will finally get the job done once again in that run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Great racing between them, but not particularly fast in terms of the grand scheme of staying with Joey Brown, who is pulling away now in third place, and we'll be hoping that the leading duo have some form of argument over the lead in the next couple of laps. But at the moment, Nat Johnston has got enough of a gap that he doesn't have to defend, which means he can keep putting in laps that at the moment just match Sam Lewis, and he's got a gap of a quarter of a second. It's more than enough to hold on. Pashley's going to try a little bit of a switch back here. Leo Robinson sees it coming and just parks the kart across, but Lap time wise, Robinson on the previous did a personal best and he was still 0.3 of a second away from Joey Brown, and this lap will not be any faster. Oh, down the inside, we've got contact. The gap was always going to close there for Brandon Williams. She goes into Bailey Brooker. There was at least one other involved in that as well. I think it was Ryan Gill in the 43 who was brought into things there. They crossed the line 21st, 23rd, 24th respectively. Everybody from P9 goes up 3 places to P6 at the very least for Lewis Bird. William Omar, who's come through from 24th to 7th. A very accomplished junior driver, William Omar, who came through Tillotson T4 amongst other classes as well. So Pashley down the back straight, Leo Robinson defending there from Lewis Bird, which has given Pashley the green light to escape this battle. Fastest lap for Joey Brown in 3rd place, which was a fraction faster than the leader, but more importantly 0.2 faster than Sam Lewis. In 2nd place, Lewis, who caught right up onto the back of Nat Johnston once again, has seen Johnston open that gap up ever so slightly at the front of this pack. Time is down to 0, 1.5 laps to go. No need to defend for Johnston. See the last lap board this time round, and indeed does. Through he comes. Gap is out a little bit further again to Sam Lewis. Joey Brown may well have needed one further lap, but it's been a great run by the 47 in this race. Started in P8, made that double overtake as well as taking one into the first corner as well. I think he went 6th to 3rd a few laps ago, and since then has been drawing closer and closer to this leading duo, but will run out of laps for Joey Brown. Nat Johnston will make it 2 from 2 in Senior X30. That should be pole position for the final for him, with Sam Lewis and Joey Brown the top 3. James Pashley, then it's going to be Leo Robinson with Oliver Meek, the Nottinghamshire driver, moving up into P6 on the final lap. William Omar, Lewis Bird, Alfie Gallagher and Matt Cardwell completing your top 10 in front of Lucy Lovell, Lauren Levy, Joshua McLean, Ben Cowley, Zeph Nürnberger, Katie Ashman, who recovered from that opening lap spin at the 2nd corner, back to P16, Charlie King, Daniel Samir, Ryan Gill with Jasmine Taylor, Brandon Williams, Bailey Brooker and Reese Masters in front of Andrew Platt, John Luke Bobby and Kieran Barber, Reese Barber, and then Peter Jurovic, your final runner to see the checkered flag. Armstrong, Masters, O'Donnell, all out of the race in the opening chapter. Going to slow it down a little bit and turn the sound off. It's time for Might E Bambino. Why are we turning the sound off, you ask? Well, the E in Might E will give you a clue, because these Bambinos are electric. Presley Knight will start on pole position. He's got Rafe Verdi alongside him on the front row, Aidan Castleman and Max West with George Miller and Teddy Veselovsky on row number 3. Row 4, Jack Rossi Minot and Jules Nash with Cruz Rogers and Emerson Elliott completing your 10 runners. Standing start for our might ease. Thank you for those getting in touch in the live chat. Might ease, I know, is always popular, so there'll be a fair few, I reckon, watching out for drivers in this one. Not the biggest of fields, but what we have got in this class this weekend is some of the big hitters. Presley Knight, Aidan Castleman, Jack Rossi Minot, Jules Nash. Rafe Verdi is a driver that, off the front row, is a driver that is consistently improving lap on lap, meeting on meeting, is Rafe Verdi. And he's a driver that is certainly only going to get better. Presley Knight won the race yesterday. So anything that Rafe Verdi can do today off the outside of this front row in the number 20. We're away and racing. It's a good start from the second row though. Do they have a better view of the lights right above them as being effectively not straight up at the sky, which the sun is also in, of course. And it's been a good from Max West and Aidan Castleman. Presley Knight is going to try and come back down the inside. He's picked one off. May well get the second one in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Gets the kart stopped, and Presley Knight from first to third and back to first by the time they've got up to turn 4. Interesting to see where Rafe Verdi comes out. There he is. I think it's 4th place at the moment for Rafe Verdi, but it may well end up being P5 because he's on the outside in the run up towards Wilkins. It was not an easy start for the front row. Don't know whether we had some sort of reflection on the light board, but it is very much above the driver who's on the front row, whereas further down the order it's much more in your eye line. Presley Knight from Aidan Castleman, then Teddy Veselovsky. Good start on the opening lap for Jules Nash, up from P8 into P4. Son of the former World British Touring Car race winner, TCR race winner as well. James Nash is up into 4th place. Rafe Verdi, Max West, Cruz Rogers, George Miller, Jack Rossi Minot, Emerson Elliott complete your field in this Might E Bambino second heat. First one yesterday. Knight's away at the front. Will not be the first time you hear that this season. That is for sure in this class. Not a regular class of the Shenington Kart Racing Club, but one that does join us for the SuperPrix. And whilst the debate will rage on as to whether electric versus normally aspirated power is the way forward, particularly as you go up the ladder in karting, Bambino, for me, this is going to be the future of Bambino racing. And the main reason that I say that is because what is good about an electric power unit at this level as a driver is improving session by session, is that if the lap times start coming down, you know it's not anything to do with power, it's not jetting, it's not the carb, because it's the electric power unit is the electric power unit. As Rafe Verdi tries to go down the inside of Aidan Castleman. Castleman sees it coming, and that's allowed Teddy Veselovsky through as well on Rafe Verdi. He will drop back then down into P5. Is that it does allow for the driver to develop rather than getting lucky with setup, particularly as well. What it does is it allows parents and mechanics to come into karting with very minimal, as Rafe Verdi squeezes through on Teddy Veselovsky. Very minimal mechanical background, and they can spend the time then with the driver and working on setup without having to worry about the engine as well. Or as the power unit, as it will be called, with it being electric. So certainly at Bambino level, I think it's the way forward. I think it's a very gentle introduction for the parents and does allow the driver to develop on what is a very consistent playing field and power output, whereas in some of the previous iterations that we've had, if the sun goes behind a cloud or the temperature drops by half a degree, the engine just works completely differently. And therefore for me this is going to be the future of Bambino racing, and the class continues to go from strength to strength throughout the country. Presley Knight then in the black cart on the right hand side leads by 2.2 seconds from Jules Nash, who will have not been particularly pleased, I'd imagine, with his qualifying in P8, down in P8, the number 18. But picking up points that will potentially give him the opportunity to challenge Presley Knight in the final. And the E-plate on offer for our Might E's this weekend has nothing to do with the E in Might E. It is for the English Championship. There's Rafe Verdi on the right hand side as we pick up Jack Rossi Minot in the further down the order. It's not where I'd have expected to have seen Jack Rossi Minot, but he doesn't often race in the electric variant. He's normally an IARMI runner. Now IARMI Bambino here this weekend, as that's George Miller trying to go down the inside of Teddy Veselovsky. At the same time he's going to try and move on Max West, but West is too far down the road. Presley Knight is turning the screw at the front, fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. One of only two drivers so far to go under the 1 minute mark with a 59.93. Nash behind him a 59.98 just proves how close those two can be if one of them doesn't have to come through from P8. Verdi and Castleman will battle it out here. As timing's just reinserted Rafe Verdi up into third place. It didn't pick up. He's side by side with Castleman. Can Castleman hold on round the outside and get the run up towards Stratford? He can't. But then Verdi's going to open the door, which Castleman is going to gleefully put the number 46 down the inside of. Verdi had done all the hard work there and then allowed Castleman a reprieve in that run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Support coming in for Jules Nash. He's currently second. He's a lonely second, but it's been a good drive to second from P8 for Jules Nash. And will, given that his lap times are fairly close to that of the race leader Presley Knight, will give him an opportunity to challenge, I think, in the final, where he most likely will start in a much higher starting position than where he is. Castleman is back past Rafe Verdi for third place, and then behind still West, Veselovsky and Miller side by side for position, and that's going to be Veselovsky down the inside into the right-hander. Will give the 34 of George Miller a good run as well. They'll go side by side. Miller slots in. Oh, and off the track on the outside goes the 32 of Max West. Went over that. Last time I saw a driver go over a curb like that, it was Mika Hakkinen at Adelaide in the 90. On to the final lap we go then. Knight from Nash, Castleman and Verdi still going toe to toe. Miller, Veselovsky and West doing just the same. Then there's a gap back to Jack Rossi Minot with Cruz Rogers and Elliot Emerson. Castleman to the inside. Verdi will try and get the run on the way out. Miller, Veselovsky, West are as they were. As the sun gleams off the visor of George Miller. And that run up towards the Bruno chicane. Run out of the final corner though. It's going to be win number 2 of the weekend for the 16 of Presley Knight. Knight takes the victory from Jules Nash in second place. He seems to be happy with his work, having moved up from P8. Castleman and Verdi are 3rd and 4th. Miller, West and Veselovsky, as West found a way past Teddy Veselovsky on the final lap to move himself up into P6. And it's going to be Jack Rossi, Minot, Cruz, Rogers, and we await the number 52 of Emerson Elliott out of the final corner. He come to take the checkered flag in P10. So it's time to recycle some notes because we have a class we've seen already. This time it's B versus C in senior Rotax. Harrison Crowther will start on pole position for this one then. He'll have Joshua Smith alongside Joshua Turnbull, and Noosh Safa Leathers are on row number 2. Row 3 will be Drew Preisner with Scott Haywood, and it's going to be Rossi Costello and Tobian Alvarez on row number 4. Pasha Thomas Vand with Ethan Griffiths, Will Forber and Tom Nottingham on row number 6. Charles Sutton, Matthew So, if he's back out, we'll see, in front of Daniel Kateov and Max Chown, Ryan Sayers and Declan Luff on row number 9. Freddie Snelling, Marissa Teague with Max Haywood, Charlie Hepgrave, Connor Tubby and Alex Vazier with Ben Adams, Harvey Quick, Jaden Robinson and Jensen People. Max Lorna Bennick will finish off with a few others as we head towards the timing line, and we are away racing already. It's a very fast rolling up back here at Shenington. Does not give us a lot of time to get us going, but away we are on racing. Got plenty to get in, that's why we are pretty much, as soon as the one class is clear, we are off with the next one. It's been a good start for Senior Max. Clean thus far. Now we head up towards another one of the pinch points, and there we go. As expected, we always have a few drivers concertinaing together. Ethan Griffiths is one of them. Looks like it could be Scott Haywood the other. Up towards the timing line we come then for the first time, and it will be Harrison Crowther from Joshua Turnbull and Joshua Smith through Preisner, Noosh Safa Leathers, Rossi Costello, Pastor Thomas Van, Charles Sutton, Will Forber, Tobian Alvarez, your top 10. Was Scott Haywood was the second of the two drivers. He's stationary. Ethan Griffiths got going again. Haywood though is out of this race and he's holding his hand at the moment. Don't think he'll require medical during the race, but will probably require a few paracetamol, spoon of cow pollen. That will see him ready for the finals later on. Back out onto track as it comes to 91, having Ethan Griffiths having peeled into pit lane, but there is an escape road here at Shenington which does allow our drivers to get back out onto circuit. So Harrison Crowther and Joshua Turnbull, the Coles Racing duo at the front, in front of Joshua Smith and Drew Preisner, Noosh Safa Leathers, Rossi Costello of Jack Dex Racing, in front of Parson Thomas Van, Charles Sutton, Will Forber, Tobian Alvarez. There is the uncomfortable Scott Haywood. No changes inside the top 6, although Sutton is up in front of Thomas Van for P7, and Alvarez in front of Forber for P9 as well. Chown in front, Sayers swap round, so all change outside the top 6 for the next 6 as they all make a change. Turnbull willing that kart on in second place, head down behind the wheel. In fact, I think we may well have had a change at the front there, have we? That looks like it could well now be Turnbull leading. As off goes the 59 of Matthew So, and it's been a tough day so far for Matthew So. It is Turnbull in second place still, but he's in the... Now he's going to get that change. He goes down the inside. Both of them in the on-point suits, although one in white, one in black. White, always a brave colour for a race suit. So Crowther now in second place, trying to tell Turnbull it would be very helpful if they were to stop battling, backing themselves into Joshua Smith. Joshua Smith, on the other hand, very grateful for the opportunity. Sure he'd have made it himself anyway. A very accomplished driver is Joshua Smith. With KX developments this weekend. Drew Preisner behind in the all-black machine, number 19. Another one of the KX runners, although not in the full kit. This time makes his way around in fourth place. New Safa Levers and Rossi Costello fifth and sixth. Charles Sutton to Brian Alvarez. Defensive line by Harrison Crowther in the run up towards the right-hander of Cafe Corner. Parks it well as they run up towards the Stratford hairpin once again. Three minutes to go then as Harrison Crowther and Joshua Turnbull continue to lead this race at the front as Joshua Smith takes a slightly different line round Cafe Corner and holding on as there's an arm up from the leader. Just had a quick look out the window. We hadn't got a slow board there, but maybe just signalling to his mechanic. So they generally all make their way into that grandstand on the left-hander. It's probably the corner where you can probably see the most, unless you want to walk all the way down to where we are here in the camera position. That's where you can see everything. It's a long run for the mechanics as Smith goes down the inside for second place. Quick malfunction on the screen here, so I've lost absolutely everything. We'll just keep going as we were. Crowther then from Joshua Smith. So Crowther from Smith, Turnbull, Preisner, New Safa Levers and Rossi Costello, with Charles Sutton, Tobias Alvarez and Will Forber in front of Parsa Thomas van. That completes your top 10. Alvarez with the fastest lap on the previous lap in P8. Crowther at the front though looks fairly comfortable away now as we've had that change for second place that is now actually, I think, swung back in the favour of Joshua Turnbull. That's allowed Drew Preisner through on Joshua Smith. So Smith goes effectively from the far end of the circuit from third to second and back down into P4 for Joshua Smith. It's been another good run by New Safa Levers in P5. Rossi Costello there, P6 as well. Charles Sutton has drawn up onto the back of this train for second place. Turnbull, who won the heat yesterday, the only race of yesterday that we had in this 2/3 format, 4-hour seniors, as Charles Sutton tries to go down the inside of Rossi Costello. Costello rides it out all the way around the outside. Turnbull very mindful, and he's parking that kart. And this was, he ran up towards the Stratford hairpin, wasn't even looking at the hairpin, was looking at Drew Preisner. 2 laps to go. Krauser just needs to keep it on the tarmac. We've had a change for... No, we're not. All the way around the outside, holding on is Rossi Costello from Charles Sutton, and Tobias Alvarez is in the mix as well now. Still side by side further down the order, and we have been fragmented now between, we've got 4 and then 5. Stationary car on the right hand side. We'll pick the number out on that one very shortly, but I think it could be Declan Love in the 49 machine. Lead across the timing line to commence the final lap. The gap of 2.2 seconds. Back to Joshua Sternbull, Drew Preisner, Joshua Smith and New Sather Leathers. Sutton has finally managed to work his way past Rossi Costello. He's toiled lap on lap to get that done and is up into P6. Forber, Thomas Van Alvarez drops 2 down to P10 for the Frenchman. In front of Max Chow, Ryan Sayers, Freddie Snelling, Charlie Epgrave and Max Sheldon Haywood. Completely top 15. Leader's going to be up and round the final corner already. There he goes. This is that battle for second place that looks like it's going the way of Turnbull, but he will have to defend it to the line. Preisner, Smith, Leathers, Sutton, Costello, Forber, and then we've had drivers falling down the order. Thomas Van Den Alvarez are going all the way outside the top 20. Chow finishes P9. Sayers, Snelling have still not crossed the line. Have passed Thomas Van Den Alvarez. Field coming in. There is the 49 of Declan Love being recovered. Don't know where he's going. Something fell off the car, so he's gone to collect some. His gloves. They've been thrown. Almost certainly they've been thrown. So they're on the other side of the tyre wall than what the kart is. Big shout out though to Jack Dex of Jack Dex Racing. He's not here this weekend. He's been over at Le Mans taking part in the RMC International Trophy, and after 2 years on the podium in DD2 Masters in 2nd and 3rd respectively, has finally put it on the top step. So congratulations to Jack Dex on taking the win in DD2 Masters over at the RMC International Trophy on what has been pretty much, in terms of wins at least, and to be fair, most of the podium positions, a British whitewash over there at the RMC International. So congratulations to all of our British drivers that have managed to get themselves on the podium over there, over in Le Mans at the RMC. Right, we go back, we're recycling, we're going back to a class we've seen already. It's time for heat number 3 in 250 Super 4s. Just in the live chat, Dirk's asking if anyone's got live timing to hand. Yes, I do. If you type in alpharacehub.com/SKRC for Shenington Kart Racing Club, so SKRC/live, you will get all of the live timing. We're just about to go with Super 4. So if you're really quick, you might see the results from Senior Max, but it's Super 4 heat number 3, which we'll see Matthew Duncan on pole with Dan Rawdon alongside Dan Brown, and Reese Wood with Kieran Metzen and Nathan Caddick on row number 3. Row 4, Don Brown and Marcus Hudson, David Goody and Sam Harrison with Chris Lawson and Ryan Lawson on row number 6. Row 7 will be Tim Woods and Adam Brooks, Jack Bliss and Charlie Cole with Matt Allnut and Harry Morris on row 9, heat 2 winner. And then we have Jack Roll, Martin Smith, Aaron Powell and Justin Parker completing your 22, which will become 21 runners, because it looks like we've had a stoppage for Dan Rawdon on the run up towards the Stratford hairpin, and that's a long trek to go and retrieve that kart post-race. I wouldn't be surprised if he just left it there till lunchtime and collected it at his leisure. Got David Goody falling down the order as well. In the number 82 machine. He's just crossed the timing line now. So, whilst they have got a standing start, they do normally stay roughly in the same order that we're expecting. Adam Brooks has rolled to a halt. He did have a troublesome opening race where he didn't get going off the standing start, and there he is taking off the glove. Helmet will probably have to stay on though. It's on the live race circuit after all, so I do like to see them leave their lid on. Running off the side of the track there. I wonder if they're just trying to get a little bit of pickup on the tyres. Which normally, well, problem I think is that Harry Morris rolling straight through and into pit lane. Well, I do hope he is coming into pit lane. If not, he's got one hell of an advantage. No, he's definitely pulling into pit lane, as expected. Yeah, I wonder if they're trying to get a little bit of pickup on the tyres there to just effectively rough the surface up so that when they do get away, the wheels don't just spin. Thumb up from the back of the grid, and we are away and racing. We've got a slow moving kart in the middle, but they are all away. They head up towards the first corner. It's going to be Matthew Duncan who leads us out of Cafe Corner, round Pitts Bend, and up towards Stratford. Stratford 2, as we'll call it, as it is the further of the two on the gearbox loop. Adds approximately 200 metres. We have had a change for the lead there. It was all the way around the outside. Goes Kieran Metzen in number 7 and holds on nicely. Good move down the inside as well by Jack Bliss. Hard on the brakes. And these karts that do have front brakes as well as rear. Small brake on each of the front wheels. Metzen looks like he's clearing off at the front. We expect Charlie Cole to come through once again though. There he is trying to go all the way around the outside. At the moment though, it is Kieran Metzen leading. Timing in the top left hand corner is not quite where we have things on screen at the very least, as Jack Bliss with a good move down the inside of Dan Brown. Puts himself up into third place as they cross the timing line. There we go, timing has sorted itself out largely, with the exception that Harry Morris is definitely not leading. He came in the pit lane. So it's Metzen at the front rather than Harry Morris. From Brown, Bliss. So from there, Duncan, Brown, Bliss, then the two Browns, Dom and Dan. Reese Wood, Tim Wood, Charlie Cole in P8. What a lovely cloud formation. That'll be why. Because somebody has gone into the barrier hard, and whatever they've done, they've managed to, we've got slow boards out. I don't know whether the camera op has jumped out of the way or whether a tyre, which I think is more likely, has been come from that barrier and taken the camera out. I wouldn't expect the camera op to move out of the way. They are a hardy bunch, the camera operatives. In fact, no, he's passing the tyres that have been used to skittle him back to the marshals. So it's Dan Brown, I think, is the driver that is potentially over there. We're down onto effectively a slow board once again, so the field will be down to a walking pace with 4 minutes on the clock.
So looks like we've just managed to get the Tech Pro barriers back in place with the cart behind it. And we may well get going at the end of this lap. Marshall has worked really well down there. So Kieran Metzen leads, but has had his gap at the front decimated by this slowboard full course yellow. Jack Bliss, Don Brown, Charlie Cole up into fourth place. Reese Woods, Tim Woods, Matt Ornut, Aaron Powell, Jack Rolfe as the number 30 comes in. So yeah, it looks like we've managed to clear it and drive the cart back round. So that is Dan Brown out, even the driver that was under that Tech Pro barrier. We go green once again with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Kieran Metzen will get this race underway with a very racy looking Jack Bliss behind, trying to look left, look right, but at the moment cannot find a way past Kieran Metzen. The run up towards the second of the Stratford hairpins, it's Charlie Cole in the background, now already up into third place, having got past the Don Brown in the yellow and green coloured machine. Cole pushing along behind the one of Jack Bliss. Will he go down the inside into Wilkins? I'm not sure because the screen froze in the commentary box. No, he didn't. He's re-emerged, but now we'll get the job done into the first corner. No, really good defensive drive at the moment there by Jack Bliss to hold on to the second place. And it's allowing Kieran Metzen at the front. It's not Harry Morris in the top left-hand corner. He pulled into pit lane number 41, having won the second race of the of this class, the first heat of the morning for them. We go 3 wide up towards the Bruno chicane, and it is Jack Bliss now leading from Kieran Metzen. Cole will need to make this move sooner rather than later, or he will see Jack Bliss driving off into the distance. And there goes the move into the first corner by Cole. Going to get 3 laps in here. Comfortably get round. These 250s are doing 45-second laps, even with the extra 200 metres of gearbox loop on there as well. As wide goes Kieran Metzen on the outside. Don Brown, Tim Woods there in the number 4. Running in 5th place. Gap back then to Reese Woods in the number 27 machine. Matt Ornut with Aaron Powell. 0.6 of a second is the gap at the front, but Cole is very quick round the first complex of corners, so sort of 27 there of Reese Woods in P7. Lando Norris inspired helmet. Aaron Powell though goes down the inside of him into the Bruno chicane. And we're going to have a 1 lap battle for the victory here. As Charlie Cole sets the fastest lap, was 0.3 quicker on the previous lap than Jack Bliss, but it's 0.3 behind Jack Bliss as they run up towards Stratford for the final time. Semi-defensive line by Jack Bliss at the front. Cole is not close enough at the moment to make a move, and I think Jack Bliss could well have enough here. We've got a stationary cart on the right hand side, but we're green by the time we run up towards Wilkins. Cole will have to settle for second place. This one will go the way of the number 1 of Jack Bliss He takes the victory from Charlie Cole and Kieran Metz and Don Brown. Tim Woods and Matt Ornutt with Aaron Powell and Jack Rolfe in P8. That's Sam Harrison coming through for P9 in front of Martin Smith, Ryan Lawson. With Marcus Hudson, Chris Lawson, Nathan Caddick will be your final runner that will see the checkered flag. He's going to come into shot. No, he won't, but he would have done if we'd have stayed with that camera shot around about now. And then we've got Reese Woods, who retired. You saw him on the right-hand side and then run up towards the final corner. David Goody, Matt Duncan, Dan Brown out of the race as well. There is your race winner, though. The number 1 of Jack Bliss taking the victory. Going to sort out my notes again, ready for the final few races of the morning. We've got 5 remaining before we go to a historic demonstration, and heading out on the track now is Junior X30 Heats B versus C. Pole for this will be the 17 of George Quinlan. He'll be alongside Alfie Taylor on the front row. Max Mason and Orion Meta are on row number 2 with Finley Hines and Jack Wish on row number 3. Row 4 will be Jack Baker and Adam Bourne with Seth Angus and Jack Backwith in front of Conrad Barton and Lucas Murray. Izzy Wykes and Katie Clark will go off row number 7. William Haynes and Henry Duncan with Archie Lee Bullock and Connor Large with Hashim Majani, Alfie Fulton, Ethan Windsor, Jacob Nairn, Josh Bundock and Jem Lamb, with Harry Watson completing your field. Timer starts and we're away racing in Junior X30 as we run towards the right-hander of Cafe Corner. Everybody through nicely on this occasion for the juniors. So the door is open and looks like we're going to have another change for the lead. Quinlan and Mason battling it out, and we've got it stacking up on the exit of the Stratford hairpin. Yellow flags are out down there at the moment, and we will go to a slow board. Whoa, we've got a spin on the run into towards the to Wilkins. It's Orion Meta's dropping down the order. There he is in number 13. So Murray, Barton, Clark, Large all involved on the opening lap. Large has just crossed the timing line now. I think it was Orion Meta who was the premium karting kart that spun the 157 down at Wilkins. And there he is on the right-hand side. The only driver inside not warming up his tyres, but that's because he's done that work down at Wilkins, unfortunately for him. May well get this one going at the first opportunity here. Karts have been cleared up the far end, but given how quickly our field get round, it's around about a 45-second lap for Junior X30. It does not give the marshals a lot of time to work, and Max Mason has gone at the front here. We will remain under a slow board. I wonder whether that's anything to do with how quickly he went off there out of that final corner, but what he has done is played his hand early for Max Mason. Mason, Quinlan, Hines, Taylor, Bourne, Baker, Backwith, Angus, Wish and Wykes, your top 10. Haynes, Bullock, Meta, Duncan, Bundock down to P15. some big moves in that sort of 15th to 20th, taking advantage of a tough opening lap for a few of our drivers down the far end of the circuit. Right, will Mason do the same this time? Will Quinlan see it coming? Quinlan's got to be bouncing the right foot on that throttle. Not the sunshine they were hoping to enjoy this weekend. And we do go green once again. It's been a good start by the pole man. That's Finley Hines up into second place with a good move on George Quinlan. So it's a crock 1-2 at the moment, with Max Mason leading us down the back straight in the number 71 from the 57 of Finley Hines. Arguably, even though we have only had effectively half a lap of racing here, I think Hines will certainly feel that he's got the pace here. Does look the quicker of the two at this early phase in the race, to the point that Max Mason has felt the need to defend into the first corner and does exactly the same into the right-hander at Cafe and gets that kart stopped, and he's backing Hines into Quinlan and Alfie Taylor as well. It won't be too long before Adam Bourne and Jack Baker are in the mix here as well. In fact, I think they have just arrived on the back of this train, although they are squabbling between each other. Jack back with Seth Angus as well. Will Hines just push away at the front, try at least to push Max Mason away, and they can have a two-kart battle, but I think the answer to that is going to be no, as he goes down the inside of Max Mason, who defended that lead venomously on the previous lap, but on this occasion just left the door open, and that allowed Hines to go through down the inside. Hines on the brakes up towards the Stratford hairpin. 2:50 on the clock, still plenty of time to go in this race. We'll see now whether the premonition that Hines probably had a little bit more in the early phase of the race does come to fruition pace-wise. Got the feeling though we will have to defend in this run up towards the Stratford hairpin, which does keep the field concertina together. The top four, nose to tail. The only one that can really take the optimum line is Alfie Taylor in fourth place, and that's because behind they are battling as Bourne and Baker go side by side in the run up towards the right, left, right, and Baker is through, but Bourne is coming back down the inside on Baker. Keep an eye out for that. The door is closed though by Baker. I think he's done enough to hold on to the fifth place that he's just recently gained. Although, keep an eye out in the background, because I think Adam Bourne has just come back down the inside into the, there they are. And indeed, that is Bourne back through. Wide goes George Quinlan, the door open, and through goes Taylor for third place. Squabble going on now for that P5 behind. So we can luckily keep an eye off in the background of this battle for the lead at the moment, with Hines, Mason, Quinlan and Taylor. Half a second splitting the top four. Again, Quinlan is the driver that can take the wider line, this time out of fourth place to try and get the switch back. Can't get on the power early enough, can George Quinlan. Still Bourne, Backworth now up into sixth place. To Jack Baker in the number 45 machine. 2 laps to go, 20 seconds on the clock. Hines from Mason, Taylor, Quinlan. Then this train, which goes all the way down now to Izzy Wykes in 10th place. Archie Bullock there as well in number 11. Oh, we've got one wide on the outside, picking up some what will be very, very dry grass given the weather we've had recently on those tyres. That will diminish the grip somewhat for a corner or so until they've managed to scrub it all off. Time is down to 0. Hines and Mason will lead Taylor and Quinlan up and over the timing line to commence the final lap. Defensive lines. That Quinlan's trying to go all the way around the outside there. He's got it done on Taylor. He was already through on Taylor up into 3rd place, but tried to go all the way around the outside of the leading duo. Hines and Mason nearly made it work. Hines will be hard on the brakes on the inside. Going to switch back move by Alfie Taylor, but I'm not sure that's going to work out that final corner. And it's going to be Finley Hines from Max Mason, George Quinlan, Alfie Taylor, Adam Bourne, Jack Wish, with James Backworth, Jack Baker falling down to P8 and then as high as P5. Seth Angus and the recovering after the spin as the slow boards came out, Ryan Mehta up to P10, Izzy Wykes P11, Archie Lee Bullock, Harry Watson, Katie Clark, Connor Large finishes P15, Haynes, Duncan, Bundock, Windsor, Aljani with Lamb, Fulton, Nairn, Murray and Barton, your top 15. Just top 25 there, all your runners anyway. So I can hear a lot of revving outside, and that means we've got 2:10 National up next. Oliver Shelley will start on pole position. Tony Burry alongside with David Scull and Anthony Cox. Ray Sloan and Harry Morris on row number 3. Lionel Sifleet and Stuart Henry with Paul Fowler and Thomas Stone. John Hutton, Russell Hopes are on row number 6. David Smith, Dan Burry, Neil Hancock with Ian Taylor and Michael Miles going off row number 9. The final 2 novice runners with their black backgrounds shown on timing with the white numbers. Recovery of 1 or 2 carts taking place. On to go-karting 44. It's quarter to 12, which means at the moment we are about on schedule, which is good to say. We've had a red flag earlier on, which does mean that we are on schedule to start with our historics demonstration at about 12:30. So that will be live streamed, so stay with it. Got karts all the way, that date all the way back to the 60s when karting really started to take off at places like this here at Shenington, at your other airfield circuits like your Fulbecks and your Kimboltons, where servicemen would build their karts and race them on circuits that aren't quite as refined as to what we've got now. But, some of those karts are absolutely fantastic. I was lucky enough to have a walk around with Gary from the British Historics Kart Club yesterday, and he told us all about the karts. We've got that video hopefully for you later on, but we've also got the on-track action as well, so they will be keep an eye out on the Shenington Kart Club socials. I'm fairly sure that they'll be out on Facebook and on their YouTube as well. We don't have a lot of time to squeeze videos in as we'd like, because We have, of course, got that historic demonstration that will take place throughout the lunch break, which is around about 50 minutes in length, but obviously the historics will get out there on track, get their track time in. I think one kart I noted yesterday was from the 60s, and the gentleman that will be driving it is the original owner of that kart. I think he is 84 years old, but he had that kart when he was a serviceman. It's been shipped all over the world. Did note as well, he was clearly not shy of using the front bumper, so that's not a new thing in karting. There was a little bit of a little nick in the front bit, so we had a quick chat about that with Gary from the historics. But a lot of them obviously don't have the front side pods on. We just have a number board on the front, no Nassau panel either. So for those of you with a thing for history, and to be fair, even those of you that don't really know karting from that far back, when those karts went out yesterday, the gate at the dummy grid was lined with people, young and old, just watching the history that was in front of them. And so really is there's a whole paddock, grass paddock for all of our historic karts. Have a walk around there if you haven't already, if you're here at the circuit. Engine notes rise, and we are away and racing in 210 National. Good start from the third row. I think that could have been Harry Morris in P6, going all the way around the outside in the 41 to lead, and indeed does lead us in the in 210 National all the way up to the far end of the circuit. Making their way through very respectfully. So, two leaders, Harry Morris in the 41, Lionel Sifley behind in the number 1. And we've got the time on the line now, with Stuart Henry in front of Dan Burry, Thomas Stone, Paul Fowler in P6, David Smith, Ray Sloan, who didn't manage to take part too much in the first race, has managed to get round lap number 1, currently sits in P8. Russell Hopes, who had some problems earlier on, is back on pace now, back under the 1 minute mark on this full gearbox loop. Doing 1 minute 20s earlier on, looks like he had a problem halfway through the second heat. Oliver Shelley, currently 10th place. Tony Burry, Anthony Cox, John Hutton, Neil Hancock. And 2 drivers that haven't managed to make it round the opening lap, Ian Taylor and David Scull in the 28 and 53 respectively. Oh, that sounded like a bit of a misgear there by Stuart Henry. Kart came in and just hit a big rev before it dropped down the gears. So don't know whether he'd gone up 2 rather than 1 on the way out of the cafe corner. One kart off at the far end. That looked like it could have been Ian Taylor's number 28, although that is in the infield, I think, of the Bruno chicane, so it is safely out of the way. Morris leads by 2.2 seconds to Lionel Sifley, and he's got a gap of 6 seconds then back to Stuart Henry. He is under pressure there from Dan Burry over 3rd place. That was less than a second, and this is that battle coming up here into the right-hander. Leaning position, if you were in the kart, you'd be leaning towards your right-hand side. The seat is made that way just to allow the size of the engine to the side of the driver. Just keep the driver's centre of gravity fairly central and low to a large extent, rather than having the driver fully offset to the other side. So Burry and Henry continue to battle. It's allowing Thomas Stone to stay within touching distance of the duo in front. So they make this run up towards the Bruno chicane. It's still as you were, although is that Dan Burry through now? I think it is. Didn't see the move on the way into the corner, but Dan Burry looked like he's up into third place in the number 2 and started to pull a little bit of a gap back to Stuart Henry. Thomas Stone P5 has taken a fraction out of the duo in front on the previous lap, but nothing that's going to trouble them unless Stone can find a little bit more time. Two minutes remaining in this race. So 2:10 Nationals lapping in around about the 52nd mark, so a little bit slower than the 250s. They make their run up towards the far end of the circuit. You can just see how busy it is in the background. This SuperPrix just continuing to attract more and more drivers year on year to this annual showpiece event. Over 300 this year at the SuperPrix, nearer 350 in fact, to do it justice. Followed 32 of John Hutton, currently sits in P12. Could have had an issue for the 10, I think maybe of Neil Hancock. Don't think he's tripped the timing line this time round. As Tony Burry moves to replace the P14. Haven't heard him come into the pit lane, but he's crossed the timing line now as Neil Hancock after a 1:11 lap, so looks like he's had a bit of an excursion. Michael Miles with a transponder failure, so it'll be timed manually by the timing hut on the start line. Leaders start making their way through a little bit of traffic. That was Lionel Sifleet making his way through. Dan Burry is in third place and was 8/10 faster on the previous lap, but with the time play into things, leaders making their way through though. Harry Morris can do it at his leisure. Indeed does. Waits until the correct time to pull out on the right hand side to move through, and will come through to take victory in the third heat for our 2:10 Nationals. So it's a win for Harry Morris. It's not to start the final lap, although I'm fairly sure it will be a win for Harry Morris. He has a gap of 10 seconds. Out onto the back straight he goes then. Gap is now out to 14 seconds as Sifleet goes through the same traffic that Morris did on the previous lap. Towards the right hander goes Harry Morris. And takes the victory, although does have to cut across in front of the 82 as he takes the checkered flag. 8 and 82 will continue round. Will be classified in 9th and 10th respectively. So, field coming in then for our 210 National. 3 races to go then before our historic demonstration. Next one up is Groups B versus C in our senior X30s. So we'll move on to that very, very shortly. Luke Taylor will start on pole position. He's got Sam Lewis alongside him on the front row, Oliver Smith and James Pashley in front of Dominic Parabok and Oliver Meek on row number 3. Alistair Creswell and Joey Brown, who had that impressive run in the second heat, he starts in P8. Finley Allen and Peter Jurovic in front of Monty Brathwaite and Brandon Williams on row number 6. Then it's going to be Jake Brook in P13, Joshua McLean alongside Tom Edmonds and Ben Cowley, with Sebastian Dew and Dylan Masters on row number 9. It's going to be Harvey Rofe and Lauren Dunlevy on row number 10 to complete the top 20. Charlie Philp and Jasmine Taylor, Stefan Boston-Jeeve, and then William Omar in front of Archie Forber with Daniel Samir, James Workman, Reese Masters, Dylan Chadwick and Reese Barber, your 30 runners in senior X30. Driver has not provided his name on the side of his helmet, which many of them do. Field is heading out onto track. It was Dominic Parabok, who will start from P5. Field making their way around. Taylor's going to start backing them up early on this occasion as they come out of the Bruno chicane. He's already backing the field up and now works the tyres. This one's going to need backing up by the pole man. It's going to have to form up if we're going to get going at the first time of asking. And there we are now creeping into shot. Looks like we are nice and ready to go as Luke Taylor gets the race underway. Holds position as they run up towards Cafe Corner for the first time. Field is through nicely. In senior X30 we are clearing as they head up towards the next pinch point at Stratford. 2 or 3 off and we've got one beached in on the outside. That's Daniel Samir by the looks of things in number 15. Confirmed at the end of lap number 1. Still out at the front though will be Taylor in the 27. Slow boards. Slow boards it is to get that kart moved off the... It was just off the racing line. And indeed we have got it going, but would have been too risky to allow that to continue until the field got up there. So Taylor will slow it down now at the front of the pack, enough that we should be able to get this going this time. We've got a stationary kart on the right, but that's from a previous race. Tyre wall has been placed behind it to allow us to get going. So Taylor, Creswell, Lewis. Creswell with a good start, having started 7th, will sit in 2nd place at the end of lap number 1. Sam Lewis, Oliver Smith, Dominic Parabok and Joey Brown, James Pashley, Peter Jurovic, Oliver Meek and Joshua McLean, your top 10. Out of the final corner we come. Expects us to go green this time round, and we indeed do. As the 27 of Luke Taylor meters up and round the right-hander of Cafe Corner. Sam Lewis, Oliver Smith, Dominic Parabok and Joey Brown are your top 5. Full tickets there are Army Warrior finals at stake for the winner of the final this afternoon. The runner-up will get their place as well. Winner will also take the E-plate home amongst a few other prizes as well. Class, it's sponsored by John Mills Engineering. Good move down the inside there by James Pashley. Could have a change for the lead here, and indeed we do, as Sam Lewis slides the kart down the inside of Luke Taylor. You know, 3 wide. That looked like it was Joey Brown again doing 2 into one corner. Confirmation in the top left-hand corner that indeed it was. He is going to lose one though straight back to Aaron Creswell, Alistair Creswell. He goes back down the inside and into the first corner. Warning early in the race for William Omar with the P24. So Lewis and Taylor at the front, because this train behind the battling is again. Brown goes down the inside. Creswell will now have to defend from the E-plate of Pashley. The duo at the front look comfortable at the very least. Nat Johnston's already got 2 wins to his name so far. Not in this race, as it's a 2/3 format rather than an all-in or a halves format as we've got in junior road tax, where we have drivers taking part in 2 heats out of 4 races to collect points. Confirmed just after lunch. I'm going to change the lead there as to who's in that B final in the last chance saloon. So Taylor leads now then from Lewis. That's swapped round. Moved down the inside by Dominic Parabok on Alistair Creswell for 5th place. Jurevec and Smith, who were side by side. Jurevec still holding on in that number 57 machine. Smith is now through there with a move down at Wilkins. So the 38 machine moves himself up nicely into P9. 2 minutes to go. Leaders as you were, but again being reeled in by Joey Brown in number 47. Pick them up as they come out of the Bruno chicane. Will Brown do what happened in the second heat, where he ran out of laps really. The pace was there to challenge at the front, but he ran out of laps to close in. On this occasion 2/10 quicker and sets the fastest lap. On that previous lap, he'll be benefiting from a little bit of a tow from the karts in front. Will want more. He's dragging James Pashley into this mix as well. Side by side, we had looked like it was that Oliver Meek getting shuffled back slightly out of 7th place. further down the order. We'll pick it up as they come up and over the timing line as to what changes we've had. Indeed, it was the lost one to Joshua McLean. McLean and up into 7th place. Meek down into 8th. Smith and Branthwaite 9th and 10th respectively. That looked like Joey Brown going down the inside of Sam Lewis. Yes, it was, and that's allowed Pashley through as well. So Sam Lewis, who led a portion of this race, has now fallen down into P4. Two laps to go. So Oliver Smith and Monty Brathwaite swap positions. Brathwaite now up into P9. Lead at the front. Luke Taylor looks comfortable at the moment, but you can never be too content with a driver like Joey Brown lurking behind in 2nd place. Fastest lap now goes to Oliver Meek. 41.7 on the previous lap. Brown was a 10th quicker. He's going to need more, and I think he's going to have to turn to defending James Pashley, and indeed has. So Luke Taylor at the front, gap out to half a second. We'll probably be nearer a second at race end if the battle for 2nd place rages, although doesn't need to really defend there, does Joey Brown, as he looked over his shoulder to the right hand side. James Pashley not quite close enough. Taylor with a little look over his shoulder. He's just needs to make sure that he's content with his work, and Luke Taylor will come through to win the 3rd heat of Senior X30 from Joey Brown and James Pashley, Sam Lewis, Alistair Creswell and Dominic Parabot, McLean, Meek, Brathwaite and Smith in front of Jurovic, Williams, Dew, Allen, Edmonds, Rowe, Cowley, Dunlevy, Masters and Omar completing your top 20. 21st, Charlie Philp, Jasmine Taylor, Stefan Bostenjeef, Jake Brook, Archie Forber and Reese Masters in front of Dylan Chadwick, James Workman, Reese Barber and Daniel Samir. So pick up the gliding club next door at what was formerly RAF Edge Hill as part of this circuit. In fact, when they peel off to go round the first corner and head towards Cafe Corner and then back, that is effectively part of the runway. Imagine if you dug the bank out, there would still be the old tarmac and concrete of the original runway that runs down there, and then we've got a runway which is effectively a huge portion of the circuit from Stratford all the way down Hanger Straight as well. So 2 more classes for you before we head towards our historic demonstration. Both interclasses, so that's effectively cadet kart size karts, but the most powerful engine before they move up into junior. We will start with the iArmy variant, so it's time for iArmy Water Swift, where we go for the E-plate. So the E-plate on offer for all of our iArmy classes at the end of this race weekend, along with our 210 National, our 250s and our Might E's as well. Harry Chapman will go off pole position. He's got Rudra Gogolnath alongside him, Cody Vertigan and Dimitar Uzanov in front of Oliver Kleinfelter and William Bennett on row number 3. Felix Booker and Travis Giddings are in front of Theo Tyak and Max Frisbee, with Noah Howe and Joshua Kyneton in Pete number 12. So field up towards the right-hander of Wilkins for our Army Water Swift runners. Another ticket available for this class for Army Warrior Finals. inside line gets up to speed, and we are away and racing with Harry Chapman leading in the outside line of Rudra Gogolnath. They crossed the timing line pretty much side by side, did Chapman and Gogolnath, but Gogolnath just didn't manage to get going, and the whole train stayed behind him. As we head up towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time, and it will be Harry Chapman leading the way. There's Alison Vertigan in the live chat saying good luck to Cody. Started this race in 3rd place. So we've got a mechanical flag for the 62 of Dimitar Uzanov, who went off the outside of the 2nd row. And is still in 4th place for Dimitar Uzanov, and does indeed pull off into the pit lane. I'm going to have a quick look out the window to see if we can figure out what it's for. Rear bumper seems to be attached, so he's having a look back, and there is a missing chain guard. And that is why Dimitar Uzanov's race has come to a premature halt. So Harry Chapman in the number 32 machine, leading from Cody Vertigan in 2nd place, and Vertigan at the moment happy to push away with the 32 of Harry Chapman. Oliver Kleinfelter in 3rd place is just being dropped slightly by this leading duo, but at the same time he's still pulling away from William Bennett, Rudra Gogolnath, Felix Booker, Travis Giddings et al. Behind, down to 11 runners now. Of course, with Uzanov out of this race. So leaders pushing on. Vertigan with the fastest lap on the previous, but at the moment content to push Harry Chapman round. Interesting to see how long that lasts. At the moment they are both using it to their advantage to pull away from Oliver Kleinfelter. William Bennett, Rudra Gogolnath is in P5 but closed up and seems to have found some of that pace that he had in qualifying. Put them out onto the front row and is indeed now up past William Bennett for 4th place. We've come through the shot there in the yellow and black. Bit of a look to the right hand side there for Cody Vertigan. Let's see what's coming towards him. Again, 1/10 of a second between the two of them. So they pushed up and over the timing line. Still working together. So William Bennett signals, I think, to Felix Booker behind him that he would quite like to work with him to go forwards. Which also suggests, please don't overtake me. Normally invites a driver who is just behind to immediately overtake them. So Harry Chapman continuing to lead this race as we head towards half race distance plus the 1 lap at the end of this one. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for our heats. Out to 10 plus 1 for the finals, with the exception of Might E and 210 National, which will be 9 minutes, and our B finals, which will remain at the 8-minute length for our heats. So Chapman still in front of Vertigan. Vertigan, to be fair, hasn't really had an opportunity to overtake. Not because Chapman has allowed it, but because Vertigan hasn't really opened one up yet. He's very happy at the moment working and pushing Harry Chapman and working together to get away. Rudra Gogolnath is now up into 3rd place, having got past Ollie Kleinfelter. But the gap is 3 seconds, and that's going to be too much, I think, for Rudra Gogolnath. Unless Chapman and Vertigan do commence what would have to be a titanic battle to allow Rudra Gogolnath, the yellow and black kart geezer liveried machine. Chapman leading, still with Vertigan pushing along. Vertigan though, again Chapman not taking the defensive line, so he's clearly happy that Cody Vertigan isn't going to send one down the inside on him. But at some point that mentality is going to change, and normally it's when the drivers come around and they see that the time has gone below 2 minutes, which they will see for the first time this time round, and let's see whether that switch gets flipped both into a more attacking position for Vertigan and a more defensive position for Harry Chapman. Again, Chapman seems very content to leave the gaps down the inside into corners that would be venomously defended at the end of a race weekend. Having to work too hard at the moment to hold on to this lead from Cody Vertigan. And they will probably cross the timing line, I think, with just after the time goes down to 0. I think we could well be on our penultimate lap here. It's going to be tight nonetheless. Down the back straight they go. Into the hangar straight, the runway. Lap and a half, and Vertigan is going to have to do something. Clearly had the pace to go with and challenge Harry Chapman throughout this race versus Cody Vertigan, and now Chapman will go defensive and we will effectively have a one-lap shootout for the Iami Water Swift second heat victory. Chapman looking to his side, and Vertigan now will try a switch back but not close enough. Chapman, a very, very experienced driver, even for his age. Vertigan is going to draw alongside, and that's going to be a tight one as he's squeezed to the white line on the inside by Harry Chapman. Chapman's going to come through to take the victory from Cody Vertigan. Chapman from Vertigan, and then Rudra Gogolnath, who got through into third place but didn't close in on the leading duo. Booker, Bennett, Kleinfelter and Tyak in front of Frisbee and Giddings. There's Knighton, Howe and Dimitar Uzanov did not see the checkered flag, didn't really see the first lap or so after the chain guard departed from action. There is your Heat 2 winner, Harry Chapman, who didn't have a lot to do until the final lap, but then had to defend hard from Cody Vertigan in that run up towards the right-hander at Hanger. Pushes his kart onto the weigh scale. And already the final heat of the morning before we go to our historic demonstration is heading out onto track. It's time for Inter-Rotax. We are bang on schedule for Maximilian Aberhart to bring us round. He'll start on the front row alongside Alfie Phillipson, Ethan Manzi and Felix Sheldon Haywood on the second row. Will Eden and Charlie Heffer on row number 3 in front of Arthur Kayser and William Moore. Jay Birmingham and Sam Dixon in front of Adam Batt, and Thomas Laidler are on row number 6. Fairly sure we had more than 12 runners, indeed we do. So we'll pick the rest up. I think we've got Alicia Waterhouse, Finley Rose, Jake Hansford and Ben Hunt, with Seki Komatsu, Noah Hobson, Jamal Pimuram, Roshan Pakada, Daniel Horst, William Davidson, Emery's Perring will be your 23 Inter Rotax runners. Made it out, 24 on signing on, 23 out on track. At the moment, I think the one we are missing is Isaac Garth, signed on under the 87, but not here with us this weekend. Up towards the timing line, and we are away and racing as Maximilian Aberhart will lead what at the timing line at least was a Coles Racing 1, 2, 3, and still is. As they head out, we've got 2 drivers round, 3 drivers round, 4 drivers round in fact, which included Emery's Perring and Seiki Komatsu at the exit of Cafe Corner. In the background looks like Jay Birmingham making a move down the inside, and didn't quite work out for him in the end because he's been squeezed to the outside of the circuit. Leading duo though on a bit of a breakaway here already is Maximilian Aberhart leading Ethan Manzi through. Alfie Phillipson the best of the rest, albeit half a second back already. Will Eden, Felix, Sheldon Haywood, Heffer, Kayser, Moore, Bat, Hunt in front of Dixon, Laidler, Birmingham, Waterhouse and Rhodes, your top 15. Aberhart leading this race in the number 61 machine. A bit of a battle going on further down. Aberhart, Manzi, Phillips and Eden, the top 3, all Coles, will largely work together, I imagine, in the opening phase of this race and then decide it later on. There's that Charlie Heffer trying to make a move, I think, in the background down the inside of Sheldon Haywood. Potentially, we definitely had a dive further back in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. So top 3 as you were, top 4 in fact, with the exception now of Alfie Phillipson, starting to come back into this as Ben Hunt sets the fastest lap in 10th place. Phillipson just easing up onto the back of his Coles Racing teammates in front of him. They're not taking that defensive line, so clearly they've either had a conversation with each other or the boss down at Coles said to them, look, we don't get too involved with each other early in the race and allow anybody else into the mix. We work together. Whomever leads early, we need to be compliant and work. And then later on, if we've built up a big enough gap, we can have a scrap with 2 minutes to go or so of this race. Works largely well. You'll see it happen between teammates, you'll see it happen between drivers that are just mutually on board with each other. So at the moment, Abrahart, Manzi, Philipson, who closes in and then falls away lap on lap, depending on whether he gets it hooked up or not. He's still there or thereabouts, but has been closer, but at the same time has been further away. Philipson there with the fastest sector one of anybody on this lap. Did look noticeably closer earlier on. He was 10th faster than the duo in front. But at the moment, we just seem like we're just waiting for this one to kick into life. Which is always the thing when you've got sort of drivers that are working together. It's who is going to kick it off. Is it going to be Abrahart going defensive that then switches Manzi into the attack role and knows then you can do it? Still look wide. Bit of a look to the side there by Abrahart. Just mindful that Manzi might be wanting to start this squabble a lap earlier than what's probably been agreed, I'd imagine. Now I think we're just starting to ramp this one up, stoke the fire. And Manzi, indeed, he has a look over his shoulder as well, just to make sure that he's not going to be vulnerable from Alfie Philipson. Always tough one being in the middle if there's a 3, but at the moment it's 2 at the front. Still 4 laps to go though, so maybe Manzi isn't quite ready for this. I mean, most tracks it's sort of 2 minutes and it starts to sort of head towards being defensive, but 45 seconds here around Shenington means that they'll get round with this time with about 1 minute on the nose on the clock. 15 seconds next time round after that, so plenty of time. Abrahart is starting to open it up a little bit to Ethan Manzi. Has he kept a little bit in the tank? A bit scruffy on the exit there out onto the curb, and that's given Manzi a good run up towards the Bruno chicane. Again there now, Philipson starting to look. And Abrahart starting to look a little bit more worried. Philipson, who carries a lot of speed into that corner down the far end, but not a massive amount out of it at Wilkins. 2 laps to go then. Abrahart and Manzi in front of Alfie Philipson. William Eden still in that 4th place, being pressured by Charlie Heffer and Arthur Kayser. Ben Hunt, Adam Batt, William Moore, Felix Sheldon Haywood, Thomas Laidler, Sam Dixon, Finley Rhodes, Jay Birmingham, Alicia Waterhouse, then William Davidson, Jamal Pumaram in P17, Hansford Bakada, Hobson, Komatsu, Pulse, Herring. Onto the final lap they'll go now. Max Abrahart with a gap of 0.2 of a second back to Ethan Manzi. Round the right-hander they go at Stratford, and oh, wide down the inside, Ethan Manzi
all crossed up every which way but down the inside of Maximilian Eberhardt, and that's allowed Alfie Philipsen through and into second place. Well, Manzi has got one further opportunity to redress that and retake second place, but he's going to be too far back. Eberhardt will take the victory from from Alfie Philipsen in second place. Ethan Manzi P3 with Heffer, Eden, Kaiser, Hunt, Back, Moore, Haywood, Dixon and Laidley your top 12. The battle going all the way down from around about 5th to P12. Finley Rhodes, Jay Birmingham, William Davidson, Alicia Waterhouse and Jake Hansford with Jamal Pumaram, Roshan Bakada, Noah Hobson, Seiku Komatsu, Daniel Hulls. And crossing the line now, Emery's Perry in P23. Maximilian Eberhardt taking the victory, takes the helmet off, congratulates his fellow drivers. Philipsen slightly disappointed, I'd imagine, Ethan Manzi with that mistake on the final lap as he tried to find a way past Maximilian Eberhardt. We know how difficult that is at the best of times. So he managed to tried the move, but couldn't find a way through. So the circuit will fall quiet ever so slightly, but do not go anywhere, because we have got our historics heading out onto track in a few moments' time. And looking at some of the bits of kit out there, they've got it's some of the newer pieces of the historics, even though we expect them to be really, really old, but we do go into the sort of 90s, early 2000s, and they've got wings on them and they are spectacular. And I've got somebody else joining me in the commentary box. I'm going to hand the headset over to a gentleman that knows considerably more than me.
Right. So that's on now. Should I be talking until you... Okay, this is Ed McDonough. I'm very pleased to be here in the commentator box with the Historics, and on behalf of the British Historic Kart Club, which has been around since 2006. The historic movement got started a few years earlier, and it was really here at Shenington where the interest was generated, and the Historic Kart Club got started, now has about 200 paid up members, and is recognized by the British Motorsport Association. And we're very pleased to have two groups running for you today. The classes in historic racing are diverse, about 13 different groups according to age of kart and size of engine and whether it's a gearbox kart or not. What we have out on the circuit at the moment are what essentially mostly gearbox karts from class 4 and some of the other historic classes. So who you're going to see out there are people like Ross Allen in number 1 in that 250 Dino. He was many times Midlands champion. He was a superkart British champion, and he's here with his relative Scott Allen, who's out in number 1 in a Birol, also a Midland champion, a K2 British champion, and a long circuit winner. I'll run through some of the karts that are out on the circuit now. Richard Stimson in number 4. He's from the Legends Superkart group. That's a Zip GP kart. That's a recreation of his 1980s Zip kart that he raced for a number of years. He used to be an apprentice at Perkins Engines when he started karting. That kart's got a Yamaha 250 engine. 26, veteran Pete Hammond in what we call Class Formula C. This chassis, a Zip chassis with a TM125 engine. This has been racing for 24 years, no, 44 years. The engine's well worn, but still a very high revving engine. Pete was at the Shenington 250 International Club. He was the champion in 79, 80, and 81. Nigel Young, and also number 1, a Blow Whirlwind with a Villiers engine, a revered Villiers engine. He raced it in the late 70s, came back to historic karting. Number 185, Simon Lloyd, who is normally found in orange as a marshal at Brands Hatcher Goodwood. He's been involved in karting since 1995. He finished 3rd in the heavyweight sprints in 2015. This kart has been restored, has a long history, very early kart. I think it was 62 or 1963, this kart. Simon regards himself as not a person who sets the world alight, but a safe pair of hands. And he's had several respectable years in Club 100 racing, especially fond of 1960s karts. Richard Sherwood is out there with another quite older and very rare kart, a Corvette with a Villiers engine. And this kart also has quite a long history. Gordon Gray, number 47. He won the 2023 Class 4 Classic Award at Shenington. Been to Italy, to Jesolo in Italy for events. His kart's a Zip 925. And he's racing in the current Retro Kart Championship, driving an Anderson chassis. Lex Fells, number 40. He's got an Anderson AK with a TM-K5 engine. It's a British-made chassis with an air-cooled engine. He was a junior champion winner 2021, 2022, and in 2026 he's been festival champion at fullback lap record holder. So a real diversity of machinery and drivers out there. For those of you who may be unaware, 2026 is the 70th anniversary of karting, which started in the United States. Art Ingalls built the first kart in, I reckon, early 1956 on the West Coast. And in slightly later that year, I built one of the first karts on the East Coast, and that was in Stamford, Connecticut. There were no organized races in that first year. They started seriously in 1957, but a number of people were building their own karts and running informal events. And I used to run, and we ran events on the Connecticut Turnpike, which was being built in the end of 1956, which was a great place to practice and race. And as some of you may know, I'm allegedly the only person who raced in 1956 and still gets behind the wheel thanks to the British Historic Kart Club. But the attention's out there out on the course. I think we got the first group coming in. So now we will move over to what are largely called Class 1 karts. And I'll give you a rundown on some of the Class 1 karts. Although we may have David coming and do some interviews in a minute, but we'll keep on going. I'll give a rundown on some of the karts when they start going out very shortly. They were here, of course, yesterday. Some of you may know that Johnny Herbert was here on Friday, started in karting, moved up to Formula One, very well known both in sports car racing. Very good to see him still taking an interest in karting, as do a lot of the Formula One people, many of whom nowadays have started, did their starting in karting, whereas the rest of us who, for a long time in the end of the 60s, 1970s, we were driving Formula Fords. But it's karting which is the beginning of serious motor racing these days. The UK historic karting scene began when a group of enthusiasts attended Shenington's 40th anniversary meeting in June 2000. By 2005, the British Historic Kart Club had been formed and is now involved in offering events for these older karts, now going out onto the circuit. Number one is Tony Brinkworth, who's been in the club for some years. He's got a Tro kart with a Clinton engine. I think he also runs a Buckler Gold Star with a Comet. In 1959, Thomas Clinton, one of the earliest karts made from the British mass production of the first karts, and the 1963 Buckler is another very early kart. That's Tony Brinkworth. He's also got a Tyrrell. He's at number 5. If he's out in number 5, he would be out in his Tyrrell. Another number 5. We got some duplicate numbers, so there might be a bit of confusion. But Owen Potter in number 5 is in Class 1 post-classic division in a DAP Greyhound with a DAP 100cc engine. This is DAP's last milestone chassis. They were world champions, and in 1983, Alex Zanardi, the late great Formula One driver, was a DAP driver, as was Stefano Modena and Vincenzo Salspiri. They were serious DAPs and world championship winners in DAPs. Andy Rollison is number 9. He's also in the classic class. He's in a Swiss Huntless 1980 kart. He's had several good results racing this kart. Pete Townsend, number 95 in an ARC K96. Very popular TKM chassis in the 1990s. This kart won the British TKM Championship, and it was the Retro E-Plate Heavy winner in 2023. His brother Ryan Townsend is out in number 99 in an ARC K97 with a 100cc BT82 engine. He's raced in Access Karting and the Retro Kart Championship. He's probably the youngest historic driver this weekend, whereas if I were driving, I would be the oldest. And he was at 3rd in the recent Shenington event. John Muscroft is in number 3. This is the 100 Classic class. The history is he has little knowledge of the history of his Dino 100. It's probably a 1978 kart. He did the first kart meeting at Burtonwood to watch his godfather, who was Ken Parrott, who is Tim's dad, Tim Parrott's dad. And he now races in the Retro Racer Championship. Darren Potter, number 77, in a DAP GP79. This is the same model kart as used by Ayrton Senna in the 1979 Karting World Championship. This has a DAP T72 100cc engine. And this type of chassis finished 1st and 2nd in the 1979 World Championships. Darren Potter has been racing since 1992. Adrian Lane is in number 13 in a Skida with a West Bend 98cc twin engine, very rare machine. Karting engine from 1962. I think there's a 1960 kart in the static display of the British Historic Kart Club, which is a 1960. I think that might be the earliest kart here. This Adrian Lane's kart was mass produced by his father, Ken Lane. The engines are from the United States and the only ones running in the UK. Adrian never drove as a youngster, but he does have a photo and did sit in his dad's kart at the age of 18 months. Robbie Ashton, a great veteran, strong supporter of the Historic Kart Club, been around karting. He's in number 68 in a Blow Comet K77. Excuse me, he's been a Historic Kart Club member since the very beginning, since 2005, very early days. In 2006, the Historic Kart Club was invited to Monaco to support the FIA International Kart Championship. I happened to be there at the time and got invited to drive in those demonstrations. That's in October. That will have been 20 years ago. People like Robbie Ashton still at it, still going, no sign of getting up. He started in 1968, raced for a year, but kept his Barlotti and came back, and he still owns that Barlotti 58 years later. So those are the first two runs. Historic karts were out yesterday, twice, midday and later in the afternoon, as well as on Friday. And next weekend, we'll be at Silverstone Classic as invited guests running on the kart circuit there. Bit of an honor for the club to be recognized seriously and invited to a major event such as the Silverstone Classic. Well, I'm trying to see what we've got lined up next. I think we may have the first group out again. Yeah, so we've got a second run for the essentially the gearbox karts. I think Richard Stimson is out, number 4, with his zip kart. He's raced this kart at a number of places in the UK, Fullback, Kimbolton, Hello. I think he's had it for quite some time. Quite potent Yamaha 250cc engine. Ross Allen is out in his Dino Rotax. I think I might have mentioned that he's been SuperKart British champion in Division 1. an E-plate winner, and he's been a radical champion. 7 times national winner in his class, and the Midlands champion 9 times. Very experienced racer is Ross Allen. Although some of these karts look quite modern with wings and bodywork, they are historic in the sense that they are 1990s karts. Wings started appearing fairly early, maybe even late 80s, and some of them have been modified and have more modern equipment. But underneath them, I mean, some of the 1990s karts are 30 years old and have been racing very consistently over that period. I want to say to the spectators and other kart racers and their families that the British Historic Kart Club has a large enclosure in the center to which everybody is invited. There is a display of some very interesting older karts on display. You're very welcome to come and see and talk to the people and get information. One of the ways, given that karting, as many of you, especially many of you who are parents who are paying for the kids' karting, realize how expensive karting has become. Historic karting is a good entry into karting. It's much lower in cost. It's to some extent less competitive, and it's quite relaxed. But its main attraction is that they're very interesting and supportive people in the club, willing to support new kart racers. There are historic karts available. There are still lots of them about. And they're a great way to get into karting, to one, see if you want to do it, and two, as a way to begin to get some experience. So come to the BHKC's exhibition over in the center, have a look, talk to people, have a look at some of the old karts. Owners will be happy to show you around. We've seen Lex Fells out there with the number 40, the Anderson. Again, a reasonably rare chassis with a TMK5 engine. British-made chassis with an air-cooled engine. In 2024 was the Class 4 Classic champion, won the Concours Award in the British Historic Kart Club. 2023 was Best Presented Kart in the Retro Kart Championship. It's been used as a show kart at the NEC for the Historic Motor Show, and also as a show kart at Kartmania in 2023 and 2024. It was a junior TKM O-Plate Championship winner and vice champion in 2021-2022. Won the fullback Gearbox Kart Festival Championship 2026 and has the Rora lap record. Gordon Gray out there in the Zip 925. Gordon won the 2023 Class 4 Classic Award at Shenington. He's been a supporter of British Historic Kart Club. They go to Jesolo in Italy every year. He's been to that classic event for the last 3 years. His kart is basically a 100cc kart modified to take a gearbox engine and was sold by Zipkart in the mid-1980s. Was very popular on short circuit events for its good handling ability to put the power down. The driver Gordon Gray currently runs in the Retro Kart Championship. He drives a Anderson chassis with the only Rotax event on the grid at most of the meetings. I think we're seeing Ross Allen going around, probably lapping most people. Ross Allen, very experienced, very quick driver in his Dino Rotax. I'll just say, we're getting some good shots on the screen here of close-ups of some of the karts. Come through the paddock and have a close look. Feel free to talk to the drivers. They're very keen to share information about the history of their karts. Let's see if we... That sounds like Ross Allen coming in. So we've got some of the Class 1 karts going out again for their second run. Quite a lot of pushing to get these karts out there and going. They of course don't have any onboard starters. So historic kart races depend, as do modern kart races, depend on friends and helpers to not only organize themselves for racing, but to actually get started. Well, if you're out on the circuit, you'll see exactly what I mean by getting help from your friends. One of the karts has stopped, number 25. Another one of the drivers has stopped, has gone over to give him a stand, but it's not getting started. So we may have a stoppage for that. We're just getting some good close-up views of veteran Robbie Ashton. As I said a bit earlier, Robbie's been a very, very long time member of the Historic Kart Club, a member since the beginning of the club in 2005, but a person who started his karting back in 1968, where he raced for a short time in his Barlotti, which he kept, and he's now running his Blow Comet, which he takes out on a regular basis. He's taken this kart with the British Historic Kart Club to the event in Jesolo in Italy, also to the time they went to the Bahamas, which used to be well known for both classic motor racing and karting. He raced at the Monaco event in 2006 at the circuit at Lake Garda. Rob has been a very strong supporter of the club and historic karting, as is his son Mark, who's here today, although not driving. We expect to see hopefully both of them at Silverstone, the Silverstone Classic next week. Karting started in the United States, as I stated a bit earlier, towards the end of 1956, and serious racing organization both on the West Coast and the East Coast got going in 1957. It was a bit slow in moving to Europe, partly when American servicemen were in Germany. They started doing kart racing on airfields, and that helped kick off the interest in karts in the UK, which really got going towards the end of 1958, but more in 1959. So 1959 was really the start-off year for serious karting in the UK, and has been going ever since. Karting, of course, continues to be extremely popular and diverse across the United States. Very large groups. I mean, their championships are slightly different in that the country is 3 and a bit thousand miles across. So if you're covering championships, major national championships, you're either going a very, very long way, and it's incredibly expensive, but there are a number of regional championships and regional organizations. There is a vintage kart association in America, although I think it's not nearly as active as the British Historic Kart Club, which has regular events, attends and supports other major motoring events and shows. So it's a slightly different atmosphere. Some of the people karting in the United States are now moving into higher forms of motor racing, or different forms of motor racing. I wouldn't necessarily say higher, but that's fairly small in number. I'm not sure if any of the kind of up-and-coming Americans who are wanting to do, or doing Formula 2 and Formula 3 globally, are started with karting. I think some of them probably have. The Historic Kart Club holds static displays and demonstration events and track days throughout the year. The 2026 program started with Race Retro at Stoneleigh in February, where the club had both static and driving demonstration. It has monthly invitations to Rissington test days at the Rissington circuit, when historic karts are given their own sessions away from the modern karts. And again, the club has been particularly excited to have been invited to put on demonstrations at the British Racing Driver Club Festival, the classic event, next weekend at the new Silverstone Kart Circuit. So again, take a walk around the historic paddock, look at the karts, talk to the drivers, and if you think you'd like historic karting, there will be somebody there to talk to you about it. And we'll be there for the rest of the afternoon. Prize giving and awards for historics will be, I think, at 2:30. One of the supporters of the Historic Kart Club is, of course, the great Terry Fullerton, who was 1973 World Kart Champion. He views Shenington very positively. He's said how he sees it as the firm favorite on the karting calendar because it continues to generate its own unique atmosphere, and it gives him a great deal of pleasure to be involved in the events here. And he's a strong supporter and patron of the British Historic Kart Club. Of course, Terry Fullerton is well known. He raced against Ayrton Senna on a regular basis, beat Ayrton Senna, and was the person that Ayrton Senna had confessed to be the only person he was ever afraid of on a kart circuit, which is a fairly remarkable thing. Shenington is also a place that's always been seen as a good place to unveil one's latest kart, to do some testing, you know, whether it's a restoration or a barn find. So there are always many new historic karts on display, and those are on display today. Kart design, of course, has evolved seriously over a number of years, and modern cars very, very different to some of the things that started racing 60, maybe almost 70 years ago. Nevertheless, current historic cars are very quick indeed, as you can see by what's been going out on the track. Well, it looks like we've got another group. Maybe some of the Legends karts, some of the faster gearbox karts going out. The Retro Championship, which I've mentioned a couple times, is run for historic karts. Regular season of races takes part across the country through the entire year. So a number of the drivers who are demonstrating today take part in that regularly. I did several races in it a few years ago when I came back to historic karting. I've got a 1960s Victor blow kart sitting in my garage, and of course being here a couple of days gets the itch going again. I have a suspicion that maybe that comes out from under its coverage, and before the season is over, that will come out again. That's of course an old 60s Victor blow kart with a Villiers 197cc engine, with a gearbox. Bit of a handful, still on its original tires from the 1960s. Still goes quite quickly when it's tuned and ready to go. Villiers, which were of course motorbike engines, became very, very popular in karting, still are. Now quite sought after for those people, you know, for the growing interest in historic karting. People are looking for Villiers engines, old motorbike engines that have been sitting away in garages and sheds. I think we have the Townsend brothers out again, Pete and Ryan, both in ARC K90, a K96 and a K97. K97 is a 100cc engine, while the K96, if I've got it right, is a 115cc engine. Pete Townsend's kart was at one time the British TKM champion when there was a class for for TKM races. Well, I think we're in the very last couple of laps of the historic demonstration. I hope you've enjoyed that and that you do manage to get round to the British Historic Kart Club. Come and see us. Come and talk to drivers, owners, and friends of historic karting. It's quite welcoming atmosphere, and the karts on display are fascinating. So please come over to the center when you got a chance and have a look. Just want to say on behalf of the British Kart Club that we've enjoyed the weekend. It's been a good weekend. It's really nice. It's good to be in the mix with all the modern karts and the wide range of participants in modern karting. I'm particularly impressed by the number of girls I've seen out this weekend. That's a slower process in the United States. It has been, but it's a group that's growing here. Some very talented people. I've been watching Esme Rosie. Had a bit of an incident in this morning's race. We'll be out again. Really, really feisty driver in traffic. But again, from the British Historic Kart Club, thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. What an awesome display of karts out there. I had a walk round with Gary yesterday, and it's fantastic. And just to see them out there, and I just think it was Scott Allen was taking one round. I think he forgot what kart he was in, the way he was throwing it round.
Well, he's very quick. The Allens are extremely quick drivers. Yeah, it's been a good demo. Mostly everybody kept running.
Yes, which is always good. We've got juniors gridding up, and I don't think we're going to have much time before we get them out on track. So
they're a little younger than some of us.
Yes, far more exuberant as well at times.
No. We got a lot of exuberance. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Pleasure having the historic salon.
Great.
Superb. Thank you.
Good to be here.
A lot of echo in that one. Borrow that one back. Hello and welcome back then to the finals here at the 2026 Shenington SuperPrix. We start the afternoon with 4 B finals, 2 in Rotax Senior and Junior, and then Junior X30 and Senior X30 as well. We start with our Junior Max B final, the repechage. The top 4 drivers will progress through into the showpiece event at the end of the day. For outside of that top 4, their race weekend will be over, unfortunately. So we will bring you a grid in a few moments' time, because we have got all of our juniors gridded and ready, just waiting for the grid marshal to open the gate, although the flag is just to the right hand side at the moment with nobody holding it. So we will hopefully run you through a grid for this Junior Max B final. So, just as we had before we head to the grid, it's time for our B final then in Junior Rotax. So Max Douthwaite will start on pole position. Oliver Barton alongside Charlie Quine and Adam Giardauskas with Ashe Nagora and Christian Kateov in front of Luca Machechia and Layla Bell. Jack Causer and Ollie Healy, Archie Thomond Evans and Esme Rosie will go off row number 6. Row 7 will be Ethan Guest, Cooper Campbell Lees alongside Alfie Skitt and Jay Singh, with Daniel Vinaskeos and Iris Crease off row number 9. Row 10, Frankie Jones with Harvey Everett, Oscar Dolinek and Hakeem Batt, Finley Cass and Ava Crawford on route number 12. Hugh Phillips, Rebecca Restle, Elijah Lewis and Kian Hundle, with Ryumu Komatsu and Alexander Lejecki on route number 15. Jax Whites will be shown on row number 16, but we haven't seen him here all weekend, so I'd be very surprised if he's turned up for the repechage. So thank you for those of you that stayed with us during the lunch. It wasn't really a break, was it, for many of us? We stayed and we watched the historics. I went down into pit lane to take in some of our historic karts, and Team Extreme Grass Cutting in the live chat just saying Gavin Scott, Phil Scott looking good in the Legends karts. Jack Corser there in the number 11, racing with Air Kart. So we're green on posts. Grid Marshal has the green flag in hand, ready to send them out onto the circuit for this first repechage of the day. Mechanics just still there with their drivers. The grandstand starting to fill as the green flag is lifted into the air by the grid marshal. So 16 races remaining here today at the 2026 Shenington SuperPrix. 62 juniors started the day. 4 will endeavour to make up the final 4 places of the Junior Rotax final. Some superb prizes on offer for your overall race winners, with vouchers from Jag Rotax and IKD Kart Store as well. Glider comes in the background. They have a fantastic view from up there of circuit here at Shenington. 8 minutes and 1 lap to decide the final 4 places of the Junior Max final grid. Max Douthwaite brings us to the line. We've got incidents already further down the order. And we've got the 117 already facing the wrong way, which is Esme Rosie. Front half of the field though is through and clear. Was further down the order where things started to go wrong. Max Douthwaite will lead. Looks like we've got Charlie Quine up into second place. We'll run 3 wide further down the order. That's Layla Bell on the left-hand side of the screen, going over the white line, and we've got 2 or 3 off as well. It's starting to get very, very messy in the middle part of this junior Rotax repechage. The field tries to get towards that all-important 4th place. At the moment, Adam Giardausis is in that important 4th place in front of Luca Machecchia. Keep an eye out for me is the driver who will be in shot now, I think, and that's Cooper Campbell Lees. Yes. In 10th place. Not quite sure whether he's had an issue in this race meeting that's seen him in the B final, but I'm fairly sure it was a little bit further up as Charlie Quine goes down the inside of Max Douthwaite. Douthwaite will then run side by side with the 123 of Ashay Nagara. He's been shuffled back now outside of the top 4 there. Quine with a little bit of look over his shoulder, with trying to get away, and we'll hope that they battle it out now behind as Max Douthwaite is out wide on that curve, and by the time they get up towards Bruno, will be outside of the top 4. Pretty much the top 10 there, all in a straight line. Quine will lead us over the line this time. Then again, I think that gap's out beyond the 2/10 mark. Adam Giardausis is 4/10 back as Ashay Nagara goes down the inside and retakes 4th place. Moves themselves up into the final qualifying position. Wide, oh, that's a 77 of Thomond Evans. Doesn't seem happy, but I don't think there was any contact there on the exit of the corner. A little bit of frustration creeping in as Archie sees his chances of making it through to the final slip away. There's one going slightly wide there in the middle part of Wilkins. A little slot back in here. Layla Bell up into 7th place. Ashay Nagara was the kart that was going wide down at Wilkins as they drop all the way down the order to P27, and their opportunities of making it through are over. Quine, Giardausis and Machecchia, your top 3. Gap back then to Oliver Barton in that yellow helmet. Max Douthwaite's in 5th place. In front of Cooper Campbell leads Layla Bell, Christian Kateoff, Archie Thomond Evans and Hakeem Bat. Here's your top 10. Round about the 4-minute mark, and Cooper Campbell Lees will come into shot now in front of Max Douthwaite. He's gone down the inside, as has Adam Giardausis for the lead. It's Charlie Quine then now with Machecchia and Oliver Barton. It always amazes me when you've got 4 drivers at the front who are all going to make it through, why they start scrapping and inviting other people into the mix. You're going to be starting on the final 2 rows anyway, and there's always that risk as well of picking up a front fairing penalty and dropping yourself further down the order. These 4, a lap ago, were a shoo-in for the B final. And I do mean an absolute shoo-in. Until they started scrapping, they were away. And now, Cooper Campbell Lees was 0.8 of a second faster on the previous lap as Adam Giardausis goes super defensive in the run-up to Stratford. Far too defensive, it turns out, because Charlie Quine is through, and that front fairing on Adam Giardausis' car, it appears, I'm not sure whether it was in this race or previous one, to have done some hard yards.
Door is open once again, and there is Cooper Campbell-Lees up into 4th place in that all-important one. Adam Giadaus is back down the inside of Charlie Quine for the lead. Giadaus, Quine, Barton started 2nd, 3rd, 4th, not in that order, but they were their starting positions. Cooper Campbell-Lees just behind, started P14. And he is now in that all-important P4. Machechia just behind, as is Douthwaite still within touching distance. Layla Bell, Kacheov, Thomond Evans and Hakeem Bat lead 10, split by less than 4 seconds. All that matters is being inside the top 4. And the issue with that is if you do get a 5-second penalty for a front fairing, no matter what happens, you're probably not going to make it, given how close the front end is. And look at that Cooper Campbell-Lees. The nose looks like, I'm not sure whether it's just going over the bumps, but whether he's picked up a front fairing penalty, which should be post-race anyway. We don't apply them in race, and they're checked as they come off the track in the holding area. I might be able to see out the combox window when they come in as he goes down the inside of Charlie Quine for 3rd place, but this may, unless they can pull away, be a fruitless exercise nonetheless. It's been a charge, he's up into 2nd place. No. Is that nose just creased in, or has it been pushed down and dropped down again? It only seems to bounce a little bit when they're in the braking zone, which may well just be the kart's natural trajectory. But that's why your drivers like Douthwaite, Machechia and Bell need to stay within that 5-second touching distance. 46 seconds on the clock. Across the timing line now with 2 laps to go, and will Cooper Campbell-Lees come out the slipstream to go down the inside? Yes, he will. As they head up towards the corner at Cafe. Cooper Campbell-Lees goes to the head of the field for the first time, having started in P12. These are your 4 that, on track at least, are going to go through to the A final. However, on many, many occasions, decisions after the race due to front fairing penalties, etc., have changed the landscape. As wide goes Cooper Campbell-Lees, a little bit too wide for his own liking, I'd imagine. So, change for 9th place as Cian Hundle finds his way past Archie Thomond Evans. Ashay Nagara's trying to get back into some places as after that incident earlier on. And Giadaus is defending Charlie Quine. Still not entirely sure why they go at it quite so vehemently in B final, but when it's all about getting through to the A. But nonetheless, from 14th to 1st, it's Cooper Campbell-Lees taking the victory from Oliver Barton, Adam Giadaus and Charlie Quine. Luca Machechia will have a wait to see if anything comes for those drivers in front. But as it stands post-race, Cooper Campbell-Lees, your repechage race winner. Oliver Barton, Adam Giadaus and Charlie Quine are your 4 going through. We'll wait to see whether what we get post-race, because Machechia, Douthwaite, Bell all within touching distance. So we'll keep an eye on what we can see there. It's a little bit too dark for the camera, but nonetheless we're going to move on because it's time for B final number 2. This time it's senior Rotax. So we get your grid up on the screen now. It's going to be Adam White on pole position. Kearney stick alongside on the front row with Harley Quick and Jaden Robinson in front of Harry Laffer and Ben Adams. Rudy Winslow Morton and Connor Tubby are on row number 4. Veer Maru and Ralphie Greenway with Harry Paul and Max Sheldon Haywood on row number 6. Oliver Lomax and Jensen Pierpont, Parser, Thomas Vand and Nicholas Oktaras in front of Matthew So and Zhen Lim on row number 9. 18 runners, 4 again progressing through. Are we going to see another charge from somebody outside of the top 10 to get themselves into the showpiece at the end of the day here at the SuperPrix? 8 minutes and 1 lap to decide as Adam White in the 13 brings us round the first corner. He's going to be pursued by Harvey Quick, who's going to move through from the second row, I think, to slot in, although Kearney Sticks had a good start as well. In fact, down the inside goes Kearney Stick for the lead and then parks the kart straight across the bows of Adam White. Much more pragmatic approach from the mid-pack in seniors compared to juniors earlier on. In the grand scheme of things, a rather serene opening lap as Kearney Stick brings us round then from Adam White, Harvey Quick, Jaden Robinson and Connor Tubby, Ralphie Greenway, Ben Adams, Max Sheldon Haywood, Parser Thomas Vand and Oliver Lomax. It's been a good start by Greenway from 10th to 6th on the opening lap. Similarly for Thomas Vand, who's gone 16th to 9th. Will do their chances no harm at all. Field making their way through. We've got a slow-moving Jensen Pierpont. That's why we have a marshal down there at the far end of the circuit and is spraying the race leader Kearney Stick with dried grass from the hairpin down there at Wilkins. So Pierpont's race is over. So we have another slow moving kart there on the outside. JDR kart, Matthew So, who's had a difficult day, retired from both of his heats today, including a fairly spectacular one at turn number 1 where he went through the tyre wall, cleared the bank and then went through the second set of tyres on the other side of the Bruno chicane. We are right now. So we see Veer Maru there in the number 11 machine. Top 4, E-Stick, White, Quick and Tubby are clear, but as we established earlier on, doesn't necessarily mean a lot when, even though you've got 4 clear at the front, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to stay like that and play nicely. E-Stick will defend. As White tries to go all the way around the outside. Harvey Quick's there as well, still in that number 14, the white and blue machine, as Connor Tubby tries to go down the inside in the mid part of the corner. They'll be side by side, and again, look, they've backed themselves in. It was 4 home and dry at the front of this race, and now it's pretty much 2 home and dry and any one of 6, although they've started to have a little squabble as well. And that is a reprieve that Tubby and White probably don't really deserve in this race. But then Haywood, Greenway, Robinson, Thomas Vand all decided to have a little bit of a scrap. We're going to have one for the lead as well, are we? No, that's the battle for second place again between White and Tubby, the 2 leaders. The second down the road, there they are. They would be wise now just to face forward and go. Stick did defend quick earlier on in that run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Pretty much running Noah's Ark style now, 2 by 2 by 2. Certainly inside the top 6. It's been a good run by Parza Thomas Vand up into P6 now. Evolution racing driver. Minutes on the clock. I wonder if anybody can sive through. I think we're pretty much as we are in terms of everybody sort of sorting themselves out into pace order. It's been a good run by Thomas Vand, a good one by Max Sheldon Haywood as well, who's come through from P12 to run inside the top 6. But unless something happens in front of them, their day is going to be done as they come through the camera there. Who were no faster than the duo in front on the previous lap, although that involved Thomas Vand getting past Haywood. So this will be the first sort of lap where they've been clean. And Thomas Vand sets the fastest lap of the race, 10th quicker, but needs over a second to close in on the back of Connor Tubby. And with 2 minutes to go, I think Tubby and White have settled their mid-race differences, so to speak. Got a bit of a look over the shoulder from White, but again goes wide. Tubby following the line. Looks like we could well be settled here with a minute and a half to go. Run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Again, the leaders being compliant with each other. This battle for 3rd place, which is really a battle at the moment. Playing nicely, but it's a Kearney stick with a slightly different line now, just to stop the other one down the inside. But I'd be very surprised if Harvey Quick was going to do anything silly at this phase in the race when they both know that they are effectively going to be through. I have no doubt that in different circumstances Connor Tubby would have tried to move down the inside on Adam White there as well into the Stratford hairpin, but I think those two are also comfortable that they're going to be into this final as well. So 7 seconds on the clock, 2 to go for Kearney Stick, Harvey Quick, Adam White, Connor Tubby. Parza Thomas Vand is closing in again on each lap, but needs more time that he's not going to be afforded, unfortunately. Bit of a shout out as well to Matthew So. He's going to finish this one, I think, in around about P12, but at the moment is heading towards seeing a checkered flag, which he hasn't through one or two incidents throughout this race day for the driver in the 59. So Kearney Stick will commence the final lap. Interesting to see whether he defends as Thomas Vand finds 0.3 of a second and puts in the fastest lap. The gap is closing, but I think he's going to be a lap short. E-Stick and Quick make their way out onto the Hanger Straight. no real defence from Kieran Eastick. He's turned up, he's done the job that he needed to do out in the B final. He progresses through to the A, provisionally of course until post-race checks are complete. Eastick quick, White and Tubby are going through. Van will have a little bit of a wait to find out whether he progresses depending on if anything happens to the four in front. The likelihood is that we'll say goodbye to the 2026 Shenington SuperPrix to Max Sheldon Haywood, Ralphie Greenway, Zhengzhon Lim, Ben Adams, Jaden Robinson, Matthew Sauvia Maru, Harvey Paul, Rudy Wimslow, Morton, Harry Laffett, Oliver Lomax, Nicholas Octaris, and Jensen Pierre-Paul peel off into the pit lane at the end of lap number 1. In the Junior Max B final, Cooper Campbell Lees drops down the order to P9. Oliver Barton, Adam Giordausis, Charlie Quine, Luca Mucecchia. Your 4 to go through, your race winner, 14th to 1st, and post-race back down to 9th. The day is over for the charging Cooper Campbell Lees. Field already making their way out then for our Senior X30 B final. 9 runners in this one for Senior X30B. Jacob Narnan in this Junior X30B final in front of Jaden Lamb, Conrad Barton, Ayrton Lima Evans, Alfie Fulton, Exton Cook, with Hajani, Murray and Barker. Your Baker, your final, your runners in this 9-kart race, which has very quickly become a 7-kart race as we've got 2 round. 65 of Ayrton Lima Evans is round, and we've got still a very, very stationary, what looks to be Lucas Murray potentially on the outside of the first corner. Kart is offline, whether we go to a full yellow or the driver's still sat in the kart. Maybe do with getting out of that very shortly. In fact, the kart is moving again and heading in. It is the 31 of Jaden Lamb who peels off into the pit lane. So we're going to have a 7-kart effectively run at this one. It was a false start as well, which is unfortunate for those drivers that weren't able. It's the first time I've had a false start today. So we've just been told to spread apart a little bit more. Ayrton Lima Evans has been able to retake the position. 13 straight down the middle of Conrad Barton. Whether the green light had gone out before that happened, we can't see. And I don't get paid to make those decisions. Jacob Narn will make his run up towards the first corner with Conrad Barton in tow. And it's going to be Ayrton Lima Evans, the Anglo-Brazilian driver, in 3rd place. Exton Cook has been disposed of that final position to go through by Alfie Fulton by the look of things. Fulton then up into 4th place in that all-white machine. They'll make their way up and over the timing line for the first time. And Conrad Barton is under investigation already, and can't help but feel that's for the tram lines on the opening lap. Was very quick in getting out of the line. It was Conrad Barton. Started in 3rd place behind Jacob Narn on pole position. And Barton has since found his way up into lead past Jacob Narn. Ayrton Lima Evans in 3rd place. We've still got Alfie Fulton, Logan Baker, Hashim Al-Dajani, with Exton Cook and Lucas Murray. Murray now the fastest lap of the race, moving himself up into P7. And with one driver out already, we have a 50% chance of going through to the Junior X30B final. That's not going to help matters though in 5th place, with Logan Baker going out onto the curb on the outside. That'll allow Hashim Al-Dajani back through. Ayrton Lima Evans with a nice little move down the inside into the hairpin down there at Wilkins. Moved himself up into second place in Junior X30. Will now defend Jacob Nahn. Give Conrad Barton an opportunity to pull away ever so slightly at the front. But two Tim Wilson Motorsport coloured machines lead the way in this Junior X30 repechage. The Welshman Conrad Barton leads the Anglo-Brazilian Ayrton Lima Evans, and that very much depends on which side of his helmet you're looking at. Left side as he faces the camera in the Union Jack colours. The left side now, and the right side now as we keep flipping between in the Brazilian colours. So half and half helmet. Very similar to the 1998, so 97, 98 PAR that had a half and half livery. Still not the best thing, it's half and half. The best thing ever to go half and half is pizza, of course. Who doesn't like a farmhouse on one side and a pepperoni on the other? Yet we digress. 4 minutes to go in this Junior X30 repechage. Conrad Barton, Ayrton Lima Evans, Jacob Nairn, and now Lucas Murray up into that all-important fourth place in front of Alfie Fulton, Hashim Al-Dajani, Logan Baker and Exton Cook. We've already lost Jaden Lamb at the start of this race as Ayrton Lima Evans is drawing closer to Conrad Barton at the front of this race. They had the chat pre-race. Wide goes Barton, and that will hamper his exit, and I imagine he may well need to defend, although his teammate has been largely compliant in not punishing. What you should have got is I'm not sure that the 25 of Jacob Nairn is going to be as kind should mistakes like that happen in front. 2:40 on the clock, lapping in the 43s. Big look over the shoulder again by the two leaders. It's always a nervous time, these B finals. Extend your day. Could mean you're on the road home before the race meeting is even drawn to a close. Depending on how quickly you could potentially get packed up. Disappointment does help you pack up a little bit quicker though. I can assure you of that. Still, as we have been at the front, although Lucas Murray edging closer to Jacob Nairn lap on lap. And there is the move for third place by Lucas Murray. And if ever there was a photo opportunity, it would be now, as it's a TWM 123. Barton and Evans down the back straight, and this is your top four, and again will be your four that will go through, all being well. No post-race issues, of course, pending. We have already seen this happen in juniors. Seniors, it's I think it's declared, and we're happy with the result in seniors. We'll keep checking that to make sure there are no further penalties applied and any potential appeals post-race. So, Barton, Evans, Murray, TWM 1-2-3 as it stands. Jacob Nairn behind in 4th place, but also going through as it stands. Time is ticking away, but not fast enough that it's going to be the final lap. 2 to go then, with Conrad Barton and Ayrton Lima Evans leading Lucas Murray and Jacob Nairn. Gap back then to Alfie Fulton, which means that none of these top 4 need to do anything silly in the remaining lap and a half to take themselves out of the final. And that's what we're starting at the back. They've got to be in it to win it. We've seen riders win meetings from the back row before. No defence from Barton. Seems they've planned this out and are happy with their work. Fulton's nose has done a bit as well. Got a big crease in the front of it. Leaders then up and round the right-hander at Wilkins. Through they come. And it's going to be Conrad Barton from Ayrton Lima Evans and Lucas Murray, Jacob Nairn as well, making his way through. They're going to race to the line between Logan Baker and Hashim Al-Dajani for 6th place. They finish behind Alfie Fulton in front of Exton Cook in the number 23 machine. So there's your race winner. Congratulates his compatriots. So we'll just put the Junior X30B final
Hello and welcome back to those of you that are finding us on a different link at the Shenington SuperPrix. Apologies that we had a bit of a technical issue that meant that we missed the first final of the day in Army Water Swift Restricted, but congratulations nonetheless to Henry Hales, who took the victory, and the Shenington SuperPrix and the E-Plate as well in Army Water Swift Restricted. The next race we're on at the moment is the Super 4 250 Mono Super Karts, as they head all the way up to the far end of the circuit. Oh, someone caught a curb there that didn't do any favours at all at the speed they were going. As we run up all the way up to the far end of the circuit and back down again here in the gearbox classes. Jack Bliss will lead Charlie Cole. That's your top two. Karts with a brake on each corner. Kieran Metzen in third place, Matt Ornup, Tim Woods, Aaron Powell, Sam Harrison. As Jack Rolfe and David Goody are down the order. Goody crossing the line now in P19. Jack Rolfe not crossing the line just yet, but did complete sectors 1 and 2 and is now across the timing line with the gap for a 105. As Charlie Cale goes down the inside of Jack Bliss to take the lead. And this Northern Karting Federation supported 250 Mono Superkart final. Anything that Jack Bliss can do here. There's that curb that got clipped at the start of the race. As we run up towards the slightly differently profiled. It's still a hairpin but has a tighter entry and then opens out on the exit for that run up onto the gearbox loop. Just had a little under 200 metres to the circuit length. As into the pits comes the 48 of Marcus Hudson. He's joined by the 82 of David Goody as well. So a few retirees. Nathan Craddock under investigation for something early on in the race, potentially, given the green flag time and when that came, which was less than 20 seconds later, potentially a jump start. Metzen, Ornut and Woods are your three there on screen. Lead this some 1.5 seconds down the road between Charlie Cole and Jack Bliss. Just having a quick look at the results that happened prior to the things. Looks like we're clearing most of our races. Barton, Lima Evans, Murray and Nen through in Junior X30 from the B final. X30 Senior is the last one. We've got a black flag for the 24 of Jack Robb. Currently being shown as 4 laps down. Sam Harrison falling down the order as well right now. Across the line in P15, having 3 or 4 places on that previous lap. Kieran Metzen in number 7, still holding firm from Matt Ornup and Tim Woods. Peeling off, could well be Don Brown potentially.
Was 13 seconds off the back of the pack previously. So still Metzen holding on to that final step of the podium at the minute from Matt Allnut and Tim Woods. So in the number 4 machine. Closing in, trying his best, and will try and go down the inside in what is a very late move, and I think he's realised that and allows Kieran Metzen to hold on to that place. And he could have, given his track position, just driven around the outside of Kieran Metzen then, but decided that it may have incurred the wrath and therefore just slots back into position. We'll have another go at it, but that's allowed Aaron Powell right up onto the back as well in the number 5 machine. Tim Woods going well in the 4. Charlie Cole still leading this race then from Jack Bliss. Gap is a little under a second between the leading duo. And 7 seconds down the road though, they are coming past the commentary position, which is on the outside of Cafe Corner. It is pretty much 2/3 of the way round, about there. The window to the left that you can see is where I am perched. Talking about being perched, that's Chris Lawson perched up on some tyres somewhere. Trying to figure out, that's that down right down at the far end. It is down at Stratford 2. It's gone off. Did say earlier on there's not a lot of runoff down that far end. Improved. Lawson will drop down the order unless he can get that car unhooked from the tyres. There will be a yellow flag up there, I imagine. There is a stationary yellow board at Marshall Post 3. And that will be a waved one up the far end there. You see a green board beyond that. Minute and 30 on the clock. Leaders well down the road from this battle at the moment, but Metzen on upwards powerful. The final trophy is Northern Karting Federation Super 4 250 final. Still with Kieran Metzen holding on from Matt Allnut at the moment. That far down the road, we may well get extra lap in here at the end of this one. Nine plus 1 for our finals. There's your leader coming down the back straight. Still with 20 seconds on the clock. May well have enough in the tank as Metzen moves over to the left-hand side of the track. As you can see, it's trying to block off 36 of Matt Allnut. Of Dan Rawdon in front of Nathan Caddick. Our leaders with the time down to 0, so we could indeed get round prior to the time elapsing. So lap and a half to go. And Charlie Cole may well have to contend with some of this lap traffic. before the end of this race. Goes into the right-hander of Cafe Cornet. Commences the final lap. And that long run all the way up towards the Stratford hairpin as he goes down the inside as well, and that's going to box in the one of Jack Bliss as Nathan Caddick tries to get a run on Dan Rawdon. Nonetheless, it was already a foregone conclusion at the front of this race, as Charlie Cole will come through to win the 2026 SuperPrix in 250 Superkart from Jack Bliss. We'll await the battle that's going between Metson, Ornut, Woods and Powell for the final step on the podium. Who's going to emerge? It is the 7 of Kieran Metson in front of Matt Ornut, Tim Woods and Aaron Powell. So it's as you were in the run up towards the final corner. There is your winner, your 2026 SuperPrix Super 4 250 Superkart winner. Charlie Cole gets the congratulations of Jack Bliss, who finished the race in second place. Did set the fastest lap as well, though, did Jack Bliss, on lap number 12 of 14. You can see there how much it takes out of these drivers in a 9-minute plus one lap final. So Jack Bliss just takes in a few gulps of air in that second place. Charlie Cole pops it into neutral as he goes over to see the rest of his team. We move on then to a race that I expect to be action-packed from the green. From the get-go, it's time for Honda Cadet. Let's take you through a grid then for our Honda Cadets. Marcus Cooper and Nico Veselovsky in front of Archie Cannon and Sawyer Henderson. Oliver Ratton and Ben Bowers on row number 3. Row 4, Joshua Bailey and Cian Doherty. Mason Becker and Freddie Drury with Ollie Knox and Finlay Thursfield in front of Cian Delaney and Phoebe Shelton. Archie Edgar, Austin Dowell, Reggie Cook and Fraser Messer in P18. Ethan Bainbridge completes the grid as we head up towards the timing line, and we're away and racing. Good start by Nico Veselovsky as he moves himself through down the inside, but it's going to be Marcus Cooper, I think, who will exit in the lead. Keep an eye out for Mason Becker. The only reason he's so far down the order is a slight mistake in heat number 2. So I'd expect to see him come through if he can get through the opening lap traffic. It's starting to get a little bit frantic further down the order. And a good start though by Ben Bowers, the current championship leader, has made his way up from P6 into 3rd place there in the sky blue and purple coloured machine of Team 17. So Cooper, Veselovsky, Bowers, Doherty, Cannon, Henderson, Knox, Ratton, Drury, Bailey, Becker, who didn't have the opening lap he'd have hoped for, currently in P11, but that just shows you the quality of this Honda Cadet field. So Marcus Cooper leads from Nico Veselovsky, who asks Cooper to go forwards and not defend. Did this very, very well. Did Veselovsky in the second heat. It was with Mason Becker rather than Marcus Cooper. So Archie Cannon finds his way up now into 3rd place in front of Ben Bowers. Moves further down the order as well. Austin Dowell up into P16. Fraser Messer down to P17. They've swapped round. Do not expect this field to fragment too much. Sealed Honda power units give us a very consistent playing field, as there's a warning for Archie Cannon. Up onto the back of Nico Veselovsky. I don't know whether that was for his overtake on Ben Bowers. Cannon may well have gone down the inside there on Veselovsky. So we go down to Sawyer Henderson there in the P25, the current joint championship leader in the British Championships in P6. Trying to get alongside Cian Doherty, still being led there by Marcus Cooper in front of this race. Tello Adventure supporting Mason Becker, currently P9. Don't think he'd have hoped to ascend through this field a little bit faster. There he goes in the background though, coming through. Down the inside, has now got to the front of that train of cars. Moves himself up to 6th place on that lap. So Drury and Doherty drop some places. There's a warning for Phoebe Shelton, currently in P14. So top 4 have a little bit of a gap back to Henderson and Becker. I do wonder if Becker can get onto the back. That's what they need. They need drivers overtaking in front. That's Archie Cannon down the inside of Nico Veselovsky. Veselovsky saw it coming, and I don't think that's lost them a lot of time. In fact, it hasn't. There's Archie Cannon. The lap ago set the fastest lap of the race. Faster, in fact, than Marcus Cooper in front of him, even with the overtake. Just having a quick look. Henderson was a little bit slower, but Mason Becker was 4/10 faster than Sawyer Henderson. Now, whether he catches Henderson and then decides to work with him, I think he's through already. Here's Mason Becker. Yes, he is, in the Project 1 colours. Henderson with MJR, and then down the inside goes Archie Cannon for the lead. A man on a mission, and that's going to allow Ben Bowers, I think, down the inside of Nico Veselovsky. They'll remain side by side round the first corner, and the Veselovsky slots in, and all of a sudden, what was a 4-kart battle at the front goes all the way down to P12 and Oliver Ratton in the 22. Ben Bowers is down the inside of Veselovsky. Wouldn't be surprised if Becker gets track position there as well, although does slot back into 5th place. Becker will still have sights on a podium here. The leading duo pushing away at the front though. Now all of these drivers in this sort of mix as Freddie Drury just in front now of Sawyer Henderson, although Henderson's going to come back at him a little bit further down. I think that's the 94 of Cian Doherty going down the inside of Finlay Thursfield. Thursfield, Bailey, Ratton just off the back. It was Doherty on Knox, I think, for 8th place. Cannon, Becker, Bowers. Sorry, Cannon, Cooper and Bowers in the top 3. Becker is now through on Nico Veselovsky. Mason Becker, who started this race in P9. Freddie Drury started in P10. They've both moved up 5 places. Having said that, Becker was down in P11 at the end of lap number 1. Becker on the outside of Ben Bowers, but
will have track position, I think, in the run up to Stratford, and Bowers is going to get hung out to dry on the outside, gets shuffled back behind Nico Veselovsky and Freddie Drury in the Apollo as well. So Bowers is going to go from 3rd to 6th. Henderson just behind him. Cannon and Marcus Cooper. Is there anything that Mason Becker can do? 2.5 minutes to go. Top 9 split by 1.8 seconds down to Ollie Knox. Then there's a gap back to Bailey Ratton and Thursfield, and then the rest of the field as well. And here we go. Cannon's widen on the outside, and he's going to lose 2 to the Project 1 duo of Cooper and Becker. And Becker's going to get the run here on Marcus Cooper, and now if Archie Cannon and the rest can get to the inside, they're side pod to side pod. Cooper didn't know he was there. Mason Becker's still in the gap. He's going to go down the inside, and now it's Cooper's turn to get shuffled back. Mason Becker will lead them with 1.5 minutes on the clock. From Archie Cannon, Freddie Drury's up into a podium position, albeit that is brief as Cooper comes back down the inside. Still not sure that Cooper knew that Becker was there on that run up to the right-hander at Hanger. If he did, he was always going to turn in on a kart that was there, because Mason Becker was down the inside, and now Cooper's getting shuffled back. Becker's got a contact warning. .55 on the clock. Lapping in the 50s, so there will be 2 laps to go at the end of this one, and Archie Cannon has gone down the inside of Mason Becker. They've got a gap of nearly a second back to Ben Bowers now in 3rd place. Cooper, Doherty, Henderson, Drury, Veselovsky. As that's Cooper's down the inside on Ben Bowers. Bowers is getting squeezed onto the graph. Cooper's going to go all the way around the outside and will have track position. I think again Ben Bowers is going to get shuffled backwards on the outside. Sawyer Henderson's in the mix as well. I think Bowers has lost 2. Cooper's there as well. It's the 94 coming through and up into, of Cian Doherty up into 4th place. Contact warning for Freddie Drury. Gap at the front is going out as they battle it over this final step on the podium. May well come back together though if Archie Cannon goes super defensive and hugs that white line on the inside. Becker's going to try and go all the way around the outside and then dive down the inside into Cafe Corner. He's got the job done, but Cannon has got a lap to fight back. Run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Becker will hold that inside white line. Can Cannon go all the way around the outside and get the switchback? He can get the switchback side by side up towards the Bruno chicane, and Archie Cannon will retake the lead all the way around the outside. Thought Becker was coming back at him. Cannon holds firm. Now he'll migrate towards the inside. Close the door, look at the rest of the field. They're coming back as well. Up towards the right-hander at Wilkins. Becker's going to try the inside line. Cannon's going to have the track position though. Can he get the run out the final corner? Archie Cannon wins the SuperPrix 2026 from Mason Becker, who charged through from P9 to finish in 2nd place. Marcus Cooper, as we see the 88 of Fraser Messer out on the final lap. Cannon, Becker and Cooper go to the podium. Henderson, Doherty, Bowers, Drury were all in the mix as well. They finished 4th to 7th respectively. Ollie Knox, Joshua Bailey, Oliver Ratton and Finlay Thursfield, with Nico Veselovsky in P12, Archie Edgar, Austin Dowell, Cian Delaney, with Reggie Cook, Ethan Bainbridge, Phoebe Shelton, and Fraser Messer will roll round in a few moments' time, will take the checkered flag in P19, having been recovered from the outside of the Bruno chicane. Archie Cannon, though, here's your 2026 Shenington SuperPrix final winner in what I billed as an action-packed Honda Cadet final, and it did not disappoint. Archie Cannon takes the victory from Mason Becker and Marcus Cooper. Thank you to those of you that are joining us on this new link for the live stream. We had an issue on the previous one, and therefore I think hopefully a few of you are now starting to find this link for the second part and the finals of the SuperPrix. Again, apologies to our Army Waterswift restricted runners. We didn't quite catch your final before we managed to rectify the technical issues that we had. Next final though, and it's going to be an E-plate on offer, up for grabs in the Might E Motorsport sponsored Might E Bambinos. Presley Knight will start on pole position. Aidan Castleman alongside Jules Nash and Rafe Verdi on the second row. Max West and George Miller on row number 3. Row 4 sees Teddy Veselovsky and Jack Rossi Minot, Cruz Rogers and Emerson Elliott complete your 10 runners in this Mighty Bambino final. They head out onto track. Say the E-plate is up for grabs. Plenty of prizes as well. The Ryman family sponsoring a prize for the fastest lap in each of our finals, and a canvas print as well to all the winners from Stu Stretton Photography, amongst many, many other prizes. The prize pot totaling around about £14,000 for our podium finishers and top novices, of course, in our classes here in the for this 2026 Shenington SuperPrix. Event that has been running since the year 2000, with the exception of 2001. They ran it as a one-off in 2000 and then brought it back as an annual event from 2002 onwards. Field then into position for what will be an 8-minute plus 1 lap final. Kevin Cannon in the live chat saying well done to Archie Cannon, brilliant race. That's from his granny and granddad in Scotland. Be coming down to watch him next week. Support as well coming in for the 18 of Jules Nash. There he is on the right hand side of the screen as we get this Mighty Bambino final underway, and Nash is going to make an immediate attempt on second place as he goes down the inside of Aidan Castleman. That was pre-planned from the moment they got going. He moved from third place all the way across to the left-hand side on our screen on the right-hand side of the track to get the track position on Aidan Castleman and move himself up into second place. It's been the Presley Knight show so far. But in the second heat, Jules Nash was matching him pace-wise, but had to come through from his qualifying berth of P8. Now going off the second row and immediately up into second place. Can he go with the all-black machine of Presley Knight? Rafe Verdi there trying to go down the inside of Aidan Castleman. Castleman has it scouted and leaves the door sufficiently open that he can just drive all the way around the outside. 0.4 of a second the gap then on the opening lap. Presley Knight in front of Jules Nash and Aidan Castleman. Castleman and Nash take different lines. I'm surprised they're not just having a little push job at the moment just to try and draw up onto the back of Presley Knight and give Knight something to think about. Castleman into the wheel tracks of Presley Knight at the moment. And there with a dive
goes Aidan Castleman. From a good distance back as well on Jules Nash. Nash is going to try and come straight back at Castleman almost immediately. Again, I think the move will come into Cafe Corner, and indeed does it down the inside. These two very evenly matched, but in battling it out over second place are to a large extent helping Presley Knight to escape at the front. Rafe Verdi is still in the mix as well there in the slightly darker red number 20. Again, another drive over though, not in the sticker kit that we saw Ben Bowers, but racing with Team 17. Jules Nash this time on Aidan Castleman from a similar distance back that Castleman went down the inside on him a few laps ago. Rafe Verdi is going to be the only one that really wins out of that as he's trying to go down the inside, and they'll run 3 wide. That'll be tight round Cafe Corner, and they do all sort of bounce off each other and come out in the same order. But as Presley Knight puts in the fastest lap of the race, if he had wing mirrors, he would be very happy with what he could see in the background, because they are backing themselves into Max West and George Miller as well. No Jack Rossi Minot in this final. So we have only got the 9 runners battling it out over the E-plate. Down the inside goes Nash, and that's going to allow Rafe Verdi through as well, although it's only brief as Aidan Castleman comes back up into 3rd place. And this time he decided to have a little bit of a tidier Cafe Corner. Presley Knight at the front though, the gap's out to 3 seconds. It was only a second on the previous lap. He's in the 59.6s on that previous lap. The rest of the field in the 101s, particularly Nash and Castleman, as they battled it out over that 2nd place. In fact, West was nearly a second faster than those in front of him, including Rafe Verdi as well. However, you can see now they're dropping away. There's so pace-wise, Nash, Castleman and Verdi have got a little bit more at this phase in the race than what West and Miller have got. However, as soon as they start battling, it does allow West and Miller back into the mix. So they just need to stick around at the moment. This is Max West in the number 32. He's in the, obviously got Cato Motorsport colours on. Didn't may well be running out of their stable. Still 4 minutes to go as Presley Knight now has a very comfortable gap at the front. Sadly for him, and I'm sure he will not mind one bit, does mean that he doesn't quite get the camera time. That will be at the moment reserved for Nash, Castleman, and it was Verdi, but he's fallen off the back of this duo at the moment to the tune of around about 0.6 of a second, and that is largely because Nash and Castleman are working together to try and pull away, and they can have a battle over 2nd place in due course. Live Parkhouse in the live chat. Supporting Jules Nash. Around the right-hander of Wilkins, there you go. Castleman's got a good run on the exit. There's a gap down the inside and they cross the timing line 1,000th apart. But it is Castleman then up into second place then now. Jules Nash dropping down into P3. Still all looking good for a podium, because Rafe Verdi, the early race pace that he had in the 20 has fallen away. In fact, he's probably a little bit closer at the moment to Max West in P5 than Jules Nash in third place. He's more likely to squabble in front though, so if he can stick around, he'll be okay. Very wide line by Aidan Castleman. It's a risky game. It does allow him to get the drive out of the corner, and he'll cross the line with more of a gap than what he had on the previous lap, that's for sure. But leaving that door open down at Wilkins is always going to be a risky game. There is Presley Knight, the all-black kart, the yellow sticker on the Mighty power unit to his right-hand side, the camera's left, glittering in the sunshine. And potentially in around about 2 minutes' time, it could be the winner's trophy in his hand that's glittering in the sunshine. Again, that's that door left open by Aidan Castleman that Jules Nash, this time, having seen that on the previous lap, has positioned his kart nicely to go through. So Nash up into second place. 2 laps to go, I think. I think Presley Knight will just about trip the timing beam about a second after we go down to 0. Nash is going to open the door and drive all the way around the outside of Aidan Castleman on that occasion. Wonder if he takes a tighter line next time round. He's clearly confident on the brakes. Problem is, if there's a kart down the inside of you, as may well be, and they run up towards the right-hander at Hanger, he will take a tighter line in, that's for sure, and indeed does. In fact, it also brings Castleman a little bit tighter to the inside as well. As expected, the final lap for Presley Knight, as Castleman and Nash will run side by side up towards Cafe Corner, and through goes Aidan Castleman. Thought Nash was going to drive it all the way around the outside there and hold on and go down the inside, and now he's going to try and go on the outside. Can he get the switch back onto the inside? And I think the kart is there. Is Castleman's going to squeeze across on him? Yes, he does, but he's already in front of Jules Nash, and I don't think he'll be quite as accommodating down at Wilkins in leaving the door open this time. He's already made that mistake once already, and Nash duly accepted the invitation. Out of the final corner though, Presley Knight will cross the line to win the 2026 Mighty E-Plate and the Shenington SuperPrix from Aidan Castleman in second place, Jules Nash in third. That's your podium in a race-long battle. Max West and George Miller both finish in front of Teddy Veselovsky. Rafe Verdi has finished. He's coming into he's in the pit lane behind Max West, so I don't know whether he's had a transponder issue, but there we go. He's been reinstated into P5, which is correct for Rafe Verdi. George Miller, Teddy Veselovsky, Cruz Rogers and Emerson Elliott complete your field. But Presley Knight, with a gap of 6.75 seconds, is your 2026 Shenington SuperPrix and English champion. He'll have the honour
of running the E-plate if he wishes until this time next year. Next up then, there's another E-plate on offer. This time it's in 210 National. Harry Morris starts on pole position in the 41. Dan Burry alongside him. And Stuart Henry and Thomas Stone just behind. Lionel Sifleet and Paul Fowler on rope number 3. David Smith and Russell Hopes in front of Oliver Shelley and Ray. Standing start, hence why the start marshal is making his way out onto the track. He's not into extreme sports or anything like that. Don't fancy standing down the middle of 2 rolling start classes. Field making the way around. I think Harry Morris will have a fairly long wait, I think, potentially. Oh no, he slowed right down at the final corner, so he won't. I thought he was going to go all the way around and have to take up his position and then have to wait for everybody, but there he goes. He's going to move across. They are again in the offset gridded position, which does allow a better reaction should somebody not manage to get away. I was just holding the wheel rather than using the brake so they don't actually do too much damage to the clutch. And the brakes as well. Here we go then. And we are away in racing. It's a good start by Dan Burry. He's going to go all the way around the outside of Harry Morris at the start and lead as the 59 of Paul Fowler goes up and over the curbs and is a little bit slow on the exit of Cafe Corner. Here though comes Harry Morris down the inside of Dan Burry, and we might even have a change for second place as well as Lionel Sifleet tries to draw alongside Dan Burry, and indeed does. Burry, having led the opening 250 metres or so of this race, will fall down into P3 after a really good start, got a good launch. Put himself away and round the outside of Harry Morris in front. So Morris leads then, the end of lap number 1. From Sifleet, Burry, Stone, Smith, Henry, Hopes, Sloan, Shelley and Miles are your top 10. Ian Taylor not tripping that, trips the timing line now, just behind the 53 of David Scull. That kart does sound a little bit like the exhaust is blowing a little bit on that Ian Taylor kart. Invader 210 according to the entry list. Anderson AKs, we've got a few Jade karts out there as well, and Aircar F1 for David Scull. Lionel Sifleet not allowing Harry Morris to break away here. Fastest lap on lap number 2, although it's always going to be quicker than lap 1, which was a standing start lap.
Carries a little bit too much speed down the far end at Wilkins though. And taps the rear bumper of Harry Morris in front of him. Dan Burry in third place is just coming to shot now, but has a really big gap back to Thomas Stone as well, that is only going out. Gap was 3/10 at the front, a little under, but now Harry Morris appears to have a little bit more of a gap there, and it's going to be probably, I think, around about a little over half a second this time as he comes round in front of Lionel Sifleet. .01 seconds for Harry Morris in front of Lionel Sifleet. As Morris this time sets the fastest lap, some 8/10 faster than the nearest challenger. A blue flag out for a slow-moving kart. I think that's Ian Taylor's 28, is it? Towards Wilkins as we head towards half race distance for Harry Morris. A yellow flag down the far end, and Lionel Sifleet has not come through, and that's why he is currently underneath the Tech Pro barrier and the slow boards are out, full course yellow. Harry Morris is going to have to win this twice. The gap at the timing line was 9 seconds back to Dan Burry, with Lionel Sifleet out of this race down the far end of the circuit. Was comfortable in second with Sifleet, but now finds himself under the Tech Pro barrier down the far end of the circuit. Having slid off, and you've got around about 10 metres to go before you go in them barriers. That just shows you how fast these karts are going. He's going to drag that out. I wonder if he can... No, he can't get it going because he's taking his gloves off. Don't know if he was going to go and see if we can get a push start on that one, but looks like we may well just get it through the gate at the far end. Most of the field coming through there over the start finish line. We're still not backed up behind the leader, who had a 12-second gap when they came through on the previous lap, which was out beyond the 9. So it took him a little while to pick up the slow boards. There's your field behind, currently behind the 28 of Ian Taylor. With us not backed up behind the leader, I'm really intrigued to see whether we go green or not. The leader's up and over the timing line, surely. In fact, there he is on the back straight, I think. Oh, we've got drivers coming together. As we go green, once again we are away and racing, but not for Thomas Stone. Although he has got going again, Ian Taylor has not. We're trying to get that kart going and roll round. I think he could well be heading off into the pit lane ever so shortly. This is what happened. We went green out of the final corner. Taylor was looking left to try and move over to let the field through. And on his right-hand side was the number 4 of Thomas Stone. Miscommunication, so to speak. And I think we're back to another full course yellow. We are, and I've got a marshal running up towards the far end of the circuit. We've got Boards the Gainer out at post 3. Really slow moving kart on the left hand side. Just trying to pick out on the timing who we've not got. The tyre is in the way, and I think it could be the 8 of Tony Burry. I'm just going to move and put some tyres behind that. We'll get this race finished, hopefully under a green flag. So time will elapse down to 0 short. Harry Morris has still got a lead somehow after 2 full course yellows of 12 seconds. With Dan Burry in 2nd place, Stuart Henry in 3rd. And we are green once again. So we are away and racing. It won't be the final lap just yet until now, because Harry Morris has caught the back of the field. So both he and Dan Burry are 3.5 seconds apart, but they're in a position where they could lap the entire field here, because under 2 full course yellows have managed to catch up with the slower traffic in front. And there is the 41 of Harry Morris making his way through. Just be careful not to undo all of the hard work that he has done thus far in this race. So half of our field who are still not on, effectively are still just starting their final lap now. But there on the left hand side of your screen, here's your 2026 210 National SuperPrix final winner. It's Harry Morris who takes the victory from Dan Burry. 3rd place is still being argued up at the final, far end of the circuit, which is here between Stuart Henry, David Smith, Tom Stone, who's managed to get back into it. There he is in number 4 after the issues earlier on getting through the lap traffic. Paul Fowler, Ray Sloan. That's just being recovered there, but we'll run up towards and all the way around the outside. Is that still Harry Morris still in the race? I don't know if it is, and whether he's seen the checkered flag already. Yep, there's Harry Morris. He's just for good fun, he's just decided to lap a few more people on his way to victory. Harry Morris, who was so good he saw the checkered flag twice, takes the victory from Dan Burry and Stuart Henry. And it's going to be David Smith, Thomas Stone, Paul Fowler, Ray Sloan, Michael Miles and Oliver Shelley in front of John Hutton, Neil Hancock and David Scull, with Ian Taylor, and then your drivers that didn't get to see the checkered flag in Russell Hopes, Tony Burry and Lionel Sifleet in P16. So we'll collect a few of the 210s from out on circuit. Khalif Riado in the chat saying what types of carts, and they were 210 national. We've already seen the 250 super carts out as well. So the 7 is just being wheeled back into pit lane from up there on the grass. That's Russell Hopes who I think was the driver that was off. It wasn't Tony Burry. However, we shall move on very, very quickly to the class that has the first ticket available to the Army Warrior Finals, and that is Formula Libre. James Ogden will start on pole position, then he's got Matthew Swanston alongside Liv Jakins and Lewis Payton in front of Guy Tolley and Matt Venn on route number 3. Rhys Baines and Ashley White in front of Ian Davis and Oliver Bourne, with Piers Armstrong and Ollie Venn on route number 6. Row 7, Jack Crisp and Ben Stanford, with Harpal Baines, Oliver Silvers, Hugo Haynes and Mark Armstrong on route number 9. Row 10 is Jack Stewart in front of Richard Mallinson, Joseph Emmett, Stuart Brearley and Paul Belton. 23 drivers will contest the Formula Libre at Shenington SuperPrix final. A ticket to the Army Warrior Finals 2026 Masters. So the driver who wins has to be over the age of 30 to get the ticket. James Ogden then will lead us to the timing line for this Formula Libre final. We are away and racing into the left-hander of Park Bend. It looks like everybody's got through nice and cleanly. They make the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. We've got a spin in the pack and there's contact, and that's a very uncomfortable position to park for the 17 up on the top of Rhys Baines. All managed to get going. It could have been Mark Armstrong who was parked. That does say look like a 17, although we don't have a 7. No, we do is Ian Davis, but he's not on the original entry list. He was parked up there, so it was a good start for Ian Davis. We've got stationary yellow, so we haven't gone full yellow. Red flag, that's why we've got red flags waving at the first 2 posts. Reds are out. They really need to slow this down. James Ogden has done now. He's seen the flag at post 3 and has put the anchors on. I think we'll bring the field round, which may well allow the medical team. The gate is open. Into pit lane comes Joseph Emmett in the 67. Whatever it is, get it fixed and get himself back out, because we've got a complete restart here, although the front steering looks a little bit off, given that the front right is straight and the left is off to one side. So a heavily bent front right track rod for Joseph Emmett. As the medical team head out onto track. We will be back in a few moments' time. I think they're heading up. Quick look at the driver. I think it's Ian Davies. Her field will make their way around. We'll have a complete restart of this final.
Mark Allen, I'm stood next to what looks like an X30, but it's not. It's something that's fairly unique to Shenington. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, it is actually, you're quite right, it is an X30 senior kart, but we've tailored the rules, called it Libre, and tried to make it cost effective for senior drivers, 16 and upwards. So the kart here is one of our customers. We try not to get people to run in the awnings if possible, because that costs more money. So basically, it's an X30 senior kart. The chassis has to be second-hand. It can't be a new one. And the engine, you can use any engine you like, but the way it makes it cost-effective is we won't allow new tyres. Okay? So the club actually supplies the tyres, and then the drivers, when they enter, they buy the tyres from the club for £30 a set, and they're only allowed 5 sets for the whole season. So your whole season cost of tyres is what one new set would cost. That's the major thing. And there's a couple of other little bits which are good. We like fix the gearing, so you don't need a shed load of chains and sprockets and stuff, and less likely for it to fall off. So that's a fixed cost. You've got a 78 tooth sprocket on the back. And the thing what we thought of as well is obviously some of the drivers these days are quite big, the older drivers, so they struggle to make the weight. So we've tailored it so if you want to run 162 kilos, you run the junior restrictor, which reduces the horsepower to about 22 horsepower. If you're 84 kilos and above as a driver weight, you can run without the restrictor at 192. And like in qualifying, I think it was a restricted, a non-restricted, and then a restricted. So it's the only class in karting that if you're a big person, you can compete at.
I'm about 89 kilos. I'd be banging for one of these.
That's it. You need one. You know, and it mixes round. Obviously, in the colder weather, maybe the heavier driver gets an advantage, warms the tyres up. But like when it's boiling hot, it swings round. So it's as close as you're going to get when you have a mixed class, isn't it? It's never going to be 100% accurate, but it's pretty close.
And when I've been speaking to Graham, he told me that this is pretty much your brainchild. What drew you to creating a class like this?
Well, when I started racing in the 70s, 90% of the drivers were seniors. Now, when they've kept lowering the age down, you're sort of 35, 40-year-old dad. You know, the wife doesn't mind the lad starting racing, but not so keen on the husband. So the senior racing's dropped off, hasn't it? You know, when you look at the entry, predominantly we're juniors. But with this class, it's brought a lot back because it doesn't cost so much. You know, if you've got your own car, run it yourself, in entry fee and the tyres and your fuel, going to cost you 200 quid for the whole weekend. You know, if you're running a team, fully helped, mechanics, awning space, could cost you like nearly 1,000 quid. It's a no-brainer, isn't it? You know, you'll spend 200 quid and think, oh, that's a bit of fun. Spend like 800 or 900 quid. It's not really fun, is it, if it starts going wrong?
Well, that's it. When you're spending nearly £1,000, you want to do well, don't you? That's
Correct.
the thing. So,
You know.
whereas with this, you can turn up and you can take that time to progress and get yourself to the front.
Yeah, and then obviously we only do Libra at Shenington, but I mean, if you want to go and race at Wilton Mill or somewhere, you basically get it to the right way to the class, and you put the tyres on for the class, which is the yellow tyre, as you know, where we run it on the junior tyre because it's more durable. So we just sort of, as a team, collate the tyres. They've all done between 50 and 70 laps, mark them up in sets, and then they get another 2 meetings out of them. So we're environmentally friendly, look.
Well, it's all the rage these days, isn't it?
I think apparently. It wasn't in my day, but it does make good use of them because we are throwing a lot of tyres away that some of them we get off teams that donate them to us are just too good.
Yeah.
You know, they've only done like 10 laps. So we give them to junior drivers that are learning to wear them out a bit and then put them in the thing to try and keep it level playing field. So, and the nice thing about it is, I mean, at the dinner dance this year, the money gets generated by the second-hand tyres. We gave away 2,500 quid's worth of prize money.
So time has been reset. We'll have a complete restart of this Formula Libra final. A few drivers not taking part, I don't think, and if they have, they'll have joined round onto the back of the field after the break there with the medic. I think it was Ian Davies, the driver being tended to down the far end of the circuit. So James Ogden will lead us round once again. Matthew Swanston alongside him. There's Paynton. Start P4 with Jenkins on the inside in second place. In third place, you're hoping to go down the inside the second at the first corner. Gliders are in the sky, but the green flag has dropped, and we are away in racing. And indeed, Jenkins does make a good start, up into second place, up behind James Ogden at the front of this race. Leading duo already with a little bit of a gap back to the field, and that is a wide line for squeezed Ashley White on the outside. Ogden leads then from Jenkins as they begin to pull away even at the end of this opening lap. The prize on offer, albeit it will be for the highest position driver over the age of 30, because it's a ticket to the Miami Warrior Masters finals, which will be part of the full Miami Warrior finals over at Viterbo in Italy, 19th to 24th of October. So we've got some basically tickets, some invites to go, and we've got some full entries as well, which is a prize that's on offer in X30 and junior and senior winners, and then there's the ticket for the drivers in second place as well. Got the same for Miami Water Swift, albeit not the restricted class, that's already taken place. But for Miami Water Swift, we have a ticket to the IWF finals as well. Matthew Swanston there in third place, trying to hold on to his podium position. James Ogden leading Liv Jenkins. Jenkins in the wheel tracks of Ogden at the moment. Ogden unable to break away. So in this train behind, Matthew Swanston has done just that. He's got a little bit of a gap back to Guy Tolley, Matthew Van and Ashley White now. Field hard onto the brakes into the left-hander of the Bruno chicane. Ogden and Jenkins still nose to tail at the front. 7 minutes of this final plus 1 lap remaining. Good move down the inside by Lewis Payton as he moves through on the 16. Oliver Bourne dropped down the order, but timing's reinstated him back up to P9. Payton up to 7th. Armstrong then down into 8th. That was the driver that Payton went down the inside of into the first corner. So they bounce over the exit curve on of the Stratford hairpin. 2 leaders are 2 seconds of the good down the road. They'll have their battle a little bit later on if things remain that close, and we'll catch them there in the background as Jenkins follows in the wheel tracks of James Ogden. This is your battle for the final step on the podium as Jenkins puts in the fastest lap. Ogden with a personal best, but Jenkins just a little bit quicker. Swanston, Tolley, Venn, Ashley White, Lewis Payton. This goes down to Jack Stewart. I think they're on the back end of this train of carts. Could even go a little bit further. Jack Crisp in P11. Bourne again just gets reinstated on timing. His transponder has failed. It's coming up on the timing sheet. It's down the inside goes Oliver Bourne this time. I think that's on Lewis Payton. Still as we were at the front. Keep an eye. No, we had a little change there. Liv Jenkins now leads from James Ogden. Matthew Swanston, Guy Tolley, Matt Venn, Ashley White, Oliver Bourne, Pierce Armstrong, Lewis Paynton, Jack Stewart. Swanston still has that little bit of a gap that he's had pretty much throughout. Behind though, we're going to move down the inside. That looked like it was Matt Venn on Guy Tolley. Switched around again for the lead as James Ogden goes back in front of Liv Jenkins. We're 3 wide up and round Park Bend. With Tolley, Bourne and Venn now. There is Matt Venn in all white suit, white helmet. Currently running in P6. Actually White just behind. Another driver in the all white helmet, this time in the black suit now in the purple and pink coloured machine. Leaders still have that gap of 3 seconds or so, having swapped round. A number of occasions so far in this race. Three minutes on the clock. Liv Jenkins still trying to find a way past James Ogden and make it stick. She led for a lap earlier on, and then Ogden got back through. And there is, oh, I thought we were going down the inside there for Liv Jenkins. Didn't lose a lot of time in having to slam the anchors on either. Just eyeing up James Ogden in a slightly different place to where she originally did the overtake. Keep it on his toes, and exactly on the toes there as Liv Jenkins dives down the inside into the left-hander of the Bruno chicane. And James Ogden did not see that coming. 2 minutes now for Jenkins to hold on. 0.4 of a second is the gap. She's had a target in front of her for most of this race, with the exception of that lap that she led earlier on. Now it's Ogden with the target in front. That gap is going out, despite the fact that Ogden was faster through sector 1. Jenkins was faster by 0.3 of a second through sector 2, which is the sector in which she did the overtake on the previous lap into the Bruno chicane. We've had a change for third place as well, I think. Timing is showing Oliver Bourne is up into third place. Well, confirm that shortly, but we'll have 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Again, Ogden faster in sector 1. Jenkins, though, faster in sector 2 as this swings between one and the other. Bourne is indeed up into third place. Matthew Swanston then down into fourth, having held that position for a long time. Gap is out once again as Jenkins goes faster through sector 3. Two laps to go for Liv Jenkins to hold on here. This is your battle for third, and the final step on the podium between Oliver Bourne and Matthew Swanston. been a great battle going on behind here. It's just where we've had that battle for third down to about seventh, we've missed the train of carts behind. Having their battle, Jenkins onto the final lap. Gap goes out to 0.7 of a second at the front. Bourne and Swanston still battling out over the final step of the podium. Bourne, having started this final in 10th place, looks like he could end the day with a trophy in hand. I'm sure Matthew Swanston would quite like that to be a slightly different story. Out onto the hanger straight they go. The leaders, though, will be heading towards Wilkins for the final time, and out of the final corner, Liv Jenkins wins Formula Libre at the 26th SuperPrix from James Ogden and Oliver Bourne, Matthew Swanston, Matt Venn and Ashley White, with Guy Tolley, Jack Stewart, Pierce Armstrong and Lewis Payton completing your top 10 in front of Chris Venn, Baines, Stanford, Armstrong, Haynes, Belton, Silvers, Mallinson and Stewart Brearley will cross the line. But your 2026 Shenington SuperPrix Formula Libre champion will be the 48 of Liv Jenkins, who found a way through on James Ogden once, couldn't make it stick, had to think about it, had a go into Cafe Corner that didn't quite work out, and then a lap and a half later sent it down the inside into the Bruno chicane. A decisive move gives Liv Jenkins the 2026 SuperPrix. Kart goes onto the weigh scale. Just waiting for the final confirmation, the nervous weight that not lost too much during the race. But Jenkins will push the 48 through into the scrutineering bay. I'm sure in a few moments' time we'll try and find the mechanic and go to celebrate, but she looks fairly blasé about the whole matter. Liv Jenkins then takes the victory in Formula Libre. There we go. Next up then, it's time for Rotax Inter as they make their way out onto track. Maximilian Abrahart then will start on pole position. Alfie Phillipson alongside with Ethan Manzi and Charlie Heffer in front of Will Eden and Arthur Kayser. Sam Dixon will start P7. Adam Batt alongside him with Finley Rhodes and William Moore completing your top 10. Jay Birmingham and Alicia Waterhouse are going to be on row number 6. Felix Sheldon Haywood, Ben Hunt, Noah Hobson and Thomas Laidler with Jake Hansford and Seiko Komatsu on row number 9. Row 10 will be William Davidson with Jamal Kamaram in front of Daniel Halls and Roshan Bakada with Emery's Perry on row number 12. Into the tram lines of this 10-minute plus 1 lap final we go then. Maximilian Abrahart leads us away as the lights go out and we are away and racing. They'll head up towards the first corner. And a good start there, I think, by Charlie Heffer, who's gone all the way around the outside of the first corner to slot himself up into third place in front of the believed to be Ethan Manzi, as we've got a spin down the far end of Emery's Perring going round the Stratford hairpin. Abrahart, Phillipson, Heffer, Manzi, Will Eden. There's been a good start by Sam Dixon, who's up into P6 there in the KR Sport colours with the yellow helmet. Field works its way through. He may well have track position in the run up towards the first corner. Does not. Slots back into that 6th place. Abrahart, Phillipson, Heffer, Manzi, Eden, Dixon, Batt, Moore, Kaiser, Rowe. In front of Birmingham, Hobson, Laidler, Hunt and Sheldon Haywood, 15. Again, the two leaders will be fairly compliant, I think, if they can stay closer together. Max Abrahart with a look over the shoulder. At the front are pulling away. It looks like Ethan Manzi has moved back into that 3rd place, and Sam Dixon's up past Will Eden as well. So a few other changes further down. We've got William Moore and Arthur Kaiser up a place each. Adam back down 1 to P9 from P7 on the previous lap. Similar circumstances for Laidler and Hunt and Hobson dropping 2. They're up to 12th and 13th respectively. Hobson goes 12th to 14th in the space of a lap. Abrahart and Phillipson, the top two. Phillipson with the fastest lap on the previous lap, trying to push along. This time, well, it's Ethan Manzi, who's only a fraction quicker mind than the two in front. It's Jay Birmingham there in the 41. And that is Abrahart defending Alfie Phillipson. And I wonder if he's now trying to back him into the field here. They've not been successful in breaking away beyond where they were on the opening lap when Charlie Heffer had got past Ethan Manzi. And I do wonder now whether Max Abrahart is going to change the tactics slightly, particularly on that run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Top 4 are pretty much nose to tail. Charlie Heffer's coming back into this. Ethan Manzi with the fastest lap that time round. Sam Dixon is in a bit of a risk of being cut adrift here in P5, but would quite like to see them scrapping as Alfie Phillipson does go down the inside of Maximilian Abrahart. Abrahart's going to run up side by side with Phillipson there, back through as well. Great racing, but as I mentioned earlier, not the fastest when they're scrapping, and it's very early in the race for these drivers to be going at it like this. Abrahart, Phillipson, Manzi. Heffer's there as well. Sam Dixon and Will Eden are going side by side, and Eden is through. Dixon's back on the outside as they run up towards the right-hander. Again, those two could do with not having a massive scrap, because they're going to back themselves in. I think they already have, into Adam Batt, William Moore, Rhodes, Kaiser, and a few others as well, rather than going after this 4 in front that will have a squabble in due course. Five minutes and 20 to go in this Jag Rotax and IKD Kart Store sponsored Intermax final here at the SuperPrix. Dixon is back through on Will Eden for 5th place in the background. Phillipson is once again going to go down the inside of Maximilian Abrahart. Abrahart again is going to switch back the inside. This time it's done before the Bruno chicane. Ethan Manzi and Charlie Heffer. What are the chances of the 3 Coles Racing drivers handing this one to the 66 of Charlie Heffer? That would be a frosty environment down there if that happened. I'm sure, though, they will all be on their best behaviour. Dixon is now clear in 5th place. William Moore is up, I think, into 6th, having crossed the line in 8th place, as this time Aberhart will take a much more defensive line on Alfie Phillipson. Phillipson, who's had 2 goes at that already, and see Jay Birmingham there under pressure from Felix Sheldon Hayward for P13. Contact warning for the 33 of Adam Batt. Aberhart still continues to lead. Plenty of this race to go though. Top 4 are pulling away, even with the scraps they've been having from the rest of the field. Dixon looking lonely in 5th at the moment, but comfortable. Was the same, he was faster than the train behind him. The only driver, in fact, making any sort of time in roads was Will Eden, who moved himself over place and gained some time back up into P8. Phillipson thinks he's going to have to find a different corner, a lot like Liv Jenkins did in the previous race, because this run up towards Stratford is now being heavily guarded by a suspicious Maximilian Aberhart. He knows the move's coming. It's happened to him twice with Alfie Phillipson. Phillipson's going to have to find somewhere else, whether that's down here at Wilkins or diving down the inside into the Bruno. The next 2.5 minutes or so plus 1 lap will tell us. There for me, I think, is an opportunity into the first corner, or into the second corner effectively at Cafe, but getting a good run round the first corner. Said earlier on that Sam Dixon looked like he was comfortable in 5th, but he's been reeled in the background by William Moore, Adam Batt and Will Eden. There he is in the yellow helmet, but he's coming under some increasing pressure from the rest of the field. Stay with this leading quartet at the front though. Heifer at the moment in that 4th place has just been in a watching brief on that Infinity X chassis. This time no defensive line from Aberhart, but Phillipson does not take advantage. Whether Aberhart felt that he had enough of a gap to go down the inside there. Contact warning for Sam Dixon. He's lost a few places with P5. I think he's now finding himself down in 7th. On timing at least. Haven't managed to clock his track position throughout this lap. Three laps to go. Leaders crossing the line in plenty of time. Phillipson down the inside of Aberhart, and this time he's got it done, and he's made it stick as well. Oh, wide and off on the outside goes Charlie Heifer. He'll remain in 4th, but he's out of contention for a podium. It could well be a Coles 1, 2, 3, but in what order? Here's the question on everybody's lips at the moment. Phillipson, Aberhart and Manzi. They'll cross the timing line with 3 seconds on the clock. The door left open by Alfie Phillipson. Sees Maximilian Aberhart go back down the inside. And Aberhart will defend this time in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Ethan Manzi's going to try and take advantage and get the run. He can't get it done. With the exit out of the corner. And Max Abrahart will lead us up towards the hairpin at Wilkins. That's a very, very wide line by Abrahart. I'm sure he'll take a defensive one up and over the start-finish line. Will Phillips try and get alongside all the way around the outside and dive down the inside into the right-hander for the first corner. They've got to manage to get a switch back as they head up through the static camera. Phillipson will be on the outside. Abrahart's still got track position on the inside. Ethan Manzi in the background is there in the mix as well, trying to pick up some pieces as he tags the rear end of Alfie Phillipson up towards the Bruno chicane for the final time. Phillipson needs a good exit out of this corner to gain from the slipstream. Abrahart doesn't feel the need to defend. There's a kart length or two between them as they come up towards the final corner at Wilkins. So they head up towards the timing line, and it's going to be Maximilian Abrahart who wins the SuperPrix from Alfie Phillipson and Ethan Manzi. Charlie Heffer, William Moore, rest of the field come through with Willie Eden, Adam Batt, Arthur Kaiser, Thomas Laidler and Sam Dixon in P10, with Ben Hunt, Noah Hobson, Jay Birmingham and Alicia Waterhouse in P14. Felix Sheldon Hayward, Jamal Pumaram in front of Seiko Komatsu, Will Davidson, Jake Hansford and Daniel Horse. Roshan Bakada, Emery's Perrin crossing the line there, and retiring just before the end was the 36 of Finley Rhodes. There's your winner. Helmet already off for the 61 of Maximilian Abrahart. Max Abrahart doing what every good winner should do, and that's find the camera to celebrate his victory as he heads back into the Parc Ferme area where he's just been weighed. Next up though, we're going to move on because it's a full capacity grid for Junior Rotax. Noah Moulton then will lead the juniors round, with Benjamin Lawn joining him on the front row, Ryan Rapini and Liam Doling on row number 2. Then it's going to be Oscar Keane and Miles Cleworth on row 3, Cash Harris and Charlie White in front of Harrison Bishop and Teddy Cooper. JJ Plowman starts in P11, Hayden Adams alongside Carmuth Cometa and Jensen Powers. Louis Marshall will start on the inside of row 8 with Noah Clare for company, Stanley Williams and Harry Harvey on row number 9. Row 10 is Zane Perry and Harry Myatt, Waldron, Jacob Underhill, Odeus Hole, Lily Shaw, Lewis Gilbert are on row number 12. Alex Shepherd, Ben Morgan, Jensen Hookie, Jack Bowie, Toby Dukes, and go all the way down to the drivers that made it through that B final. 34 drivers. We're away in racing as we head up towards the first corner. And then round Cafe. So far everybody's made it through nicely round Cafe corner. A few drivers running off the track on the exit on using the grass, but at the moment all still facing forwards, and that's Ryan Rapini down the inside. We've got drivers perched up on top of each other on the outside of the corner. That's 2 out already. They may well get going, but their chances of victory have gone. As Ryan Rapini made the early move down the inside on Moulton, but it looks like it's neither of them leading the way as we come up towards the timing line. In fact, it is Noah Moulton. He's got past Ryan Rapini, Benjamin Lord, but to switch back round and Moulton behind Rapini, but indeed it's not. Moulton with Maxim Motorsport, Benjamin Lawn with Coles Racing, Rapini and KX Developments. More grass getting kicked up on the outside. 3 wide down the runway straight towards the Bruno chicane. Rapini under pressure there from Oscar Keane in the 37, who was missing on the timing but is now back up and being shown correctly in 4th place last time across the timing line. Moulton then will lead, the gap going out further to Benjamin Lawn now in second place, Ryan Rapini, Oscar Keane and Cash Harris, Charlie White, Teddy Cooper, Karthik Kumeta with Harrison Bishop and Hayden Adams. Warning for Benjamin Lawn. Both of our two front runners, Moulton and Lawn, both have had warnings so far in this race, and we are only on lap number 3. Two drivers on the opening lap was Miles Cleworth, I think, and Liam Dooling that were perched up on top of each other. We've got Ben Morgan being shown a lap down. Hasn't tripped the timing line yet. And, looks like these just come through now as Ben Morgan. Not clocking on timing for some reason, but still at the front. Lawn 2/10 quicker than Moulton on the previous lap. Rapini then leads this train of 4, Keane, Harris and White. Contact warning for Miles Cleworth. He's down the order at the moment. The opening lap fracas. Lawn is faster again through sector 1. Moulton though through sector 2 was 42 going slowly of Louis Marshall. And a warning for the 141 of Noah Clare at the same time. Fastest lap though set by the 33 of Jensen Huckey. Started 27, currently P13. Why did he start 27? That's because he had a technical infringement yesterday and didn't pick up any points for one of his heats. His performance in the other heat though, enough to get him straight through into the A final. Clearly a driver that's got some pace in him. Driver that came through Honda Cadet and now plying his trade in junior Rotax as Jensen Huckey. So Kart in with a damaged exhaust. The sound is anything to go by. I think it could well be Harry Harvey. And with the exhaust issue. Moulton, Lawn, Rapini, Keane, the top 3. It's all starting to come back a little bit together as Moulton, with that gap of 0.3 of a second, sort of sways between sort of 0.2 and 0.4, depending on whereabouts they are on the track. There's a 100th of a second lap time between Noah Moulton and Benjamin Lawn on that previous lap. 43.28 to 43.29 for your leading duo. Apologies down the far end, we appear to be having a bit of a fibre issue picking up that camera. It does go a bit offline every now and again, but we'll try our best to get through. And Stanley Williams now in P13 picks up the fastest lap as it stands. Trophies and prizes for fastest lap in each class as down the inside goes Benjamin Lawn for the lead. Good move by Lawn there on Moulton. Moulton coming back at him, and off the track at the moment is Benjamin Lawn, and they're preoccupied with each other. So much so that there goes Ryan Rapini down the inside. Moulton's back to 6th. Having bounced over the curb on the outside, not quite sure what took him out there because he was on the track when he came through the right-hander. Benjamin Lawn down the inside of Ryan Rapini, having ran off the track at the Bruno chicane. And all of a sudden, what was a 2-kart battle for the lead with Ryan Rapini watching on is now going to be a 6-kart battle, I think, for the lead, all the way down to Noah Moulton. Let's not discount Teddy Cooper and Jensen Powers either. Ryan Rapini is back down the inside of Benjamin Lawn. Be hard on the inside as they all sort of come together into each other's rear bumper. And that's not a 6-kart battle for the lead now. That will go all the way down to around about P10, and Jensen Hookie's in the mix as well there, having started this race in P27. The black and green kart will have liked how this race has unfolded in front of it. Can you blame him with 2 minutes and 40 on the clock? Trying to hold off Benjamin Lord. Cash Harris is there as well in third place. Keane White, Cooper, Moulton, Cometa behind Powers, but in front of Jensen Hookie, who sets the fastest lap. Wide on the outside when Oscar Keane, I think he was hoping for a switchback but couldn't do it because there was a kart in the way. Ryan Rapini now has a little bit of a gap. Cash Harris picks up a warning. Up and over the timing light. Rapini with the lead. Cooper now up into second, but that front fairing looks like it's done some hard yards. Made up 2 places in that one. Mechanical flag for Liam Dooling. His day will come to a premature end, unfortunately, for the 73. He was involved in an incident earlier on. Not quite sure what the issue is. Rear bumper still attached, so I can only imagine chain guard potentially for Liam Dooling. Ryan Rapini, though, has a gap of half a second to his KX teammate of Teddy Cooper. Benjamin Lorne and Noah Moulton, long-time race leaders in the early part of this race, currently third and fourth. White and Cometa with Cash Harris, Jensen Powers, Hayden Adams and Alex Shepherd. So many drivers that started well down the order are running inside the top 15 as Benjamin Lorne goes down the inside to Teddy Cooper. Still got time though now to try and catch Ryan Rapini. Shepherd in 10th, started 25th. Hookie 12th, started 27th. Lorne with the helmet tap. It's clearly contagious because Teddy Cooper did one as well to Noah Moulton just behind him. 2 laps to go. Ryan Rapini leads, but Benjamin Lorne was 0.3 of a second faster on that previous lap. And he's dragging Cooper, Moulton and White along with him as well. Down the inside goes Teddy Cooper though on Benjamin Lorne. That's allowed Noah Moulton through, but more importantly at the front has allowed Ryan Rapini to pull out a gap that's going to be unassailable for me. That's half a second, and with 1 lap to go, the rest of the field I think are going to be relying on a mistake from a driver that doesn't really make many mistakes when he's out at the front. Ryan Rapini leads, and given that we are defending for second place, Teddy Cooper parking the kart on the inside to try and hold on to P2 benefits Ryan Rapini greatly. He tries to hold off Noah Moulton, Benjamin Lorne and Charlie White. Up towards the right-hander at Wilkins, Ryan Rapini powers down and powers to the 2026 SuperPrix final victory in front of Teddy Cooper and Noah Moulton, with Benjamin Lorne and Charlie White the top 5. Karthik Cometa, Jensen Powers, Alex Shepherd and Stanley Williams in front of Jensen Hookie, who goes from 27th to 10th in that final. Alex Shepherd 25th to 8th for the driver of the 85. Ryan Rapini exits the kart stage left to be congratulated by Teddy Cooper and by Noah Moulton as well. They go at it hammer and tongs whilst out on track, but they are very respectful of each other's abilities post-race. Ryan Rapini on the weigh scale gets the thumbs up will push the kart through to the scrutineering area. But he is your 2026 Shenington SuperPrix Junior Rotax final winner. That's the congratulations of other drivers as well. Seniors, however, are already out on track. We're not wasting any time here at Shenington. 1 in, 1 out. It's time for senior Rotax. Harrison Crowther and William Webb then on the front row. Joshua Smith and Drew Prisner in front of Joshua Turnbull and Will Forber on row number 3. Row 4, Jarek Metters and Noosh Safa Leathers, with Charles Sutton and Dylan Brearley in front of Bertie Wellesley and Max Chown on row number 6. Row 7, Ryan Sayers and Freddie Snelling, Charlie Epgrave and Abby Sanders, with Tobian Alvarez and Ethan Martin on row 9. Rossi Costello and Oliver Bamford Sr., with Tom Nottingham, Christopher Hughes and Marissa Teague in front of George Cole. Max Lorna Bennett, Ethan Griffiths, Alex Vega. Get through the rest of the field? Never, because we are away in racing in Senior Max. Oh, we've got drivers in the background coming together already before the timing line. Things didn't quite work out for 1 or 2 of them. At the front, though, Harrison Crowther leads from William Webb on the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Most of the field trying to get towards the inside. A few going wide round the outside, but they're round Stratford fairly comfortably for most of our drivers. Up towards the Bruno chicane. Still 2 and 3 wide further down the order, but the leading 6 are away as they move for second place. Good move down the inside, that's Joshua Smith. Up into second place on William Webb. Turnbull, Metters and Forber are the 6 in that camera shot. Gap back then to Charles Sutton, Dylan Brearley and Max Chow. Bertie Wellesley, Drew Prisner from 4th down to 11th on the opening lap. It was a tough break for the 19. Joshua Turnbull going down the inside of William Webb for 3rd place. Indeed it was. Potentially going to get shuffled back a little bit further there as Jarek Metters tries to get through, although we have got a yellow, hence why Metters decided to slot back in behind the driver there on the outside, and I think that could well have been Tobian Alvarez. Stationary, I think it was. He's not tripped the timing line, nor has the 45 of Abby Sanders. That was the driver that was off on the opening lap that pulled through and parked up on the far side of Marshall's post 1. Crowther, Webb, Turnbull. The top 3 at the moment. Coles Evolution, Coles. Gap back then to Joshua Smith and Jarek Metters. Rossi Costello down the inside to gain a place on the on Charlie Epgrave there. And at the front, it's going to be Coles and Coles, I think, at the moment, because that is a move down the inside by Joshua Turnbull. William Webb has done well to hold on to that. I don't think Harrison Crowther, when they went onto this lap, Crowther and Webb had a gap of nearly 0.4 of a second, and get the feeling that Webb's gone down the inside, and he's levered wide down at the far end there by Joshua Turnbull, and that's allowed both Smith and Metters through. Neither driver there really benefiting. There's a warning from Adam White. Crowther then leads from Smith and Metters. Metters, though, will lose a place, I think, to Turnbull. Left the door open down the far end, but was sort of hoping the rest of them would sort of follow suit, not lose the time to those in front. Turnbull's picked up a contact warning for the previous lap, almost certainly here. As down the inside there goes Will Forber and tips himself into a bit of a spin, and there's what could I think can only be described as carnage going on down at the far end. That's some shot. That's a curve on Cafe Corner. Metters will be on the outside here, but manages to drive round the outside of William Webb. Crowther and then Joshua Smith. The gap's nearly 0.8 of a second, which, when you're a driver of Harrison Crowther's calibre, should really be enough. But Smith and Turnbull, no slouches at all. And just to prove that point, Smith and Crowther, 100th of a second between them on lap times on that previous lap. Jarek Metters and William Webb go side by side in the run up towards the left-hander at pit bend, and William Webb finally gets that move done. Charles Sutton in the background, he's trying to get through on Jarek Metters as well. Metters there in the yellow with the red suit for Tom Day Racing. Out slightly. Please, Harrison Crowther, no end. Turnbull is under investigation. That came in around about 2 minutes ago, and I wonder if that's for the contact with William Webb potentially down at the far end of the circuit, down at Wilkins. Corner they're coming up to now in this right-hand hairpin. The hockey stick shaped corner. Start turning it the right-hander at Hangman. Never really straighten up the wheel until you're turning left. And up and over the timing line. Gap is down by 0.2 of a second at the front of this race. There's Turnbull on Joshua Smith for second. As Turnbull put in the fastest lap, he was faster than Smith, and then in turn, Smith was faster than Crowther. Crowther with a look over the shoulder. We'll now see that it's Joshua Turnbull behind him. Turnbull will hope that Smith doesn't come back at him in the next lap or so. Again, a tenth quicker. Turnbull, fastest driver through sector 1. Crowther, the fastest through sector 2, both on that previous lap. Turnbull, faster in the opening few corners of this lap. Needs a little bit more though. Still got time, 3 minutes on the clock. Senior Rotax final. Crowther stems the tide a little bit there by matching Turnbull's lap time to within 100th of a second. Jarek Metters under pressure here from Drew Preisner. Preisner down the inside. Metters will drive all the way around the outside, but slowed both of them down slightly. This is your battle for P5, Preisner in 6th. A little bit of a gap back then to Sutton and Chown, Wellesley and Griffiths as well. Seven-tenths of the gap, down to 6th. Turnbull needs more. He's keeping the pressure on. Harrison Crowther needs to get within a few tenths so that Crowther then can start defending. At the moment, Crowther's taking the optimum line, is keeping the pace up. Webb in 4th is lonely. This is the battle for behind with Metters, Preisner, Sutton, Chown in the black and silver cart. taking the wider of the lines of the four because he's not under any sort of threat. Gap for the lead down by another tenth, half a second. As it stands, they'll be round about 2 tenths apart on the final lap. Will that be enough for Crowther to have to defend from Joshua Turnbull in the same way that Jarek Netters is having to defend P5 from Preisner, Sutton, Chown down to P8? Leaders are up and coming into this camera shot now. And it's still Harrison Crowther by half a second. He won't mind that. Whilst it's certainly not home and dry, he's holding firm at half a second and the lap times are ticking away. It will be 0 at the end of this lap. With a lap to go then. Crowther, Turnbull, Smith, Webb, Metters, Preisner, Sutton, Chown, Griffith, Wellesley in P10, Tom Nottingham, Rossi, Costello. Both drivers coming up from the periphery of the 20th, with Nottingham up from 21st to 11th. Costello now in 13th but started 19th. So Ethan Griffiths has been the big mover, 17 places, 29 up to P9. They managed to make it round before the time elapsed to 0. That gives Joshua Turnbull a lap and a half to close up on Harrison Crowther. Drew Preisner still trying to find a way past Jarek Metters. I'm not sure we've got our camera down the far end of the circuit at the moment, which we're working on that, but with a lap to go, Harrison Crowther still has that gap of half a second from Joshua Turnbull and Joshua Smith. 1 second between the three. And Joshua Turnbull sat perfectly between the two of them. Out of the Bruno chicane, the leaders making their way down towards the final corner and then back towards the timing line. It's going to be Harrison Crowther. Crowther wins the SuperPrix from Joshua Turnbull and Joshua Smith. William Webb in P4. There's Jarek Metters, who's worked hard for that P5, holding off Drew Preisner, Charles Sutton, Max Chown, Ethan Griffith and Bertie Wellesley in P10. Nottingham, Saffir Leathers, Costello and Epgrave with Sayers and Declan Luff finishing in P16. Will Forber, George Cole, Oliver Gibson and Alex Vazier in the top 20 in front of Max Lorne of Bennock, Harvey Quick, Oliver Bamford Senior in P23, Christopher Hughes, Marissa Teague, Daniel Kiteov and then Ethan Martin, Connor Tubby, Freddie Snelling, Kian Eastickham, Dylan Brearley. Adam White didn't see the checker, neither did Tobias Alvarez or Abby Sanders. Your top three though, Harrison Crowther, Joshua Turnbull, Joshua Smith. As the three of them debrief the senior Rotax final, but it will be Harrison Crowther who will take the winner's trophy. Next up then, with three finals to go here from the 2026 Shenington SuperPrix. There's an iArmy Warrior Finals full ticket and an E-plate on offer in iArmy Water Swift. Twelve drivers, one prize. Harry Chapman starts on pole position. Rudra Gogonath alongside, struggled to get away in heat number 2. Can he do better this time round? Had to fight his way through, but then ran out of time at the end. Felix Booker and Cody Vertigan, who challenged Harry Chapman in that previous race. Ollie Kindfelter and Will Bennett will go off the third row. Dimitar Uzanov and Travis Giddings with Max Frisbee and Theo Tayak, Joshua Kyneton and Noah Howe will complete your 12 runners. Field making their way out then. Chapman late out the gate. He was the last one. No. In fact, he wasn't. There was one more. Joshua Knighton struggling to get away as well. But Chapman will need to get a march on here. And I wonder if that's why Rudra Gogonath has gone off very, very quickly, knowing that Chapman was struggling to get away. So field going slowly. Chapman is in position. Gogonath alongside on the outside. Gogonath keen to get away. Chapman won't let them until it's time, and then powers down now as they head up towards the timing line. Chapman leads us over up around the first corner towards the right-hander again. Gogonath has struggled to get away cleanly off that outside row and will fall back to 5th place in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. We'll try and make a move back down for P4 in the dark yellow and black suit, but it's Chapman once again being pursued by Cody Vertigan. Dayticker Angler saying camera work is shocking. Well, we're having a few technical problems, less about the camera work and more about which ones we've got available. So we are trying to deal with it the best we can. It is what it is, and I'll try and talk through as much of it as possible, both on and off camera. Support coming in from Alison Vertigan for Cody, who currently sits in 2nd place, pursuing the leader, Harry Chapman, as they run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Vertigan, if it's anything like the second heat, will be content to try and push Harry Chapman away early on from Will Bennett and Rudra Gogonath. Gogonath, I don't think will sit in that 4th place for too long. He'll have eyes on 3rd. Where that comes, because wide goes Will Bennett, and it's lost them both a little bit of time there. And I think Gogonath will try and make the move sooner rather than later. Swarming all over the back of William Bennett. Run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Chapman's got a bit of a gap now to Cody Vertigan. It's a late move down the inside, and one that hasn't quite worked out for William Bennett. Carried a lot of speed in there. Gogonath now asking Felix Booker to play ball. At the front though, Harry Chapman is starting to pull away from Cody Vertigan. Gap's going to be nearly a second at the end of this lap. Vertigan was able to go with Chapman in the second heat. Kept him very, very honest in that race. He's being reeled in, and I think in a moment inevitably overtaken by Rudra Gogonath. Moving off and out back up into 4th place, having started in 7th. Felix Booker in P5, Theo Tayak Max Frisbee. Then it's Travis Gillings, Ollie Kleinfeldt and William Bennett recovering from that trip across the grass down the far end of the circuit at Wilkins. Uzanoff's going to manage to get past Gogolnath on this lap, and Cody Vertigan as well. Chapman is away here at the front. Uzanoff though with the fastest lap was a tenth faster, and now he's got clear air in a gap of 1.3 seconds. Can Dimitar Uzanoff reel in Harry Chapman? A feeling that Chapman could well have just been holding a little bit back, not needing to expend all of the energy at the front. Change record as Gogolnath goes down the inside of Vertigan. Now sees whether Vertigan can push him onto the back of Uzanoff. Gap is 1.3 again between the two leaders. The last lap, 100th between the two of them, Chapman and Uzanoff. But more importantly, the overall gap is 1.3 seconds. Harry Chapman and Dimitar Uzanoff. Uzanoff has had to come through from 7th place. To be fair to Rudra Gogolnath, has had to do pretty much the same. He dropped down to P5 on the opening lap, having started this race in that yellow kart from the outside of the front row. He now sets the fastest lap of the race, some quarter of a second faster than the leader. Chapman was a tenth and a half. 4 minutes to go in this final, still plenty of time. But they've really got to work together to try and reel in Harry Chapman, who at the front of this race is looking comfortable at the moment. Even though Uzanoff and Gogolnath are a little bit faster lap on lap at present, they're not fast enough when you add them all up lap on lap that they get anywhere near Harry Chapman at the end. They need to work together. Another tenth of a second for Uzanoff and Gogolnath. Vertigan, Tyack, Booker, you're 3 behind. Leaders on his own. Next train has 2. Train behind has 3. If I'm not mistaken, the train behind that has 4. Like a Christmas tree of karting. Gap's down slightly to around a second. It'll be giving Uzanoff and Gogolnath a bit of hope. They can reel in Harry Chapman. Vertigan's chance of a podium is slipping away lap on lap. Fastest lap earlier on by Gogolnath. On that previous lap, they were both again slightly faster than Harry Chapman. They've stepped it up from that point where I was saying that a tenth of lap wasn't enough. They're now taking 2, 3, 4 tenths on that previous lap for Dimitar Uzanoff. Look over the shoulder from Chapman, that's nerves creeping in. Full ticket to the Army Warrior finals at stake here. 2 minutes and 1 lap to go. The gap's down to 0.3 of a second. They're reeling him in at the front. Again, another look over the shoulder by Chapman. Every look over the shoulder is another bit of inspiration to Uzanoff and Gogolnath. As Chapman then goes wide down at the Stratford hairpin, they'll be nose to tail, I think, by the time they get to the Bruno chicane. And 0.3 of a second will split the three leaders. Three laps to go. Okonath goes wide, oozing off on the inside. Will try and move to get the switch back, but Chapman's got it covered. Behind we've got Tyak and Butler. And Booker going at it for P4. Vertigan has fallen away. Not with those two anymore, he's half a second or so back. Chapman, Uzanov, Gokulnath in top three. 2 laps to go. And Chapman again continues to defend from Dimitar Uzanov. Sawyer Henderson, who watched, well, he's taken part already in Honda, is wide. There goes Uzanov. Trying to get the run on Harry Chapman, and that may well allow Rundra Gokulnath to get the run round the outside. He slots back in. Henderson watching and supporting Harry Chapman, who's leading this race. X30's up next, as Sebastian G says in the commentary, in the live chat. More love coming in from Ricky Williams for Harry Chapman. As they head up towards Wilkins for the penultimate time. Next time round, they'll have the checkered flag waiting for them. Time is at 0. Final lap. Harry Chapman, Dimitar Uzanov, Rudra Gokulnath. Who's getting that Army Warrior Finals full ticket? Around pit bend, and I can guarantee it that Chapman will hug that inside white line. Gokulnath's going to take the wide line and try and get the cut back. Uzanov's on the inside as they run up towards the Bruno chicane, and through goes Dimitar Uzanov. He's going to lead onto the back straight, onto the hanger straight for the final time, and Chapman is defending the second place. Uzanov's going to lead half a lap, but it's going to be the most important half a lap. Chapman into the back of Uzanov. Chapman's down the inside. Uzanov's back on the inside. Chapman's going to win it on track. That will almost certainly get looked at. Chapman, Uzanov and Gokulnath on track. Tyak, Booker, Bennett and Vertigan in front of Giddings. Kleinfelter, Frisbee, Knighton and Howe in a final lap that had absolutely everything. Dimitar Uzanov with the switchback that got him the run down the back straight towards the Bruno chicane. He was through down the inside. Gokulnath gets out to console Dimitar Uzanov, who sits in his kart. Now will rise out of it. He's finished second on track. Work to do for those off it, that is for sure. Again, no time to digest. We waste no time here at Shenington Kart Club. Out on track already. More tickets on up for grabs. It's time for Junior X30. Jake Flewitt then on pole position. Finley Hines will be alongside him. Archie Rogers Tyler and Max Mason in front of Alfie Taylor and Zach Turner on row number 3. Row 4, Adam Bourne and James Backwith, Jack Baker and Louis Barker with Seth Angus and Orion Meta on row number 6. Row 7 will be Millen Tomlinson and George Quinlan, Archie Lee Bullock and Connor Large, Jack Wish and Sam Mott are on row number 9. Tom Fox, Harry Watson, Katie Clark, Logan Lauder, Katie Donaldson and Henry Duncan are on row 12. Josh Bundock, William Haynes, Izzy White, Molly Mizzen, and we are going to go racing here in our Junior X30. 1 or 2 drivers there. It's a false start flag. Yes, we've got a false start. Unsurprising, if I'm being honest. It was a little bit messy in the mid-pack. The leader got the power down. Won't do them any harm at all to get some additional heat in those tyres. So yeah, we had Molly Mizzen in P28, 29th will be Harrison Maxwell, P30 Ethan Windsor with Ayrton Lima Evans in front of Lucas Murray, Jacob Nahn and Conrad Barton. Barton, who would drop to P34. I think he won the repechage, but I think there might have been a tramline infringement at the start for Conrad Barton. He was a driver that was straight down the middle of the front row from 3rd place. So Iami X30 Junior. The winner will get a full ticket. The runner-up will get a place in the final for the Iami Warriors, and we are away in racing this time. No, we're not away in racing. We've got false start flags again. I think they're just powering down a little bit too early. Still got 80% of the field coming round the final hairpin, but powering down, and it's a bit of youthful impatience here from the juniors. So field being slowed. Now we just need the formation to be in place. We may well be getting there. This is a little bit tidier. We've got a slow-moving kart at the halfway down the Hanger Straight. It's Tom Fox, who should have started in P19. This looks a little bit tidier. We're in the tram lines and we do get green this time. There's no false start and we're in racing. Oh, we've got a kart going up and high and into the barrier. How that didn't go up and over for Louis Barker, I've no idea. He's in the tyre wall on the outside. Driver remains in the kart. We'll see what happens, but they'll run up towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. And already heading back into the back straight, into the Bruno chicane. Here's Jake Flewitt, your leader. Driver still in the kart on the outside. Slow boards, full course yellow, on timing have been notified. So we're going to get some slow boards here, and it's what order were they in when the slow boards came out, because that is a little bit messy. They were still racing down to the far end under a slow board, and it won't matter. The red flags are out, and we will have a complete restart in Junior X30. So field will be brought round. It will be a complete restart, so Jake Flewitt will retake the start. It'll be his 4th go at starting this race. And 2 false starts, the one that got going and then the one that got stopped pretty much straight away. Louis Barker just being attended to by the medical team, as is protocol here on Alpha Live. We won't show you the driver being attended to by the medics. It's not what we do. But we will keep you as updated as we possibly can on the driver's situation, because we know that there may well be people watching at home. And Louis is up and out of the kart and somewhat gingerly makes his way into the emergency ambulance. His kart will be moved to safety.
Drivers will be regridded
I was just showing this to you.
in this penultimate final of the day. Thank you to those that have found the second live stream here at Shenington. And some technical issues that have plagued us throughout the second half of the day since the lunch break. So that, unfortunately, after the B finals, we did miss the Army Water Swift restricted final, which was a great shame. Apologies to those drivers. Congratulations though to Henry Hales, who takes the win in that class. So we're just going to regrid. I'm going to have a quick look at results from previous races. I think we're fairly clear on most of them. Make sure nothing has happened post-race that we don't want anything to happen, of course, to our drivers, but we'll have a quick look. So yeah, Archie Cannon, Mason Becker, Marcus Cooper, your top three in Honda is as per. Same in Mighty Bambino. Don't think there's any change in 250 supercarts. Same in 210 National. Formula Libre was Liv Jenkins taking the victory from James Ogden and Oliver Bourne, who charged through the field, with Max Abrahart, Alfie Phillips and Ethan Manzier. Coles Racing 1, 2, 3 in our Intermax class. Junior Max is as it was, but I don't know if that one's been in the book enough yet to be fully declared. And Army Water Swift is probably still down in scrutineering. They've only been in about 5 minutes, so field will just being reordered further down into 2 lines now with drivers that are available, as Zach Turner strikes a relaxing pose there on the left hand side of the screen on the tyre wall and then retakes his position inside one of the tyres. Driver we normally see in Junior Rotax has moved over to Junior X30 for this weekend, with the E-plate on offer here at the SuperPrix, along with a full Army Warrior Finals ticket for the winner and a place at the dance as well for the driver in second place. They get a place ticket. So plenty of prizes as well to be handed out post-race from all of our sponsors. X30 being sponsored by JM Engineering. They've been here all weekend with the support van. So driver in the background there who I think may not have taken the original start, which was Tom Fox, will now be able to, if he can get that cart going again, get out for this second instalment of this final. I think he's working. See if he can get that cart started. See him there in the background with the white helmet all the way through the tyre wall. So driver on the outside there, just having a quick chat with his, guessing that's his dad, his mum as well.
So Jake Flewitt then makes his way back onto track. So Logan and Brooklyn just in the live chat asking who the red flag is for. We had an incident at the first corner with Louis Barker going off and into the wall on the outside in the 48 at the start of the Junior X30 final. So he's just being tended to by the medical team. We're just sorting the carts out into the correct order. We have 2 ambulances here, which means that if we do have an incident, we are able to carry on racing because one ambulance can tend to the driver, and then we can have the second medic there as required. So it looks like we're almost ready to reorder this race down the far end of the circuit. Drivers down the tail end of the field retaking their positions in their seats. That's Ayrton Lima Evans on the right hand side, far right with his half and half yellow helmet, picking up the sun. So 10 minutes on the clock refreshed with 1 lap as well at the end to decide this Shenington SuperPrix Junior Junior X30 final. Also remember, for the regulars here at the club, this is round 7 of their championship. So what will be start number 4 for our Junior X30s. It's being led round by the 36 of Jake Flewitt in the fluoro yellow and black colours. Into the tram lines they go, onto the power, and we are away and racing. 10 minutes plus 1. Flewitt will lead us up towards the first corner with Archie Rogers-Tyler in hot pursuit. A few drivers getting caught up, the 22 and the 16. Seth Angus already peeling off. Millen Tomlinson rejoins, albeit few metres down, and we've got other drivers concertinaing together, and we're all getting stacked up down the far end. Izzy Whites is one of them. Ayrton Lima Evans is in there as well. He's going to pull off and into retirement up the wrong side of the Stratford hairpin. Fluid leads then, although he's levered slightly wide there by Archie Rogers-Tyler, which could well allow Finlay Hines to try and get down the inside. Tyler is through. And Hines is coming down the inside of Jake Flewitt as well. Flewitt's going to try and stick it out round the outside and hold on here. Second place for Jake Flewitt at the moment as Archie Rogers-Tyler, and something getting skittled to the outside there. Looks like some debris from the incident a lap or so ago, and a few other bits bouncing away as well. Could that have been an exhaust spring? So Rogers-Tyler continues to lead, but that's Jake Flewitt trying to go down the inside, and Flewitt will lead once again from Rogers-Tyler, Hines, Mason, Turner, Taylor, all there as well. A few more getting involved in the background with each other. As down the inside of Max Mason goes Zach Turner for fourth place. Flewitt will defend as, oh, Hines tries to go up and over the curb as he goes down the inside of Rogers-Tyler, gets the move done late on towards the first corner for Finlay Hines in the number 57 machine. Flewitt leads though, and whilst ever these drivers battle behind, he can eke out a little bit of a gap. Archie Rogers-Tyler, Finlay Hines, Zach Turner, Max Mason, Alfie Taylor, all there as well in the mix. Probably goes a little bit further actually, Jack Baker, Sam Mott as well. That's Alfie Taylor now behind Jack Baker in P8. Defensive line though for Finlay Hines is going to see him and Archie Rogers-Taylor get into each other, and that's allowed both Turner and Max Mason through. Max Mason agreeing there with Zach Turner that forwards is the direction of travel they would like to go, rather than getting involved with each other and shuffling each other backwards. Rogers-Tyler with Turner, Mason, Hines, and now being shuffled back down to P5 by Rogers-Tyler on that previous lap. Gap is heading towards the 1 second mark for the race leader, Jake Flewitt. A few drivers under investigation, Jack Baker and Katie Clark, for infringements earlier on in the race. They picked up warnings for them as well. Quite at half race distance. We will be next time round. 10 minutes plus 1 lap in this final. Turner holding on to that third place. And Mason is now going to come under pressure, I think, from Finlay Hines. And I wonder if Hines is going to have a willingness to work with Turner in the same way as Max Mason. Mason's going to come back down the inside of Finlay Hines. Hines squeezes him to the white line on the right-hand side of the circuit. Both crop promotion drivers. Jake Flewitt takes the wide line into Wilkins, but that does allow him to put the power down early and pull away. Jack Baker starting to now try and make some moves in that 45 from 6th place. Mechanical flag for Ethan Windsor. He's currently down in P25. He's going to peel off into the pit lane shortly. And he's just come in. That sounded a lot like an exhaust off for Ethan. He gets up and out of the kart and has that exhaust detached from the back of the motor. Certainly sounded like it. He's also missing a front nacelle. I think that's the nose panel's missing is probably slightly more important than the sound of the kart, actually. Not quite sure how I missed that, but you know, eyes painted on. Jake Flewitt with Archie Rogers-Tyler and Zach Turner. Turner drawing closer as Rogers-Tyler and Jake Flewitt closing up on each other here. Rogers-Tyler earlier on in the race wasn't particularly keen on being in second place. Does like to lead from the front. Alfie Taylor goes down the inside of Connor Large for 8th place. We've got a leading duo with, at the moment, Zach Turner playing a supporting role, but he would like to become a main character in this Junior X30 final battle at the front. Flewitt taking a very wide line, and that's an invite that Rogers-Tyler is not going to turn down. As he goes down the inside. Not quite sure what Jake Flewitt's thinking was there, leaving such a wide gap, but he is indeed back in front now. Got the move done at Cafe Corner. And I'll tell you what, the X30 cameo from the usual Rotax runner in Zach Turner is, he has become a main character here. Top 3 at the front. Flewitt is wide, although that may well open the door here for Turner to come down the inside of Archie Rogers-Tyler for second place, and Turner's immediately going to go on the attack here of Jake Flewitt. He tries to dive down the inside, and then he's going to go all the way around the outside. Contact between the two of them as he tried to turn in for Zach Turner. Tried to go round the outside and chop across the bows of Jake Flewitt. Flewitt really had nowhere to go there. Can't really pitch blame at either of them for that. Turner had to go round the outside. Flewitt on the inside had nowhere to go up than to be on the inside. Turner tried to turn across and get the kart stopped. In front of Jake Flewitt, didn't quite work out for him, but has got to give it a go. So Flewitt then leads now from Rogers Hines. Turner is still there in P4. Max Mason and Sam Mott cancel that. Turner's down the inside for P3. Minute on the clock. Lapping in the 43s, so they'll not get round before that 43 mark, so it will be 2 laps to go at the end of this one. And again, Flewitt deep into that corner. And will defend from Archie Rogers-Tyler. Parks the kart in the middle of Cafe Corner. Behind them, Turner, Hines, Mason, Mott. Little bit of a gap back then to Ryan Meta in 7th place as Flewitt takes that defensive line. Not defensive enough though, because here comes Rogers-Tyler alongside as they run up towards Bruno. Flewitt does enough to hold on. Again, moving over to the side of the track. I think he left enough space as Turner then will try to open the door and then up and over the grass, and that is a very, very different line for Archie Rogers-Tyler, and he's going to drop all the way down the order. Turner's going to get shuffled back as well to at least P4. Hines and Mott are up into
the podium positions by the look of things, and Jake Flewitt is off at the front. He's got half a second now. A look over the shoulder will confirm that, but he's face forward and focused. Out onto the hanger straight. Now he has a look over the shoulder. Now he can probably take that wide line that he's been taking throughout the race as he heads out of the final corner. Jake Flewitt will come through to win the Shenington SuperPrix, the E-Plate and the IARMY Warrior Final full ticket from Finley Hines, who gets a ticket to the main event at the end of the season as well. Turner on the podium in P3 with Sam Mott, Archie Rogers, Tyler, Max Mason, Connor Large, Ryan Meta, Jack Baker and Alfie Taylor. The top 10 split by 2 seconds. The top 4 pulled in for scrutineering. Jake Flewitt, though, takes the win here in Junior X30. Will take the E-Plate and also wins a full ticket to the IARMY Warrior Finals 2026. Finley Hines will be there with him as well in the number 57 machine, just in the background. Turner pushing in second in the queue, but third on the day for Zach Turner. Onto the weigh scale we go then for Jake Flewitt. Just waits the thumbs up, gets it, and we'll push the cart forward. Parks the cart in scrutineering and now goes off in search. There we go. Of some congratulations, which he's going to get a very, very special moment there for Jake Flewitt. Helmet still on, but receiving the congratulations and adulations of those around him. Jake Flewitt takes the win here at the SuperPrix and the ticket to the IARMY Warrior Finals. He'll be joined by Finley Hines at the finals, and on the podium Zach Turner will join them as well. Results provisional as we get the green flag in the dummy grid for the final of the 2026 Shenington SuperPrix. It's time for Senior X30. Two heat wins to his name. Nat Johnston will start on pole position. Luke Taylor alongside with Sam Lewis and James Pashley, the reigning E-Plate, will hope to hold on to it. Joey Brown, who's been phenomenal so far, with Alistair Creswell alongside him. Leo Brown, Dominic Parabot, Ryan Gill and Monty Brathwaite, with Tom Edmonds and Ben Cowley on row number 6. Charlie King will start in P13. Lauren Dunlevy alongside Sebastian Dew and Matt Cardwell in front of Oliver Meek and Zeph Nürnberger on row 9. Bailey Brooker, Finley Allen with Lucy Lovell and Harvey Rofe. Brandon Williams and Joshua McLean will go off row number 12. Row 13 will be Alfie Gallagher and Jasmine Taylor, Lewis Bird and Oliver Smith, with Charlie Philp and Jake Brook. Then your runners that came through the B final: Ashman Armstrong, Samir and Masters. 34 drivers, 1 prize, a ticket to the IARMY Warrior Finals. And we're away and racing with 10 minutes and 1 lap on the clock. Everybody through round Cafe Corner, a few jostling in the mid-pack, but everybody's through nice and cleanly up towards the right-hander of the Stratford hairpin. And so far, until now, everybody's through there nice and cleanly as well. The seniors showing us how it's done. Nat Johnston showing the field how it's done at the moment. He'll lead them down the hanger straight for the first time from Luke Taylor behind in the 27. Johnston then at the end of lap 1. Taylor, Lewis, Brown, Pashley, Creswell, Robinson, Parabot, Gill, King, Brathwaite, Cowley, Brooker, Cardwell, Dunlevy, Dew, McLean, Edmonds, Bird and Rofe down to P20. Can anybody do anything about
Nat Johnston here in the 77. Unbeaten through the heats. And already looking formidable in this final. Got a gap. 3/10 at the end of lap number 1. Looks to be out a little bit nearer half a second. Indeed it is at the end of lap 2. Sebastian Dew falling down the order. A number of places, in fact, is on that lap, as did Dominic Parabok. He lost 3 down to P11. Nice move down the inside by Joey Brown. Colours of Fusion Motorsport. Johnston with the fastest lap on that first real flyer. This time though, it's Joey Brown. Up towards the right-hander at Stratford. Sam Lewis and James Pashley in 4th and 5th place, just trying to go with, but at the moment struggling to match the pace of Joey Brown in front. Monty Brathwaite with the fastest lap. Laura York asking if Honda's done their final yet. Yes, they have. It was around about an hour and a half ago. They were one of the first finals, final number 3 for Hondas. So give us 10 minutes of your time or so to get this Senior X30 out of the way, and you can go back and watch that one. It was a cracker in Hondas, but then again it usually is. Timing back up there as Pashley has found a way past Sam Lewis, but get the feeling that that E-plate is going to have to be peeled off that kart at the end of the day. Just for the moment, Matt Johnston is extending the lead at the front of this race. Nice move by Oliver Smith down the inside for 15th place as he goes past Sebastian Dew, as Brown is through as well on Luke Taylor. Taylor did well there not to lose more places, but Pashley is looking interested down the inside. Creswell, Bird's been shuffled, so Sam Lewis has been shuffled back to P6 now in front of Leo Robinson. That's this train here. As change further down as well. So Taylor's getting shuffled back corner by corner here. He's going to be down in 6th place now as Sam Lewis takes the advantage of what is a bit of a wounded animal at the moment in Luke Taylor. And to further compound that, Leo Robinson's gone down the inside as well. Taylor from 2nd, a few corners ago, down into P7 now. Joshua McLean under investigation for something earlier on in the race, but he's not inside the top 10. He's got the P13. So Pashley up into 3rd place then. Brown, gap is 1.4 seconds to the lead. And get the feeling that if Johnston can put another lap in that takes it out to 1.6, 1.7, the rest of the field are just going to start battling over 2nd place, and indeed it's happened already. James Pashley through on Joey Brown for 2nd place in Senior X30, and it would appear now that the field have already, to a large extent, conceded the victory to Nat Johnston. Gap will be nearly 2 seconds, indeed it is, because they are squabbling. 6 deep over 2nd place here. Brown, Pashley, Creswell, Robinson, Lewis and Taylor. Just peeling off into the pit lane goes Lewis Bird in the number 7. He's out. Across the line in P18. We'll end the day outside the top 25. Brown is back in front of Pashley now. There is Lewis Bird. Back to this train of 6 then. Goes down the inside, that's Aaron Creswell making a little move. So Pashley now under pressure from Leo Robinson for 4th place. They've got a gap back then to Luke Taylor and Sam Lewis. Taylor's got back past Lewis on this lap. The green kart in front of the blue one. Three minutes on the clock. The gap's out to 2.5 seconds. It's unassailable now for Nat Johnston at the front of this senior X30 final. Another final where the top 2 are going to secure their place, and that's why they're battling it out so hard over second, and they're going to run into each other. Pashley's going to come out in second, but it will not be Joey Brown. In third, he's been shuffled back behind Leo Robinson. Johnston at the moment is going to get the full ticket to the Army Warrior finals. And as it stands, Pashley's going to get a place there as well. Nice move down the inside. Further down this order. To be fair now, we've got Gill, Parabok and Brathwaite in the mix as well. Brooker's there, Charlie King in P12. That's where we go to. 2nd to 12th, all in this camera shot here. .31 of Creswell. Someone getting forced a little bit wide there on the exit of Cafe Corner. 1:15 on the clock. Johnston's down the road. The battle is on for 2nd place and that ticket at the Army Warrior finals. Ashley still holding that position at the moment from Leo Robinson and Joey Brown. Brown, who's been superb throughout this race day, I think, until this final. Every time we've seen him, he's been going past somebody. Runs high as 2nd, having started in P5 for Joey Brown. Moves now in this 2nd train. We're split into a 5, and then that's Parabok, Lewis, Gill, Brooker and a few others. King and Smith in there as well. They've brought Joshua McLean along. Gap back then there to the next train. That's Brandon Williams leading that one, although he's just about to lose the place, I think, to Tom Edmonds in the 51 machine. Johnston comes out in the final corner. We'll trip the timing line now with 11 seconds on the clock, so 2 to go for Nat Johnston. 1 minute and 23 seconds away from winning the Shenington SuperPrix. Down the runway straight they go into the Bruno chicane. Pashley still leading this 2nd train of karts from Robinson, Brown, Creswell and Taylor. Then there's a gap back to what was a long train of about 12 karts, but now a split as Luke Taylor goes down the inside of Alistair Creswell. P5, Creswell's managed to get him back on the exit of Wilkins. Leader is through and up towards the Stratford hairpin for the final time. He's got the full length of the straight, 4.3 seconds. Here's the gap at the front for Nat Johnstone.
round Wilkins for the final time. He could probably get out and push it home, but he's going to be pushing himself for the Army Warrior finals. Nat Johnston wins the Shenington SuperPrix here in 2026. James Pashley will be going to the finals with him. He'll get a ticket in second place, with Leo Robinson, Joey Brown, Alistair Creswell, Monty Brathwaite on the final lap going up to P6 in front of Luke Taylor, Dominic Parabok, Sam Lewis, Ryan Gill complete your top 10 in front of Bailey Brooker, Charlie King, Joshua McLean and Tom Edmonds. Congratulations to Nat Johnstone. He drove off into the distance, commanded the race, did what he needed to do. And here's a driver that is going to Viterbo in Italy in October for the Army Warrior.